your move. It's time to This ordinary convention hall is about to be transformed into a battlefield where passionate and fierce duelists will compete for the coveted title of YCS Champion. Many legends of the game got their start in these hallowed halls, and now a new battle is set to begin. The duelists are entering, the judges are ready. Welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series.
It's time to
It's time to duel in Hartford. Less than 2 weeks removed from a new Forbidden and Limited cards list and the release of Dimension Force, over 1,000 duelists have gathered here in Hartford, Connecticut for their shot at YCS glory. It's going to be a long and arduous trek, but one of these duelists will be crowned champion and come out on top with a huge range of prizes and a fantastic new trophy. It's going to be a thrill ride, and I'm happy to have you here for it. I'm Drew McHale. I'm going to be your guide throughout this weekend to all the festivities and all the action, but I can't do it alone. Today I'm joined by Robbie and Isala.
Thanks, Jerome. That's right. My name is Robert Boyage, and I'm here with Isala Wathu. As Jerome mentioned, we had quite an impactful Forbidden and Limitless, powerful Lake monsters leaving the fray, as well as some cards that duelists might have never thought of coming back have made their return as well. And with all that to say, we have a new set that is definitely a force to be reckoned with. Isala, what are you excited about this weekend?
Yeah, obviously there's so much to be excited about. The Forbidden and Limitless basically removing prank kids from the meta, bolstering the strength of the Despia and Sword Soul strategy, while also including the new support from Dimension Force. We see Therions in the mix, a bunch of new combos that you can do with that, as well as other strategies getting boosted as well, like Preda Plants, as well as the Sun Seeds.
Absolutely, it's going to be fantastic this weekend, but it's a long way from round one to the finals of the YCS. Robbie, how did players get there?
Yep, so over the course of this weekend, these duelists are going to play a total of 11 Swiss rounds. That's going to be 9 Swiss rounds day 1, 2 Swiss rounds day 2. Those are 45 minutes each, best 2 out of 3. Then we are going to cut to a top 32, where they will move on to 55-minute rounds once they enter top 8 and top 4, and then 65 minutes total in the finals. Still best 2 out of 3. But in addition to that coveted YCS title, I think our duels are playing for a little bit more than that this weekend. Isala, why don't you break down the prizes for us?
Absolutely, I'd love to. The player that will ultimately be crowned champion this weekend will be walking away with a YCS messenger bag, a Nintendo Switch and custom YCS Switch case, a copy of Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel Dawn of the Battle Royale, as well as Legacy of the Duelist Link Evolution download codes, an invite, travel, and accommodations covered, as well as VIP status at the next World Championship Qualifier Tournament, a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Top Cut game mat, and of course, the ultra-rare Yu-Gi-Oh! Prize card, Dueling Dragon, the Duel Dragon, and the YCS Trophy.
And here is the hardware in question, the gorgeous YCS Championship Trophy. This is actually my first time seeing it in person after only doing remote events so far. And really, images don't do it justice. This thing is gorgeous, and one of these duelists is going to take it home. Who's it going to be? We'll find out starting next. Don't go away.
relive even more epic duels with the 2021 Tin of Ancient Battles. Contains 3 mega packs and can stack on top of last year's tin to make your own tablet. It's time to duel. 54 cards per tin, each tin sold separately. The winds of victory are swift and sure. Accelerate with new Synchros. The Fluor Synchro strategy gets new tools, and all new Duelists take flight. Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Duelist Synchro Storm. 5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Explore a city of gold full of secret treasures. You can gather powerful monsters with spectacular new artwork as precious premium gold rares. Yu-Gi-Oh! Maximum Gold El Dorado. 28 cards per box, each box sold separately. Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, Brothers of Legend. With the 5 Karibo brothers, you can finally find the full Furball family used by Yugi in his duels. Plus, brand new Utopia cards of Yuma and Astral from Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, and much more. You can find cards for decks from every era of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Also available on Nintendo Switch for digital download, Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel, Dawn of the Battle Royale. Your party awaits! You can put yourself into the action with an adventurer deck, battle fiends with Exo Sisters, or summon some wild and crazy monsters. Yu-Gi-Oh! The Grand Creators. 7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
I've been waiting for you, Yugi.
Good, because I have a new strategy for you. It's my turn. I draw. Charge toward victory! Master of Chaos! Believe in the heart of the cards, and you can build your perfect deck! Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, Battle of Chaos, now on sale, including a special original Dark Magician. It's time to duel!
Ghosts from the Past, The Second Haunting, with dozens of new cards, plus 9 famous ghost rares from all Yu-Gi-Oh! Eras. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, The Second Haunting. 20 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Hartford, where round one is about to get underway. There's a storm brewing outside and in here in Connecticut, and I can't be more excited to get this thing underway. How about you, Robbie?
Yeah, I mean, we're at the second live event back, right? So you still have all the excitement that carried over from last time. Big things, though. New Forbidden Limitless, new cards in the format, tons of new decks. It's really, really fun to be playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now.
And 1,238 duelists have shown up this weekend to play. And there's a whole lot of different things about the YCSs these days ever since we had to switch over. There's a lot of online pre-registration, that sort of thing. So we get an idea of how many people are going to be here, and it turned out that very close to that number actually arrived. And two of our duelists who arrived are getting ready to take part in our first feature match right now.
Yeah, that's right. Let's go ahead and head to our feature match table for round one of YCS Hartford, Connecticut. Let's take a look at our players. First up, we have Nicholas. He's from Frederick. Favorite card, Flamvell Fire Dog. Haven't seen that in a while. Maybe one of those duelists who's a fan of 2010 formats like Edison.
Old school.
Yeah.
And then we have Joseph from Hyattsville, Maryland. His favorite card is Masked Hero Darklaw. You can see he's not a fan of fun by his mannerisms up there, and maybe that's why Darklaw is his favorite card. Likes to lock people out of their graveyard effects.
It could be. I feel like there's two kind of hero players, right? There's ones that like Darklaw and ones that are more of like the Jade Yuki fans.
Yep.
Two very different breeds, but we see where he falls.
So this is going to be an interesting matchup, round one. So many of our duelists that we interviewed yesterday said that they thought the most represented deck would be Despia, and that's going to be one of the decks that we're going to see right off the bat here. Nicholas has come with a Despia list. This is one of the interesting ones, running Allure of Darkness to help speed through cards, get things banished, and get free resources that way. I kind of like that version of the deck with Allure of Darkness, but it does have some weaknesses.
Yeah, I mean, I think how Allure of Darkness used to be viewed was it was a lot of, the faster I can turbo to those really powerful, impactful cards, the better, right? But now in more like modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, sometimes you want those monsters in your hand, right? Not always you're trying to trade two away for something key. We saw it a lot, for example, like Burning Abyss was a good example, where sometimes you just wanted two monsters. You wouldn't want to trade one away for Allure of Darkness, so I can understand that well, but I'm also excited to see the deck on the other side.
Yes, Joseph's brought the Libromancers, the new world premiere theme that was in Battle of Chaos and Dimension Force, to the table. And this deck, you can play it in a ton of different ways. You can play it, just straight up with the cards in the theme, in which case, it's kind of like on two modes. You either set up going first with trap cards, or you just try to deal 8,000 with Fireburst. But the way Joseph is playing it here is very interesting. He's playing it a little more like a Drytron deck. Basically, the way Drytron works these days is you're setting up, Vanity's Ruler, and just locking your opponent out of their special summons that way. The Libromancer deck can do very much the same thing, but it usually does so a little more efficiently and gets to play better generic cards like Emergency Teleport for the Geek Boy and things like that. So I'm interested to see how this version of the deck is going to shape up as well. It's got no normal summons, the whole deck. It's all effects that are on special summon. So unless you want to put Manju or something in there for more ritual support, you can easily incorporate the Adventurer cards into this strategy to help you force your plays through and get the power of Draco back on your side, just in case they can't clear out what you've got.
Yeah, I think the big thing you lose by including sometimes cards like Manju is you really want to tribute some Vanity's Ruler.
Right.
Right, yeah. But main point being that you were on Riot Artemis here, right? The Adventurer cards still here in full force. Still very powerful cards, right? We saw them a lot during the last Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. They haven't left the fray. Still an incredibly impactful engine. We might not see it in every version of every deck, but still going to give Libromancers a huge boost.
And I think it's mainly Despia that we've really seen the downturn in it. It's been kind of like a mainstay of kind of those synchro combo decks that aren't Sword Soul. Not really seeing it in Sword Soul, but the other ones, the ones that used Red Rose Dragon before, they're still going to do that now, and they're still going to use the adventure cards, but they need to find ways to replace some of the other combo lines they had. Aurora Dawn leaving has been a big deal for a lot of those synchro decks.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora Down, Meow Meow Mew. There are so many cards I feel like left the Forbidden Limited list that it's going to shake things up big. But the big thing with this Adventure engine is we have to not rely on normal summon effects, right? But before we talk too much more, let's go ahead and head down to game one of our first match here at YCS Hartford. We'll see who exactly won the die roll. It looks like it might be, it is Joseph. He's going to start off with Water Enchantress of the Temple.
I'm familiar with that one.
Have you heard of this?
Banishes Water Enchantress. He's going to get a copy of Rite of Aramasir from his deck to his hand.
Search from deck to hand a Rite of Aramasir.
Okay. Are you resolving another part?
I intend to go back in.
That's not how that works. You're good.
Yep.
I'm going to activate the effect of
So Rite of Aramasir also pulls a card out of the deck. You special summon the Adventurer token first. There it is, 2000, 2000 Earth Warrior.
As part of resolution.
And then, if you don't already have Fateful Adventure on the field, Fateful Adventure, you can place it directly from your deck face up onto the field.
Okay, cool.
So I'll activate a Fateful Adventure and resolve the effect of Rite of Aramasir. We'll now activate the effect of Emergency Teleport.
Ooh, that's a great opening. Teleport, Teleport Enchantress.
Strong, yeah, and it's going to get him his Geek Boy.
I'm not lying.
Yep.
Actually, Libmancer Geek Boy. Do you mind if I read it?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's really him, Liberamancer Geek Boy.
What's in your hand? Special card from hand. Okay. Card special summon. Add Libmancer spell from your deck to your hand. Okay.
So the Liberamancer spell of choice is Liberamancer First Appearance.
And Fateful Adventure is Chain Link 2. That's fine. All right, second.
Blocks off the search for Geek Boy using Fateful Adventure, so he can't be hit by Ash Blossom on the Geek Boy. Doesn't seem like he has it,
And then on
though.
Geek Boy, we'll grab a copy of Libromancer First Appearance, which if you'd like to read.
I would. I actually have not seen Libmancer cards. I'll be brief though. Just so
It's 100% why we're up here.
yeah, I have not seen Libmancer cards.
They're great. They're actually quite good.
When's card activated? On this one.
Pulls the Draco back. Draco back is, like, it's not the Griffin Rider that actually gets you, it's the Draco back. Like, it's easy to clear out the Griffin Rider, but if you don't take out everything else as well, the Draco back's going to get you on the next turn.
Yeah, it's interesting how, like, even though the adventure engine feels a little bit linear, like it does the same thing every time, right? The fact that it sort of hits from all these different angles, like you get the token, you get the Wandering Griffin Rider, you also get the Draco back. It does a lot for what it does. There's always things to worry about. So it looks like he's going to activate Pot of Prosperity next. Banish a full 6.
We're going to take a look at what those top 6 are first. Before he goes any deeper with the first appearance. The first appearance is a search effect. If you can pick up one of the things you're looking for here without having to use it, you're in business.
Yeah.
Near Servant's a pretty good one, though.
Here, it's okay.
So this is one of the things that you get to do with this deck that you wouldn't get to do with Drytron, is that you can incorporate a lot of the Dogmatica type cards.
Okay.
And it's also like interesting Dogmatica cards that you might not normally see, right?
Yep.
I'm going to activate the effect of Fateful Adventure here.
Right, so he's going to finally trigger the Fateful Adventure.
The Wandering Griffin Rider.
Yep.
So Wandering Griffin Rider, that's the one most people are playing. But another one was released in Dimension Force that we've seen in a number of deck lists so far, the Illegal Knight.
He's going to go ahead and discard the Draco back to resolve that effect. Draco back's going to then trigger equip itself onto the token. Nice that you just get to search something basically for free thanks to the Draco back.
Yep.
While I was speaking. All right.
It just does a ton, Draco back.
Right?
Libromancer First Appearance here.
Search Libromancer are different from the ones you have in the field.
All right. So first appearance is in fact a searcher. It's first appearance though, so you can't take anything that has already appeared on the field.
I like that. I like that naming. Great tie-in. Yep, so he's going to be able to search any Libromancer card that's not Geek Boy, and looks like he grabbed Doombroker. I think that's what he has right there. Yep.
The Ritual Monster?
Yes.
Yep, that would be Doombroker. Doombroker's kind of a crazy card. So the... Oh, you can special summon Fire as well. That's a fantastic opening. So the way that the Libromancer Ritual monsters work is that they're kind of like transforming heroes. You special summon the smaller monsters of the field by revealing a Ritual monster from your hand. They do something, and then you use the effect of First Appearance, which is kind of like Fusion Gate for rituals. You just get an unlimited number of Ritual summons of Libromancers. And they kind of transform into their bigger forms, or their ritual forms. Now this is an interesting play. So Libromancer Fire is a Cyberse monster, so you can use it to get Lingeribo here, the one that negates trap cards.
So like as a way to dodge like impermanence? Or?
Yep.
Still good.
Alright. I'll activate Nadir Servant here.
Okay.
I'm going to send from extra deck to...
Yeah, this opening seems so strong. The fact that it's just power card after power card, he's going to activate Nadir Servant next, send Herald of the Arclight.
Relic of Dogmatica.
Ooh, and grabs another card that Nicholas might need to read.
Yeah, White Relic of Dogmatica is kind of a nasty one. It's only got 500 attack, but it has an effect on some that lets you match the attack points of 2 different monsters. That's not really why you play it, though. You play it because it has another effect that lets you take a look through your opponent's extra deck and just take their best card.
And it's whenever they special summon a monster from their extra deck, or how does it trigger? Okay.
So they special summon 1 monster from the extra deck, and it's brutal on like link climbing decks, that sort of thing, because they have to play a Howk or something to get everything going, and you can just take their end state or whatever the middling state is, like if they're relying on Celine, for instance.
Definitely a very cool card, like unique effect, right? Especially something that...
Now he had Benten in hand as well.
It still hasn't normal summoned, right? He didn't start with... Yeah, because he emergency teleported out the Geek Boy, and then... Yeah. Well,
yep.
Ooh-wee.
So he's going to get Intervention. He gets a Search for a Fairy off of Cyber Angel Benten for Vanity's Ruler, which we talked about in the open. And he's still got his normal summon available here. There's a question of what else is he going to get up to. Oh, and the Fire is back in his hand. If you missed it, the Libromancer Agent lets you get back a Libromancer card from the graveyard each turn. It's free if you take a monster. If you take a spell or trap, you have to put a card from your hand on bottom of the deck.
Got it.
I'll tribute Agent and Geek Boy to normal summon Vanity's Ruler.
Oh no, this is a fairy lightspeed search.
Yeah. Now the Doombroker, we didn't even talk about the Doombroker. Doombroker sets the Libromancer trap from your deck. So he took Intervention, which can negate a card effect, essentially, by returning the ritual to the hand, and then he gets the special summon from the graveyard. So it de-transforms the monster.
Yeah, solid opening. Solid opening, which felt like...
It is quite good.
Yeah.
Thinking if I can even really do much against the Vandy Ruler Griffin combo, and you have the trap and negate.
Yeah, Nicholas has super polarization, but not going to do much against the Vandy's Ruler.
Yep, can't activate it at all. And that's really important in this format. With super polymerization all over the place, often in 3s, you need to have, like, you have to block the special summon completely because you can't negate super poly.
Okay.
A huge board, huge opening turn from Joseph, earns the instant concession from Nicholas. I think very wisely not showing any of his cards right there.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Like, the only thing he can gain from that match is not having his opponent gain information, right? Yep. Yeah, definitely very interesting to see, like, Libromancer pop off like that. I'm a big fan of Vanity's Ruler. Anytime I can search a Vanity's Ruler and tribute something, that's probably something I'm a fan of. Ooh, this deck looks cool.
Vanity's Fiend, not cool. Vanity's Ruler, extremely
much cooler. Cool. Yes, exactly, exactly. Yeah, I guess, I mean, but we expect a lot of cards similar to that in the format, right? Vanity's Ruler, maybe one that some people consider a little less cool, like Artifact Scythe, right? Yep. There's a lot of just, like, stop special summoning, so you sort of have to build your deck to beat it in some way, right? But there's different ways to do it, especially because Artifact Scythe is going to be, like, an effect that triggers during your turn, but having, like, just that static effect of, you know, oh, you can't special summon, like, how many answers do you really have? There has to be something you can do post-side, right?
And that's one of the benefits to playing this deck as opposed to something with Scythe, for instance, or Dimensional Barrier. So like Scythe, there's a lot of things you can do about Scythe. There are fewer things you can do about Dimensional Barrier. There's basically nothing you can do in Game 1 about Ruler. And that's kind of the advantage that these ritual decks have. And it's easier for them, too, now that they got a second copy of Benten on the latest FNL list.
That's incredibly true. I mean, you have to rely on some interesting things, like Nadir Servant just kind of being an out, right? That's cool.
Yep.
There's little cool things you can do, but definitely not as common as, like, something you need to interact with, because you expect, like, Scythe very, very often, right? Vanity's Ruler probably a little bit less.
And the things that work against Scythe work against a lot of other things as well. You need a little more specific stuff for, say, Barrier, for instance. There's a little overlap with Ruler, because you have Droplet. Cards like that can block both of those, but not Dimensional Barrier. It's just a matter of trying to guess what everybody else is going to play.
Yeah, yeah, or you could just, we saw the last YCS, right? We saw Eldritch take second place.
Yep.
You could just try to ignore it. I think that is a very viable strategy still even right now, just with how much sort of like special summon hate exists in the current format.
Yeah, Eldritch probably lines up well against this sort of thing as well, because you just pitch him in a trap and send it to the graveyard.
Yeah.
Now, not in that situation, because you also have to deal with a Griffin Rider and an Intervention, and who knows what else. They've got Lingribo out there. You're just going to have a bad time in that case. But in many cases, the effect of Eldritch is going to be useful.
It's going to be an interesting time to see exactly how much of what enters the top cut. That's always my question when I start the weekend, right? Because everyone has a different idea of what's the best. Everyone has different variations of even those sub decks of what they really believe. But it's going to be cool to see. There's a lot of really, really fun decks right now, right? Yep. Seeing what Libromancer does alone, that's a very fun deck, and that's one deck in this entire format, right?
Another one that I'm looking forward to seeing at some point during the event is the Sun Avalon Therian deck. That deck is also really cool. And it does a lot of kind of the same things that you need to do to be successful in this format, but it uses the very innocuous Sunseed. Just use my normal monster. What could possibly go wrong if I just play this normal monster? It turns out quite a lot, and hopefully we'll see it later. But for now, we are ready for Game 2, so let's get back into it. Libromancer versus Despia. Of course, Joseph doesn't know that it is Despia yet.
Yeah, but Nicholas now has a chance to go first. And
I'm thinking a draw phase.
The whole last game was one big phase.
Yeah, sorry. I'm thinking a draw phase. One moment, method.
All good.
So this is a nice bit of technical play that people have been picking up on lately. Whenever Droll and Lockbird becomes popular, and there are quick play spells that get you cards, players are getting a little more savvy to that. So using Branded Opening, for instance, if you want to drop a Luber from your deck during the draw phase so you can't get drolled afterwards. Not this case, though, just a normal summon of a Luber.
Yep, just that normal summon. Going to get him Branded Fusion.
Alright.
Now, Branded Fusion, if you're just coming in from Master Duel, for instance, you probably know a lot of these cards, like a Luber, but there are some of them that you might not have seen yet. Branded Fusion is one of them, and it is extraordinarily powerful.
Yep, and he's going to go ahead and activate it. Joseph confirms he does not have Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
Yep.
I'm going to kick down both Fallen Albaz and Despian Tragedy.
And there is Lubellion. That's another one of the new ones from the Albaz Strike structure deck. Let's do another Fusion.
Yeah, that's fine.
So Tragedy was sent as a fusion material, so that effect's going to go off as well.
There he is.
The Despia cards are just so cool to me. I don't know. As a big Shaddoll fan, it's so awesome to see a deck like this just exist in the current format. That it does so much. Branded Fusion alone is such a powerful card. It's such incredibly strong, just one card openings, right?
That's fine.
And Mirror Jade is another one of the Albaz Strike cards. It's a fusion of Albaz and basically anything from the extra deck, Fusion, Synchro, Xyz, or Link Monster. And it's got a couple of extremely powerful effects that make it difficult for opponents to keep monsters on field. Looking at the rest of the hand, I see Gold Sarcophagus there. That I haven't seen a whole lot of.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see exactly how these duels continue to tech out this deck, right? Because a lot of people expect Despia to be one of the most popular, but usually that also means it's there's a bunch of different ways to play it. You were mentioning Allure of Darkness earlier, right? So similar vein, kind of.
So he goes ahead and sends Albion to the graveyard with Mirror Jade, and banishes Mirror Jade itself.
Sure. Do you mind if I read Mercurier?
Now with Gold Sarcophagus, he goes ahead and banishes Mercurier.
I'm searching a card that mentions Fallen Albaz or Fallen Albaz.
So Mercurier, when it's banished, gets you another Albaz. It's Fallen of Albaz or a card that mentions it. So mentions it. Older cards might have written something like that. That card is specifically listed on that card. If you think about things like the Dark Magician related cards from Dark Illusion, they said that. The new wording for that is a card that mentions something, whatever that card name is.
Albion the Shrouded Dragon. I will then reveal Albion the Shrouded Dragon.
Do you mind if I read?
Yes. I'm going to pay cost real quick.
Sure.
So Albion the Shrouded Dragon is it's a pretty good card. So it's another way to get through your deck a little bit. So you can send the basically a branded card from your deck to the graveyard and then reveal this. And wherever you send the card from, if it's hand or deck, you do something different. So when it's from deck, you put Albion on the bottom. And then you draw a card. So it's a way to dig through your deck. It technically doesn't reduce the deck size, but since Albion's on the bottom, it's effectively the same thing.
All right. I'll fuse my Ad-libitum Despia, Alpha the Jets to the Despia.
Sure.
And I'll make Masquerade the Blazing Dragon.
No response to this.
All right, we got classic polymerization.
Definitely a good one, especially when they're including like that Frankfurt package, right, with Edge Chain. There's just so much value you get out of that small engine that even iconic classics like polymerization get incredibly worthwhile.
All right, and then that's ad libitum's effect.
I'll activate the Albion, the Shrouded Dragon.
No response to this.
I will set a Brandon red for my deck. So.
Seems pretty good. That gives him another fusion summon available on the opponent's turn.
Do you mind if I read Branded in red?
Yeah,
So he's got the Mirror Jade. He's got Masquerade, which basically puts a tax on anything that you want to do. You pay 600 essentially to activate cards and effects. Saw a lot of that in the Fusion Festival very recently.
I bet, yeah. I think we saw, when we saw this deck at the previous YCS, like pre-sort of Albat Strike, pre all that, it was all about just summoning him and a bunch of them, just making your opponent just like, tax is a good reason, like tax them as much as you can throughout the process. So you compared Libromancer a little bit to Drytron earlier, right? Drytron was known for being very good at breaking boards. How good is Libromancer at breaking boards?
So Libromancer Doombroker is a tremendously nasty card.
Talk about nasty cards. I'm going to pause you. Mystic Mind is going to be the first card for Joseph. But sorry, continue. So Libromancer, Doombroker.
So one of the things with Mystic Mind in this particular situation, kind of like interacting with Doombroker, is that as long as Joseph keeps one monster on the field, Doombroker, if you transform him, basically by tributing a monster on the field for the ritual, he can just attack directly.
Okay.
You just attack past everything.
it's like a,
Now, when he does damage, you can send a monster back to the opponent's deck. You can always do that. But it's really the direct attacking that gets you.
Back to you. Yep.
The other thing it does, and you're not going to see it in this match because of the way the deck has been built, but if you're just using the Libromancer cards themselves, they have a new trap that lets you just steal your opponent's monster. So you return your monster to the hand, take theirs, and then if you returned a ritual, you just keep it. And if you don't, their monster gets bounced away at the end of the turn anyways.
That's kind of cool. Kind of like a headhunt a little bit almost.
How we're doing on cards in hand. 6. Yep.
And then you're also not going to see this, but when we get the Libromancer deck added into the Rivalry of Warlords events, you can essentially use one of their new ritual monsters to zero out the attack points of a monster, and then hit over it with a double damage multi-attacker.
That's cool. That feels like iconic classic Yu-Gi-Oh! Something like Scapegoat, Farrier Meter, Crush, kind of as much damage as I can do, sort of.
Oh, and we see the Frankfurt Patchwork coming down for Nicholas. He's going to go ahead and get his Egypt Chain and another copy of Polymerization. Guardian Chimera, a card that gets notably better when you have Polymerization in the graveyard. Not in this scenario, though.
Yeah. I still just can't get over how much value that card is. Frankfurt Patchwork, just how much it does for so little. Like, very innocuous, right? But it looks like play's going to pass back to Joseph. They're still just under the constraints of Mystic Mind.
He's gone ahead and set a card here. Oh, it picks up Cyber Angel Ben 10. Sets another card.
Stand by main.
So here's the thing. You can get rid of your own Mystic Mind whenever you like with Libromancer First Appearance, but if you're only playing one Mind, you're not going to be able to get it back. So you're going to need to be able to win right then if you do that. I think really the play here is probably... Yeah, I get the feeling that Nicholas may not have sided in spell and trap removal. You should, because Libromancer lives and dies off a field spell, essentially. You can only activate one of them per turn. So if you bust up their field spell in response to the search, they won't get the search, they can't activate another. So this is a matchup where I would want to have something in my deck to deal with field spells. And if Nicholas also figured that between games 1 and 2, he ought to have something in here for this mine.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think just the way Joseph's proctoring Chu, like, and the fact that he discarded the first appearance, knowing that Nicholas went through so many cards first, like, do you think he's just trying to see if he did? Like, checking him to see if he can deck him?
Yep. Now, the Despia deck is usually bigger than whatever the other deck's going to be. It's played at 45, 46, somewhere in that range. But with the number of extra cards he's taken out so far, it's pretty obvious that his deck is thinner.
Are we doing on time?
Yeah, he also fired off a Lure of Darkness after that, right? So at least a couple more cards, but you are correct. It looks like Nicholas is playing 46 to Joseph's 40.
Yep, so we had Aluber got 1, Allure of Darkness got 2 more, Branded Fusion sent 2 more, and then he played Fright for Patchwork as well to add another 2.
And let's just proceed to end step.
Burn.
Yep.
And Nicholas can't help but laugh, but laugh followed by a hard sigh. We'll see.
End turn. Hand limit. Discard Albion the Shroud Dragon. Go ahead.
Oh, do I need to play Yu-Gi-Oh now? Oh, the Masquerade really screws everything up.
So it looks like he drew. Is that Rite of Artemis here?
It is.
And now he's considering doing something maybe? Nope.
Okay.
It is. It's tough because he's basically at a 600-point deficit here. They're not going to, like, this game is not going to drag out another 23 minutes. Like, that's just not going to happen. So I don't think that the life points particularly matter. It's just a matter of, you know, whether or not he can sweep everything away and win.
Back to you.
Preparation rights, you know, we don't need that. We don't need open spell and trap zones either. Those are optional.
Yeah, clearly. It looks like he might have just sculpted his hand, and what you assume is half of his hand set down there in spells to where we're going to see a lot of drawing and discarding. See if it's similar.
Back to you.
Yep.
Yeah, there's got to be a Cosmic Cyclone in there somewhere, at least.
We'd hope.
You don't, like, you're not going to remove it if it's already in your deck.
Right, yeah. Yeah, especially seeing it if it's in his main deck, right? He plays 1 copy for game 1 for situations like this. It would be surprising if it wasn't there, especially after seeing another impactful field spell, right? Like, even if you're not 100% familiar with Libromancer, you see 1, you're like, okay, maybe.
Oh, here we go. This could be interesting. He sends Snow to the graveyard with Foolish Burial.
So wait to, like, reduce the number of monsters he has on the field, or what are you thinking?
Yeah, it's not going to work unless Joseph plays a monster. But in theory, you know, if Joseph gets antsy and doesn't play it out, I don't think he's going to, though. He seems pretty locked in on the particulars of this game.
Yeah.
And face.
And I think that's respectable, too, right? Like, you get to that point, especially, like, he's amassed to the point where he's choosing to discard the card he draws every turn. His hand has to be good.
Yep.
His set cards are good, right? At that point, like, why try almost, right? Like, why try to break your own Mystic Mine and break the lock if you have an inkling that your opponent didn't side correctly?
No, do it. All right.
But
I'll draw for turn. End face.
it just seems like it might be a little bit more risk than reward.
Yep.
Especially because you'll lose life points in the process, too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one I actually want.
Oh, he picks up Livermancer Intervention and changes his mind. Decides that's the one he's going to take.
I'm going to activate Preparation of Rites.
Pays 6 to use Preparation of Rites.
Add from deck to hand.
And then's a card.
Illusion of Chaos. Yep, I go to 68. Cut if you
Can
like.
grab the Illusion of Chaos? I saw him, it looked like he discarded a Magician's Souls earlier. So that's in the graveyard.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Proceed to end phase.
And then he pitches it.
Yeah. So really just making space for intervention.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I don't think he's playing the ritual spell. The Libromancer Bonded. So they got a ritual spell, which is interesting because it names 2 of their ritual monsters, so you can get either of them with pre-preparation of rites. But it's their only other way. Well, there's 2. Actually, sorry, there's 2. I don't think he plays Magic Girl either, though. So you're not entirely reliant on the rituals, on the field spell. But the Magic Girl only ritual summons during your opponent's turn, so that's not useful for getting something out like Doombroker. And the ritual spell is best when you're playing Fireburst and Firestarter, 2 cards that Joseph is not. So I don't think he's got that.
Anytime you can play pre-prep, it's a little tempting, though.
Yeah.
Like, especially when Drytron went that way with Herald of Perfection rather than Ultimate in this, definitely very tempting to play that card, yeah. Like Remnants, it's a fight for Patchwork, right? Just anything that could give me an extra one, ooh, we take those. At this point, Nicholas has to have the out as well, right? Because maybe he would have, like, conceded by now, do you think? Like, at one point, do you just decide, like, oh, maybe I should? Or do you think you got 23 minutes left, maybe your opponent breaks their own Mystic Mine? I guess you're giving up a game that you might potentially win if they just break it.
Yeah, well, you're already down a game, right? So there is no game.
No value.
Now, in this particular tournament circumstance, where you can't eat or drink on the floor.
Oh, that's value.
There could be value in it in that case if you got to hit the concession stand outside.
But you also have to assess it's round one. Is the concession stand open? You don't have perfect information.
It's true. It's true.
A lot of factors at play. A lot of factors at play here.
It's not lunchtime yet.
Speaking of which, yeah, we were talking about changes to the YCS. We have lunch breaks now and player meetings. Yeah, for newer duelists, this is completely unheard of. For ones who've been around the block for a while, that was how it used to be back in the day. It's very exciting.
Nicholas picks up Called by the Grave. So he looked through his deck when he had Foolish Barrier earlier, and you got to figure he was looking through to make sure he still had whatever the out is.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Setting about okay, that doesn't mean too much, right? Because one of these could be just one you could easily flip.
Yeah.
Right.
There it is. He picked up the Cosmic Cyclone. Now the one he just said, I think, is Called by the Grave. I think we just saw him pick that up as well, and he checked Joseph's Graveyard, which tracks there.
So in terms of defense from this deck, right, after the Mystic Mine is broken.
Yeah, after the Mystic Mine is broken, the way they've got it built here, it's basically nothing. He's got no monsters on the field, so even if he was playing the Libromancer traps, he wouldn't be able to use them. They require a monster on the field to bring back to your hand.
Targeting the Water Enchantress.
No response to this.
So Enchantress gets banished. That'll the negation on that on the activated effects will carry over through into Joseph's turn. He's got the Cosmic Cyclone. Let's see if Joseph slided anything here, or if.
Yep.
Nope, the mine is gone.
So here's the punish for not breaking your own mine, right? Basically, like, set your opponent up where you've given them enough turns where if Nicholas can't deal enough damage here, something went wrong. Something went wrong.
Yeah, I feel like we've watched this game a ton of times in the last few YCSs. There's always somebody who plays mine, and they always lose that game after a long, protracted battle where somebody eventually draws the card they need to beat it.
Yeah.
But people keep doing it. They keep trying it, and I've never seen it work on stream, at least.
Mine's incredibly powerful card, right? Like, no one will say it's not. Incredibly powerful card, but, like, the trap of it is exactly this, right? Like, you can get lost in your own mind. And it's the, like, ooh, maybe they didn't side the out. It's especially strong in decks like Drytron was a good example. Ones that you don't have any spell or traps for your opponent to worry about. This one, though, just because they're so reliant on that field spell, like you mentioned, it's surprising to see if they didn't, like, bring something in.
And Nicholas fuses Ad Libitum from his hand with the 2 fusions on the field for Guardian Chimera. Oh, he's got Polymerization in the graveyard, so that's going to be untargetable. It's going to destroy 2 cards on the field and draw 1 card for Nicholas.
So Chainlink 1, Guardian Chimera. Chainlink 2, Ad Libitum, targeting Mirror Jade.
Yeah, no response to this.
So Mirror Jade's going to come back.
Draw 1, destroy 2.
Going to get a lot of effects off this Guardian Chimera, as you mentioned.
These 2 cards.
Draws 1 card and then takes out an Emergency Teleport and Pot of Prosperity.
That's good either.
And the Guardian Chimera is quite hefty. It's 3,300 attack and defense, 1,100 for each head there.
Thank you.
And its materials are just 3 monsters with different names.
Yeah, very cool card, right? Like, very cool card, very powerful card. Does a lot of things, as you mentioned, right?
One thing it doesn't do is work for Super Polymerization. You can't take your opponent's cards with it. It's got to be cards in your hand and your field.
That's a really good note.
It's still good enough for Despia Duelists to play 2 of them.
Sure.
And with Polymerization in their deck as well, they get the additional effect.
Sure.
And I will summon
It's a dark monster, so you can use it for Lubellion.
Discard to pay cost.
Yep.
Check my graveyard real quick, or my sets, make sure. I guess I'll discard Repolymerization, and then Rebellion effects. Thinking about what I'm going to make.
You gotta check, so Lubellion can fuse things basically from your graveyard and banished. And you just shuffle all of that stuff back in. It's kind of the reverse of Albion. So Albion is free, it doesn't have a discard, but it banishes the materials. You discard for Lubellion, but you get the materials back into your deck.
Both incredibly powerful effects, though, regardless of how you look at them, especially how they work like in tandem.
Together,
yeah.
yes.
If I'm going to do one of these, this materials.
I think you just go for damage, just go for game here.
Yeah, you have to, right? Especially after waiting that long in the mine. I would be eager. I'd be like, no, this game needs to end now.
Yeah, like if
on my turns.
If he has another mine, then you're out of luck.
Yes.
But people that are just running this one mine kind of thing to catch people off guard, just run the one mine.
Yeah, I guess it'll be.
He could have sided in more mines, I guess, if that was going to be the game plan here.
That would be interesting. That'd be super, super interesting. Is it one of those things where, like, depending on how familiar your opponent is with your deck, is how many Mystic Mines you decide to bring in, kind of thing?
It could be. I think that's game on board. That's over 7,000 at least.
It has to be, yeah. It just depends. I don't think Joseph's going to be one to concede, though, until the deed is done.
Yeah, there is a chance that he either doesn't attack with everything or uses an effect that stops him from attacking.
Yeah.
Enter the battle phase.
Yep.
I would have clear attack with Masquerade.
No space.
Masquerade hits.
5, 43.
You did hit the E-time. Sure. Let's go to game 3. Game 3.
Yep, everything connects, and that'll do it for game 2. Well, the Mystic Mind Gambit backfires in this case, and we are headed to game 3.
Yeah, which means Luromancer's going first, though.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. Which is a completely different game, as we mentioned.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's a matter of, what has Nicholas learned from game 1? Now that he knows, what's going to happen here, I mean, Joseph's not going to drop Mystic Mind on himself on the first turn unless his hand is just not playable.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because he both wants, like, outs to mine and ruler.
Yes.
Right? Like, two very, very different, like, axes to try to fight on.
Yep. It's a tough ask.
Yeah, big ask. A big ask. And even then, like, we saw how strong of a board it was turn 1, right? It's not just an answer to Vayne's ruler.
Yep.
It's an answer to Vayne's ruler through things like Lingaribo, through intervention, through all these other cards.
Yeah, the Lingaribo is interesting because it means, a card I haven't seen a whole lot of, but it might be lurking out there. Evenly matched is not going to be useful in this scenario.
We saw a lot of evenly matched. I can't remember if it was the last one I see, but there was a recent event where it just seemed like there was a ton of them, like a ton. And I know in, like, certain, it's one of those cards that is also just very, what's the word I'm looking for? Like seductive a little bit, right? Like you see it, you're like, ooh, this could just do a lot.
How many cards?
Yeah, especially because the Adventure Engine, right?
Yes.
Like they always have that face-up token, so it's like you have to banish everything but that. Ooh, is that nice? Evenly matched was always before like, oh, you get rid of everything but your best card, and now it's everything but your token.
Yep.
And that is much less even.
Yeah.
Much less evenly.
And if you're wondering at home, what's up with that? Can't they just choose to banish the token face down? They cannot. Tokens cannot be face down at all, ever, in any way. And that includes trying to banish them face down. Even though they would vanish when they leave the field, the specific action you have to take is banish face down, and that's not something you can do with a token, so you're forced to keep it. Banish everything else.
It's definitely interesting. This card interactions like that, right? Like the weird corner case, like, oh, this is just how Yu-Gi-Oh works. So because of this card is fantastic. I love those. I love those.
That's the DNA of Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yes.
Think back to say, I mean, this isn't something that works in the actual game, but the Strings duel in the original series, where Yugi brain controls the Revival Jam while it's reforming and causes an infinite loop to deck out strings.
I never thought about that as like, oh, that's actually real Yu-Gi-Oh, but that is real Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yep.
What happened right there? Not real, but the most real at the same time. Ooh, iconic duel as well, right?
Yep.
Oh man, Strings, I miss that guy. What happened to you, Strings? Where are you at?
I think he went running down a beach and just never stopped running.
He deserves. I love that for him. He deserves it.
Oh, all right. The Duelists look like they are ready to go here for Game 3. I'm ready to go for Game 3.
Same. It's going to be a good one. I mean, both these decks, very fun to watch, right? Very powerful Ritual deck, very powerful Fusion deck. We've seen a lot of this in, like, recent formats as well. Like, seems like these other summoning techniques, like, they definitely have strong representation, right?
Like, we've got 3 or 4 right now. We got a really good Fusion deck, a really good Ritual deck, a really good Synchro deck, really good Link deck. Well, many good Link decks. Most Link decks are good.
Links can also just make like appearances and other things, right? That's the
Exactly.
they link the bridges.
Now we just got to get some Xyz monsters in there.
Yep.
And, you know, maybe some Pendulum cards back. They got Monkey Board back. They got some new stuff in Dimension Force. Maybe we'll see some of that this weekend. That is a significantly less good start from Joseph.
Rough.
Significantly.
Very, very rough, yes. And it looks like the start from Nicholas is going to be much stronger.
Yep, he's got the Aluber. Aluber is going to go through here. It's a branded loss. This card is, if you know how Magical Meltdown works, it's kind of similar to that.
Yeah.
It helps protect your fusions and fusion summons. But in this case, it's specifically for these Albaz guys.
He's going to follow that up with Branded Fusion. Looks like that's a Tragedy and a Fallen of Albaz.
Yep, same play as last time. Same result as last time with Lubellion.
Rebellion, discard cost first for anything else. I would do Chain Link 1, Chain Link 2, Chain Link 3.
Branded Loss is going to get him a card as well. It's a little different from Magical Meltdown. Magical Meltdown gets you the card on activation. This gets you it later on when you actually do a thing.
Still very like interesting effects, right? Like the protection in general is something that can really like open up a game for you.
Yep, it's the same thing with Access Code Talker. It's part of why that card is so strong too.
Yes, yes, yes. That's a great example actually.
Tragedy, I will search.
He gets Albion and he gets Dramaturge as well. And now we're going to resolve Lubellion and do a fusion. Plays only 1 Lubellion, so that goes back into the extra deck. Some people play 2 so that they don't have to do it this way. There's some greedier lines of play that you can make by not using the Lubellion. I don't know how much that's worth it when what you do generally is so strong in the first place. Why take the risk?
Yeah, and that another common trap for some of these like quote unquote like best decks, right? Or the decks that usually have the big targets on their head, right? I can already do so many powerful things, but it's like, but I could do more.
I could do more.
I could do more.
What
but do you need to? Yeah, exactly. There's big what ifs. Another exciting thing about Yu-Gi-Oh, right? And it's DNA. There's always the like, but I could just push it a little further. I could include like 3 more cards and do something really crazy though.
But what if I just went to 60? Just play 60.
Common trap. I mean, if we would have talked about this, like, look at Yu-Gi-Oh! A few years ago, like the year of Upstart Goblin, things like that, right? Where duels are just casually played like 46, 52, just like however many numbers.
Doing everything to not play cards, and now they just not chuck it in there.
Yeah,
let's go.
I mean, just there's so many strong cards, right? There's so many powerful engines. They bridge between each other too, right? There's just so many cool, powerful things you can do. Really, the limit here is the extra deck.
Yep.
That is the one thing
that is the limiting factor.
It is. Thankfully, like thank Raw that the extra deck is stuck at 15.
And he spent 2 slots of it on Guardian Chimera. That card's so strong.
Right.
Activates Polymerization, summoning it the classic way, using both monsters on the field. 1 in hand. He's going to destroy both of those cards.
Yep.
Takes out Called by the Grave. See, now that's interesting. That is interesting.
They didn't choose to use
never
the
used the Call by the Grave on any of those points. Like there's certain points you can't do it, like in response to the fusion, for instance. Actually, you can do it in response to fusion. You just can't.
No response to these.
But there were opportunities there to use the Call by the Grave.
Age
I don't think
shows
it matters in this case.
I feel like his hand was so good. Nicholas's hand was so good, and Joseph's hand was so bad. It just didn't matter.
Yeah.
But it is interesting knowing that, like, this is the only card I could play, right? Like, I drew 5 cards this duel. There was 1 card I could activate, but...
Yeah, that's rough. So his opening hand was Intervention, which doesn't work without a monster. Called by, the 1-of card that he can play. Draco back, not useful without the token or anything else. Wandering Griffin Rider, which you can at least throw onto the field. You're allowed to do that even if you don't have the thing. And a Benton, which doesn't help without any of the rest of your cards.
Yeah, definitely an unfortunate loss there. But we're going to cut to a quick commercial break. We'll be back with an interview with our winner, so make sure to stay tuned to YCS Hartford.
Welcome back. I'm here with your round 1 feature match winner, Nicholas. Nicholas, congratulations on starting out 1-0. Always important to have that first win under your belt.
Sure.
And your first win was up here on the feature match stage.
I was nervous. I could have done things slightly better. I knew I had guaranteed lethal a few times. I just kind of like shortcutted and didn't do like the full combo. But yeah. Do you want me to talk about the match?
Well, what stood out to you about that one? That's not exactly a matchup you see every day.
Yeah, I didn't notice cards did. So at first I was like, okay, he has to trap the gate. That's fine. Ledex have negates. Griffin, I'm familiar with the Brave Engine. Then we used the new Cyber Dimension and Tattoo now to search Vanity Ruler. That's when we had problems. Because I was just like, it's like, okay, Ben 10, sure, it's a ritual deck. Libromancer, probably search from a Libromancer card. And then he searched the Vanity Ruler, and I was like, oh my god. Because so I run no hand traps, no Ash Blossoms, anything. I couldn't beat that. And Games Mystic Mine, don't talk too much, just like rambling, but one of my testing people that I came with the car ride with main decks Mystic Mine, and I was like, at first I was like, man, I don't want to main deck out to Mystic Mine, because what if I don't draw at the right time? Then I realized it gets these like pass-go states where it's like pass, 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 and I'm like, well, I have Gold Sarcophagus.
Yeah, you have as much time as you want.
Yeah, exactly. So I was like, I just want to have the one out. And in testing, I was kind of like scared of it beforehand, because I was like, man, I keep drawing at the wrong times, but I'm really, really happy I stuck with it, because I would have just got 2-0'd if I didn't have an answer to Mystic Mine.
So moving forward, are you hoping for a little more normal fare, or do you want to see more off-the-wall decks?
Yeah, I'd prefer to play Despia Mirrors. That's my most experienced matchup. I'm a bit afraid of Flunderies are scary. I think Sword Soul is pretty resilient to the field, and they're scary too. I like Despia Mirrors. Those are my favorite.
So moving forward, how do you like your chances?
I think that the format's really great right now. There's tons of viable decks, and it's I think my chances are good. I guess we have to play hard and just hope I don't make any mistakes. Despia's a new deck. It's a lot harder than the previous decks I played, so as long as I'm on my A game, I'm confident, but either way, I had a good time. So
all right, well, best of luck to you. You are 1-0, moving on. And thanks for playing on our stage today. All right, coming up next, we got some more from Robbie. Don't go away.
Right, we're gonna go ahead and take a look at some upcoming events here for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game. So let's go ahead and check those out. First up, we have the Central America Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship. That's going to be in Mexico City from June 17th to June 19th. After that, the South America Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship in Santiago, Chile. That's going to be from June 24th to June 26th. Following that, North America's time, their own Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship in Rosemont, Illinois, July 15th through the 17th. Then the YCS will make its return to Niagara Falls in September on the 10th and 11th. After that, another YCS in Minneapolis, October 22nd through 23rd. And last but not least, an incredibly popular one, it's going to be the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series return to Pasadena, California come early November. And with that, we're going to cut to a quick commercial break, but we will be back with more action here from YCS Hartford, so make sure to stay tuned.
Everybody's here already. I guess we're a little late. Got a little faster though than the speed duel. We got plenty of time. These are all the same.
Yes, packs. And then we started talking and she's like, oh yeah, my gosh.
And the field spell, you need 5 plus 0 surges. You can't do that in speed duel.
For sure. Being able to bring something like Speed Duel over to, someone's house and be like, yeah, you can pick it up and we can play it.
Coming from the competitive side of things, I know how complicated the game can be and how daunting it is for new players to try to play regular Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now. I think Speed Duel is such a good introduction to the game.
It was really neat to just open a box and have all of these different decks instead of going out and having to buy all of the different cards. Aggro, I'll put in Cobalt Eagle.
I'm definitely a fan of the elemental hero cards and the winged Kribo just because it's the main character, Jay and Yuki's like favorite cards.
Alright, so I'm going to activate Polymerization, and I'm going to send these two to the graveyard, and to start my battle phase, I'm going to activate the skill card.
It shows that there's other ways to play the game, and it's not just one rigid way to play.
It still gives you that flow, that pacing, but at a much like lower level to the point that it's much easier to understand. I think it's really good for the game.
Sometimes lets you activate polymerization.
New for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters, new Predaplant fusions, new Performapals, and the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual! Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon! Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! Available now!
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel!
Rated T for teen.
Monster attack!
That's nothing. Rush Duel! Activate a spell card! What? Activate my monster's effect! No way! I'm going to battle! I summon a monster!
Hartford, Connecticut. Here's a look at our convention center. It's getting a little gray outside, but you know, things are quite colorful in here with all the different kinds of decks we have, and it's going to be an exciting, fun time. Here's a look at our tournament hall. Players are getting through their second round of today. We had a total of 1,247 entrants in attendance. Half of them remain undefeated, right around 605. And we have a lot of rounds left for you today. We have 7 more today before 2 more tomorrow. Asala, what did you think of our first round?
It was really interesting to see Libromancer. That was not a deck I expected to see, but I guess it's one of those new tactics that you get out of Dimension Force where there's so many things you can do. There's so many things that you haven't explored. Ben 10 going to 2 is something we didn't even get to talk about in the Forbidden Limited list. There's just so much that you can do in this tournament right now, Robbie. I'm excited to see what we can still see in the rest of this tournament.
Yep, and speaking of which, our duels are ready for our second round, so we will see exactly what we're going to see in this one right here. And here we are. Here's our first player of the second round. This is Jonathan. He's from East Windsor, New Jersey. Favorite card, Illusion of Chaos, a newer one, but sort of classic feeling at the same time, right? Definitely a powerful one. Let's go ahead and look at our second duelist. See exactly. Yep, this is John. He's from Toronto, Canada. Neo the Magic Swordsman favorite card. That is a cool old one. 1700 light vanilla, I think, right? Warrior monster. Definitely a classic one for those duels who've probably been like collecting when they were a kid, right? Like you always just sort of had one in like the back of a box or something. It's a cool looking card.
Yeah, that's straight out of the Yugi starter deck. That is as far back as you can go.
Yep, it's going to be a good one. So we have Jonathan versus John. I just realized their names are so incredibly similar, but it should be an exciting match. We know that Jonathan, at the very least, is on Plunder Patrol, right?
Yeah, that's the one we knew for sure. John sometimes goes by the name of Alec. He is a dragon duelist, very popular within the scene. He's been typically playing strategies such as Eldritch, but here we're not really sure. It's a brand new Forbidden Limited list, a lot of new options. He might be on something along the lines of Tarion. He might just stick to the tried and true of the Despia and the Sword Soul. I think he generally gravitates towards those stronger tried and true strategies, so I feel like I'd expect him to be more on something along the lines of Despia.
It's always interesting when they like make a full like left out outfield turn sort of thing, but it'll be interesting to see exactly how this plays out, especially knowing that like this is a going second deck, right? Like in itself, so whether or not he wins or loses that die roll kind of doesn't matter game one, right? Because if you expect to lose it, you know you're already going second. If you win it, you're going to choose to go second. Kind of the big reason to play these going second strategies is the first duel you've already won in some capacity in terms of the die roll at least.
Yeah, especially if you do get to play against those decks that you truly plan for, which is the Despia, the Sword Souls, the decks that can be really potent going first, but more so are a little bit fair. You know, you can play into them. They plan to just grind you out and try to win off sheer advantage. However, if John is on something that is a little bit more combo heavy, tries to do something turn one that establishes a board that cannot be broken, that is where Jonathan will really struggle. So he has to really hope that he's on something a little bit more tried and true, as we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, right? Because at that point it just lines up like how many sort of like board break cards do I have versus how many disruption pieces you have, right? And especially because these going second decks sometimes don't play a ton of hand effects. They're really about just like breaking what you've done rather than stopping you.
Yeah, honestly, way more potent when it does work out. I personally like relying on those kind of cards way more than interruptions from the hand because they're so inconsistent as to when you have them. Being able to rely on the 6th card as well is extremely nice, but the one flaw is when the games are just too strong.
Yep, and with that, we're going to go ahead down to the first game of our second round. It looks like the Plunder Patrol player is the one who won the die roll and chose to go second. So John on the bottom will be going first with, Radavarmus here. So still don't know exactly what he's playing, but he has at least Adventurer cards. Oh, it's Adventurer Dragon Link. That's the deck he is on.
Ooh, that actually works extremely well in Jonathan's favor. That is a little bit more combo heavy, but it's one of those types of decks where trying to use those interruptions from the hand that are so extremely popular, like the Ash Blossoms, the Ghost Sugars, they are strong, but they are not nearly as strong as the potential board-breaking type cards such as Evenly Matched, Mystic Mind, things like that, where you can play into the field because the Dragon Link deck is so strong at making the field through any type of interruption, but the field itself is not that crazy, and you can deal with it with a couple of powerful spell cards like the ones we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, you've touched on this a lot before, right? Like Dragon Lane's sort of evolution, right? It went from like super combo heavy to much more like mid-rangey how it feels now, right? Like has a bunch of very powerful cards. You have things like the level 8 sync of the Chaos Ruler, right? It just sort of ekes out advantage, but it still has access to other powerful things, right? Like the Rose Dragon inclusion has been big, the Adventurer inclusion has been big, but big thing is he's going to have a face-up token, and if Jonathan has evenly matched, right, like a way to sort of deal with whatever negate, that's going to be a big one. And it looks like he does have the evenly matched in his hand already.
Yeah, so this really depends on what variation of the combo John is going to go for. He does have the ideal opening of Rite of Remiseer as well as Red Rose Dragon, even though Red Rose newly limited doesn't stop him from seeing it. And yeah, so from here, you can see, okay, he's opting to go for the token in the Red Rose. He could have opted to make Baron de Fleur with the Red Rose and the Griffin, but still keeping up both those bodies, going for Riser first, opting to play around an effect, something along the lines of Ash Blossom here.
Yep, and that Riser Dragon is going to go ahead and sit down. Let's see exactly what he chooses. Popular choice here with Fairy Tale Snow, right? The typical one. Another card that, you know, not off the most recent Forbidden Loon list, but has seen substantial amount of play since it came back, right? Not the same dominating power it was in a format with, like, that grass look screener, right? But still definitely a strong one. It looks like he's going to go ahead and sync away his Rose Dragon with the Wandering Griffin Rider for a Baron.
Yeah, opting to go for this order. Lexi plays around a couple interruptions in a different way than if he had led with the Baron. So, you know, choosing to make his plays very carefully here. And he does have the White Dragon Rival Burster as well. So, extremely powerful line here from John. Oh, and those are two dragons. Let's see if he goes for Hieratic Seal or, oh, actually, Crystron Halki Fibrex. Shooting Riser is, in fact, a tuner.
Yep. One of those unique tuner synchro monsters, right? Incredibly good with Crystron Halki Fibrex in two ways, right? Like either into him or out from him.
Yeah, it's a lot rare that you see him turning into the Fibrex, but in this situation, it could be proving quite strong.
I'll use the Rocket Synchron to then...
Yeah, so off that Halki Fibrex, he's going to get Rocket Synchron. Also gets to search the Collapsed Serpent from his deck thanks to the Wyver Burster. After that, he's going to make Dragon Link's favorite Link 1, Striker Dragon. Going to use its effect, grab their Rocket Field spell from his deck to his hand.
Yep, Bootsucker launch. Now, we don't know of any other Rocket monsters immediately in hand, but we do have Basil to get back another dragon from the graveyard. So this actually is something we don't see very often, but the arrows are available to make Guard Dragon Pisty live.
Yeah, like back in the day, like we're talking LP Pisty, right? Ooh, match made in heaven. Pisty's still very powerful, right? But you don't always have the ability to do this, right? A little bit more unique now.
Yeah, it's definitely something that's considered a little bit greedier because it's usually very unprotected. But seeing as the Baron de Fleur is right by its side, ready to make sure you protect yourself from something along the lines of Ghost Ogre or Nibiru the Primal Being, this Guard Dragon Pisty, the last surviving Guard Dragon Link monster, is likely to resolve and potentially get you much further. Just wondering what kind of end field we're going to look at here. Typically, when you see a Crystron Halki Fibrex these days, you're usually wanting to stick it on the field, trying to turn it into something along the lines of TG Wonder Magician on your opponent's turn to potentially trigger an artifact Dagda that you can put on your field as well. But seeing as how this is a Dragon Link strategy, I'm not sure if that's entirely what you're going to go for. Oh, and it looks like Striker Dragon was used to actually destroy the Crystron Halki Fibrex to add back the Rocket Synchron off the effect of Striker Dragon.
Summon, trigger Unite Romulus and use the effects.
Sure. This is a very interesting play because it does open up the extra monster zone, allowing John to be able to end on a Hieratic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres in that extra monster zone where it's able to use its effect to get that add back to hand effect, right? To tribute and then put a face-up card back in the hand.
Sure. It's another point of disruption, right? That this deck, but a more fair one in a lot of ways.
Yeah, like it seems fair at first, but then the amount of value that you get off of it, because not only does it add back the card, but it still summons another dragon from the deck, which anything that summons from the deck, Robbie, you know, that's going to always cause some kind of problem. The zero attack seems so friendly at first.
Yeah, the first thing I do when I look at Heavenly Spheres, I'm like, you look friendly. First immediate thought. And he's going to go ahead and activate Dragon Ravine, ditch a dragon to send down another, and then he's going to activate the Boot Sector launch. Special summon Tracer alongside with the Synchron.
And I will use the effect of
This play feels so streamlined from how the play started. It seems like every single piece was just added from that Right and Aramasir combo. Or sorry, not Right and Aramasir, but Right Aramasir as well as Red Rose Dragon. Being able to add the Rocket Synchron back that was summoned off the Hockey Firebrax using Striker Dragon, and then getting to the Tracer via Dragon Ravine. Everything here has just been accessed via this original combo.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. At one point, it looked real complicated, right? Like, oh, this isn't normal. But now we've sort of like reeled it back in terms of what Dragon Link tries to do best, which is like, you know, put up these points of like Baron and Hieratic Dragon Sphere, and put up spheres and just have like a solid amount of advantage, being able to like deal with what your opponent does, but not trying to go like too big.
Yeah, so it's so interesting how Dragon Link is always able to do that, right? It's so surprising how it gets there, but it still always ends up somewhere like this. So it looks like he is going to Synchro Summon with the Hot Red as well, or with the Chaos Ruler, as well as the Rocket Synchron into what I assume is Hot Red Dragon Abyss, or maybe it's a Link Summon for something along the lines of IP Masquerena, or even a Rocket, or Quadboral Dragon, rather. Looks like John is really contemplating his options, leaning towards the Hot Red Dragon Abyss.
I'll summon a Hot Red Dragon Archfiend
Yep,
Abyss.
there it is. Sure. One of the best cards into something along the lines of Lightning Storm, Evenly Matched, and the like, because you're able to negate the effect, but not the activation, so you get to play around the second copy.
I'll end my turn.
All right, looks like that is enough here.
Yeah.
Draw phase, standby, main phase.
Yeah.
So let's take a tally here. We have the Hieratic Seal that is able to bounce a card on either side of the field face up. We have the Hot Red Dragon Abyss, which is able to negate any face-up card on the field, as well as Baron de Fleur that is able to negate any individual card's activation. And we can't forget about the Fairy Tale Snow that was put in the grave in the very beginning of the turn.
So 4 points.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 4 points of disruption here from the Dragon Link deck.
I will attempt to go to battle.
That's fine.
It looks like the first thing that Jonathan's going to do is try to kick off this evenly matched by moving straight to the battle phase.
Right. We're going to meet that with the Hot Red Dragon Abyss, playing around the second copy of Evenly Match as well. Also, you know, a lot better against a potential copy of Mystic Mine. Want to keep the Baron for that kind of thing, not the Hot Red Dragon Abyss, because the Hot Red Dragon Abyss, because it doesn't negate the activation, it will leave it on the field, so it doesn't actually solve the problem.
Yeah, super heads up. Because that's definitely a card that Jonathan does have access to. And we see it in a lot of the going second decks as well, right? Like something you can kind of expect.
Yeah, absolutely one of the most popular forms of interaction into these fields, rather than trying to stop them from happening, is just slapping down a Mystic Mine and just trying to make sure your opponent doesn't have any kind of out to it. But we do have the Baron de Fleur right now, so that should be a very good way of getting out of this one, assuming there isn't a second copy. John does get the reveal that it is actually, in fact, Plunder Patrol by getting the Plunder Patrol field spell.
The jig is up. All the cards are on the table at this point. So both duels very aware of what they're playing. It looks like he's going to respond with the spheres to bounce the Mystic Mine back just so that he can get that dragon from his deck. Let's see which one he chooses.
Yeah, interesting choice, because he will have to use the Baron on the Mystic Mine activating again. Oh, actually, no, that's actually very heads up. He cannot activate the Mystic Mine because of set rotation. There is no other field spell that can be activated while that other field spell is still face down on John's side. Very heads up play by John.
You can't.
Ooh, see, it comes
Yeah,
up immediately.
yeah, exactly. He knew exactly that. While when Jonathan didn't, right? That's the sad part, but it's okay. As you mentioned, incredible play from there by John. And now the actual Plunder Patrol monsters are going to come down.
Unfortunately, there are only 2 of them that are able to immediately tag out into their ships from the extra deck, and Bluebeard is not one of them.
On the summon, I'll activate Fairy Tale Snow in my graveyard. I'll banish for
John, ever the cautious one, going to just go ahead and set it with the Fairy Tale Snow immediately, not giving any chance to turn that into any body of importance. likely going to be turning into an Almirage if it wasn't for this Fairy Tale Snow, assuming it did have the stats under 1,000 attack.
Players, I need the following players to the scorekeepers table: Amanda Bolero and Danielle Madrigal.
On the summon, I'll use Fairy Tale Snow.
Sequence of plays really shows just the amount of experience John has at his age playing this game. He might look young, but he's for sure a veteran.
Yeah, I mean, definitely pushing with that advantage, right? Like, just making sure that I was able to do this big thing, and that's it. But as you mentioned, like, no chance, right? Like, overly cautious is a word to use, but definitely a strong opening there from the Dragon League player. And takes, like, an impressive game one over Plunder Patrol. Although, like, Plunder Patrol played maybe, like, evenly matched that rotation, normal summon to monsters, so...
Yeah, but I mean, that's kind of what you expect. Or that is exactly what Plunder Patrol wants to be doing in this situation. It wants to have a Plunder monster. It wants to have at least 1 to 2 forms of interaction into a field. And we had a Mystic Mine. We had an evenly matched. Those are some of the best ones into the current state. But the board that John made was designed to beat something along those lines. Just really solid coverage. And again, it was one of those decks that I think Jonathan was trying to avoid. He would much rather play against something like Despia, which normally doesn't have any kind of actual cards that negate, or something like Swordflow, which only has access to 1.
Makes sense, right? Like, you take the sort of like the metagame pick. Sometimes, though, in a YCS, like, it's a wide field, especially now, right? After the recent Forbidden Limitless changes and Dimension Force, like, there's a lot of different decks you can play.
Yeah, absolutely. I know when I was helping some of my friends prepare for this event, we were at a loss because you could, on one end, play something like Jonathan and just really prepare for the most popular decks, but you have to assume that it will not be the entire representation of the tournament. There are just so many new decks that you can come up and face against, including something along the lines of this Dragon Link deck, which, honestly, like, not even anything new that we saw. It's just a combination of good Dragon cards, a Rite of Arameseer, just cards that we've seen be successful in this deck time and time again. Really such an open format right now.
Some people would argue that's like the most exciting point Yu-Gi-Oh gets to, right? It's like right at that beginning.
It's both some of the most exciting and some of the most daunting. It's so troublesome to try to figure out what you're supposed to do in these situations.
Daunting for some, Asala. Daunting for some.
How can I possibly side for all these decks?
Just a reminder to this, round 3 is scheduled to begin at 12:45.
So now that Jonathan has knowledge of what John is up to and the kind of boards that he's going to make, what do you think he sides? Do you think he changes his game plan? Do you think he still wants to go second?
That's a good question. I feel like it would be hard for me to think that he doesn't choose to go second unless he's bringing in, like, a lot of things that are very strong going first. You know what I mean? Especially with just how Plunder Patrol sort of operates, like, it feels very much like a going second deck. So unless you're bringing in, like, a bunch of strong trap cards or cards to potentially, like, sort of quote-unquote flood your opponent out, right? Like, I feel like it's still probably going second, and then maybe he just brings in some additional, like, we talk about the whole strategy for going second is usually, like, breaking a board rather than disrupting it. Like, maybe he just brings in some, like, additional, like, disruption pieces, right? Like hand effects or similar. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I think that basically makes sense. If his deck is already built so much for just choosing to go second, I don't think he can reasonably side into a way that can make his deck function going first. And I think if he, like, sides in some additional going second cards, maybe something along the lines of Nibiru the Primal Being, a card that historically has been extremely powerful against the Dragon Link strategy, that could pair really well with some of the other cards he's had, although it does conflict with cards like Mystic Mine, Lightning Storm, and Evenly Matched, so a little bit to consider, but maybe he can hope that it either just turns off the field entirely, or it's something that he will deal with on his own, and it will simply deal with enough of the interruptions that might stay on the field that you get one of the other powerful spells to stick.
Do you think after that game one he keeps in Mystic Mine?
That's a good question. I'm not entirely sure. I think there are enough baits in the strategy that it is worth keeping it in, unless there are strictly better cards in his side deck to account for it.
Well, you talk about, like, Nombos with something like Nibiru the Primal Being, right? Mm-hmm. But it'll be interesting to see, and we'll see exactly how that plays out in the second game of round 2, Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, Hartford, Connecticut. John took a very strong game one, yep, and so it looks like Jonathan chose for him to go second once again, so John will be going first. He's going to start things off with Water Enchantress of the Temple, using its effect to banish itself. He's going to grab Rites of Armiseer from his deck. Probably going to slap it right down. Yep, there it is. Gets himself that token plus the Fateful Adventure continuous spells straight from the deck to the Spell or Trap card zone face up.
Yep, very familiar opening from John, and we do see from Jonathan's hand, again, the Evenly Match as well as the Mystic Mine. It looks like we're leading with Illegal Knight this time.
We were talking a little bit earlier about Illegal Knight versus some of the other ones. What are the benefits of playing a card like Illegal Knight?
Honestly, so you get the extra on-field disruption, which is something that the Wandering Griffin doesn't really give you access to. It's more of a strictly negate type of card, which, you know, they have their merits either way. But Illegal Knight is just another level 7, and we saw in this combo alone, it didn't matter what Griffin's effect was, it was just a level 7 body on the field, so just having more of those allows you more ways to start. See, this is actually exactly what he needs. It was a free extender, and where a tuner such as Effect Veiler, which is normally just an interruption from the hand, is allowed to turn into Crystal Halcyon Fibrax, which will more than likely be summoning Red Rose Dragon from the deck and be able to do a very similar combo than we saw Game 1.
So it's like sort of having like a redundant Wandering Griffin Rider, basically, right? Because the Wandering Griffin Rider, as you mentioned, sometimes it's just an extender. Sometimes it's all it needs to be. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's an extender with a different name, so you're allowed to use both, which is exactly what he did here.
I see. So, yep, after some Link and Synchro Summons, he's going to end up with Crystron Halcyon Fibrax, Baron Fleur, a token, and he's going to go ahead and grab the other dragon from his deck before he searches the Basil Rose Shoot.
Yep, and then the Rox Rose as well as the Adventure token, going into what I can only assume is Shooting Riser. There she is.
Yep, that's going to use its effect. Likely kick down Fairy Tale Snow once again.
Yep. Fairy Tale Snow actually extremely powerful into the Plunder Patrol strategy. If you are able to set the Plunder Patrol monster, assuming it's not one of the ones that immediately turns into a ship from the extra deck, you're able to really hold the deck at bay because it needs to be able to turn one Plunder Patrol monster and any other monster into Blackbeard from the extra deck to actually get its plays going, assuming you don't have a Redbeard or Whitebeard already. But now we don't have access to the Rocket Synchron, which gave John his immediate play earlier, simply because the Halcyon Firebox had to summon the Red Rose in this instance. But assuming everything else remains the same in this play, that only means that instead of having the Hot Red Dragon Abyss, you are having to go into the Chaos Ruler and just a little bit more reliant on the cards that you send to graveyard off its effect. Not necessarily guaranteeing that extra point of interaction, but you will still have a bunch of bodies to turn into something along the lines of IP Masquerena or just other potential cards in your extra deck. So we'll see how different this play ends up being.
Yep, he's going to go ahead and Link summon his Dragoon Knight to grab Dragon's Ravine from his deck. Play that one next. We'll see what he chooses to discard. Maybe Foolish. Ooh, is that 2 copies of Anti-Spell Fragrance?
That is 2 copies of Anti-Spell, eliminating a lot of the options that Jonathan might have to deal with the board.
If you discard one, you have to be telling your opponent that you basically have a second copy, though, right? Like
absolutely, but what is he going to do about it?
Anything he could do about it, though, would probably not be as good against 2 of them.
Yeah,
so, yeah, right.
Correct, yeah.
Maybe like Twin Twister is one that's probably going to be just as good against 2 than 1, but other than that, not much.
It has to feel really awful for Jonathan to face down an anti-spell, knowing there's a Baron there to protect it.
Yeah.
So we do know this combo is going to be inherently different from the one we saw previously, simply because he opted to keep the Halcyon Firebox on the board, so we know we're not ending on Hieratic Seal. And it looks like he's just going to Synchro straight. I wonder if he's going to skip the Chaos Ruler and just try to get another negate. Nope, just going for the Chaos Ruler. That effect is honestly just too strong to miss out on. Oh, there's a Rocket Synchron if you wanted to, a 3rd anti-spell. Yep. Only add there is the Rocket Synchron. No really beneficial other effects there sent to the graveyard.
If you're Jonathan, you just have to be sort of like praying that both those anti-spells are just the only ones he has, right? Because look at that hand. Is that 4 spells in an Eevee match?
Yeah, it definitely is. Oh, this is a card we haven't seen yet. This is a card from Ghost from the Past 2, Boral and Dragon.
And I'll be using the effect to target the Chaos Ruler and the Tracer. Yeah.
This is an extremely powerful card that this deck has been missing for quite some time. I know Dragon Link players have been really looking forward to the release of this card, and now they finally get to play it. I was wondering what Link monster he was going to make after already using the effect of Tracer. I was thinking Appaloosa, that's not a card you can make at this point when you're locked in the darks, but Borderland is definitely the ideal one. Able to summon a dragon monster back from the graveyard.
Link 2.
And then I believe this...
IP Masquerena.
Oh, going for IP Masquerena here?
I'll set one card. Now my turn. Anything priority? No. I'll activate anti-spell fragments.
Andrew, another spell card.
Ooh. All right. Well, at least for now, he still has the evenly matched, as well as, okay, there is a droplet. So if you just chain the droplet to the anti-spell, you're able to resolve the evenly matched.
Oh, okay. I think I know.
Yeah, you have to, right?
Yeah.
There's no way.
It's going to be interesting which card John keeps in this situation.
What do you think? Do you think it's IP? Do you think it's...
I don't think it's IP of all of them. I think the Baron will be used here to try to negate the Forbidden Droplet, because there's no reason not to. It's considering there's going to be no monsters given up for it. But then I think he just, oddly enough, I don't know if he keeps the anti-spell, but it's more than likely that he would, because he does still have the snow in the graveyard to cover the normal summon.
That makes sense.
But he doesn't have much after that, is the main issue. The Fateful Adventurer can go ahead and find another Enchantress to start that engine again.
Well, not if he gets evenly, right?
That is true.
He has his graveyard, right? Like, that's it.
Yeah.
Any sort of effects in his graveyard is what's really going to like get him through. But
yes. Chaos Ruler is able to come back as well. Evenly matched, always coming in and out of formats, but truly proving its power here in this match right now.
Looking for the following players: Daniel Correa and Jean Flores Camacho. Please come up to the scorekeeper.
tough decision here for John. Exactly what you mentioned, right? Oh, it looks like anti-spell is going to be the one he chooses to keep.
Yep. Understanding how many powerful spells are in a strategy like Plunder Patrol. If John doesn't manage to apply enough pressure, though, on this following turn, Jonathan might just be able to flip his spells and do everything he wants to.
Yeah, and the fact that he had 2 copies of Field Spell, right, means that he's extra slow.
Yeah. Oh, there was just a Rocket Synchron on hand. That's an extremely powerful one. Able to summon back any of the level 7 or higher dragons in his graveyard. And then goes, like if he wants to, he could just summon, yeah, in this case, the Absorautor and the Synchron go into Borrowed Savage Dragon, which gets even more interruptions for your opponent, as well as being a very large monster that tied with the Chaos Ruler coming back as well. And the snow, that might just be enough damage.
I mean, even if it isn't, Jonathan is still just so far behind with this anti-spell, right?
Mm-hmm.
Savage, and go Chain Link 1 Savage.
He will be able to use the Plunder Patrol ship, like the shipyard, as well as the Fateful Adventure next turn, assuming he gets to a next turn. But into a Savage, that's not really going to do very much.
How does anti-spell interact with like Rights of Armor, so you're trying to get to the Fateful Adventure face-up?
Right places them on the field, so he is allowed to do so. Very interesting one.
Yeah.
Always have to look for the difference between activate and place. Right is one of those cards where they really wanted to make it as good, as strong as possible, and it puts it right on the field.
Effect of Chaos Wheel?
Yeah.
I'll banish the Shooting Rise Dragon and the Guard Dragon Pisty.
Sure.
Yep, so that Borrowed Savage Dragon is gaining half of the Hockey Firex stats, so that is at 3750. So 3750 plus 3000 plus 1850. That sounds like enough.
John clearly smells blood. He's going for it, which, you know, he has to, especially with a card like Anti-Spell Fragrance, right? More like a tempo-based card, like, doesn't exactly lock your opponent out, but gives you time, right? And he's taking advantage of that time.
Yeah, puts your opponent in a position where they have to deal with everything that you're doing right now, and they essentially pass with nothing. But if you give them a turn again, then they can start using everything that they've held back. So, making as much opportunity here to go for that game shot, avoiding any real interaction that could possibly be there. It's not like you're not safe, right? You do have the Savage.
Yeah.
He also has the options, right? Like, even if he didn't game this turn, he could have done something like destroy the set spells as well. Like, you just get so much advantage off that card. And that's it. John takes a very impressive 2-0 victory with Adventurer Dragon Link.
Yeah, extrememe convincing gameplay here we saw from John. Some expertise on how to pilot his strategy, knows how he wants to end his game. And I think it just shows the amount of versatile strategies you could play. The strategy that Jonathan had was not a faulty one. It was definitely going to do well against the Despias and the Sword Souls in the meta, but you get decks like this and it doesn't always work out for you. And, we'll just kind of have to be extra excited to see the rest of the decks that we get to see in this tournament.
That we will. We're going to cut to a quick commercial break, and then we're going to go ahead and have an interview with our winner, John. Make sure to stay tuned.
My little combo there is fun. Well.
And we are back with the winner of our round 2 feature match. John, how does it feel to have won in the feature match stage?
It feels pretty nice, I kind of just want to show off my deck. I came here to have a good time. I was playing Prank Kids before the ban list, kind of wiped my deck out, so I didn't really have high expectations going to the event. So at this point, it's just having fun, and I was hoping to be able to show off my cool combos. I think I did a good job doing that today. So.
Yeah, absolutely you did. It was really cool to see how different hands got to the same field in different ways. What were you expecting to play against? What is the deck that you want to play against the most in this tournament?
Probably Despia. Probably Despia, because I feel like that's the most represented deck. Obviously it's a structure deck, so people have access to it, and it's what's been mainly seen through the recent tournaments regionals and stuff. So and last YCSs, so I was kind of expecting that. Sword Soul is obviously a big deck right now with being able to make Chi Zhao to search long one, ending on the Baron, and then the new guy, the one that I'm not sure the exact name, but the one it's 2 negations, right? Banishes and spell trap into monster. So I was kind of expecting those decks. So I made the deck list kind of just to beat that. And so I'm hoping that I play against those. The Rogue, it's Borderland Dragon. I summoned the last game there. It's really good because it can't be targeted by monster effects, can't be destroyed by battle or card effects, which means it's like towers, right? So it's going to be hard for a lot of those Rogue decks that mainly don't have that type of board removal to out it. So I'm kind of hoping that because I've set my deck up to beat the meta and it has some cards that are good against the different Rogue strategies, I'm hoping that I'm able to prevail at this tournament.
Absolutely. It sounds like you're way more prepared than you give yourself credit for. So now that you have won on the feature match stage, and you said previously that you don't think you have the greatest chances, do you think because you've been winning so far that you have a chance at winning the whole event?
I mean, I always have a chance, but I think that as time goes on, I gain more momentum and confidence in my deck. I'll feel more confident about my chances in Top Cut, and so I'm hoping I get there this tournament.
Absolutely, we're looking forward to seeing you get there as well. And we have a lot more content back home for you guys to watch, so you want to give it back to Robbie, and he will show you everything else you have to look forward to.
Thanks, Asala. I appreciate that. Awesome insight from our winner there, John. We went and interviewed some players earlier about how they got into the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, so let's take a look.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Back when I was in first, second grade. Like many people, I watched the TV show, of course, which was really exciting. And then I got my first cards and I started playing at school, which was really nice. And now I do it as my job and I travel all around the US to play in tournaments.
I got back into Yu-Gi-Oh! As a kid like most anybody else. My older brother was the one that really drew me back into the game competitively. And I've been enjoying the game ever since. He's quit a long time ago now, but I'm still dueling to this day.
I actually got into Yu-Gi-Oh! About almost 3 years ago now because the first wave of the Funko Pops came out and my boyfriend and I, Brian, actually thought they were super cool. And we were like, yo, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is still a thing where they're making these about it. And we ended up going back on Netflix, watching Duel Monsters, and we found our old cards in the attic. And honestly, it was as simple as that. We were hooked and we started going to our locals and got way better.
I want to say I started my freshman year of high school. I ran into a buddy of mine's at Dunkin' Donuts, and he said we should play Super Smash Bros. Melee. And I beat him in that, and he's like, oh, I have something I can beat you in. And then he just got me into the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game I've been playing ever since.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was I think 7, and I started by watching the show, and my brother had played the game, so that's how I got into Yu-Gi-Oh!
I kind of just started in school with other classmates, and then that's how I really start picking up the cards. And then later when I was older, I started travel to bigger events, just trying to play in bigger tournaments, and then trying to compete and then just be competitive.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Around I would say 14, 15 years old, and I just seen a couple. I moved into a new neighborhood and I seen a couple kids playing, and since then I've never looked back. I quit here and there, but I mean, you never really quit Yu-Gi-Oh! To be honest.
Yeah, awesome to see that. Obviously, there's a ton of ways to get in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Everything from Pops, or I remember playing back in, I think it was second grade on the schoolyard. It's just fun, great game. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the awesome promotional items you can win in upcoming tournaments. So first up, we have the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship card sleeves. So you can get these just by participating and entering into the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship. Followed by, this is an awesome one. This is the Nibiru, the Primal Being game mat. This is the participation mat for the upcoming Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship. Next up, the Top Cut game mat for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship. This features the Rights of Armistice. Incredible card and even more fantastic artwork. All these cool, awesome items you can get just by participating at your Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship. It's regional, so whether you're in North, South, Central, or even in the continental United States, there's always a way to play. We're going to go ahead and cut to a quick commercial break, but we'll be back with more coverage of YCS Hartford. Make sure to stay tuned.
to Eldritch. And here we are heading down to game 1 of our top 32 match here. Carl at the top, Jorge at the bottom.
Looks like Jorge's starting things off with a Pot of Extravagance. A pot card we actually haven't really been seeing because not many decks can play it right now, but it's actually very good in Eldritch. It's basically a free 2 draws. They don't use their extra deck as much. And they'll sometimes play multiple copies of their extra deck cards, just so in case they banish them, they'll just still have another copy in there.
Yeah, it's cool to see some of these decks that can take advantage of the other pot cards, right? Eldritch being one for Pot of Extravagance. We also saw like Fluanderies with Pot of Duality.
Yeah.
Like these are very strong cards. It's just that restriction, right? But the fact that the restriction doesn't really impact them means they get to take full advantage, right? Like basically a pot of cream.
Yeah, well, at this point, there's so many different ones of them that like they're all going to be eventually good in like one deck or another.
Yeah. All right, so he's going to follow that Pot of Extravagance up with Cursed Eldland.
He'll pay 800 to most likely search a Golden Land Trap card. He's searching Golden Land Forever, so this is the counter trap. We don't really see this much play of this card, but it's very powerful, especially going first, and you can establish that Eldritch the Golden Lord on field. That card's absolutely insane.
Yeah, and it also means that the rest of his hand's probably solid.
Yeah.
Right? If he's searching that, he probably already has access to a Scarlet Sanguine, for example, to get the Golden Lord. He already has a couple other trap cards to use. Cursed Eldland, one of those cards, too, like a lot of like debate around how good it is in Eldritch sometimes as well, because it takes up one of your slots, right? So then you always have to worry about it. But in this hyper trap centric one, definitely a powerful card.
Yeah.
It just gives you an additional card to work with every single turn.
Yeah, like especially in a version where it's just playing straight pure, the restrictions of only zombies being able to attack is non-existent. Like that'll probably never come up unless he's link summoning or exceed summoning, which they don't really need to do because Eldritch the Golden Lord is just so powerful by itself.
Yeah, definitely a pretty ideal start here. So he's going to begin with the Elixir of Scarlet Sanguine, get out Eldritch the Golden Lord. Carl's first play is going to be Foolish Burial.
The Lost Start one looks very nice.
Yeah, I love that artwork. He's going to send down Water Enchantress of the Temple. So he's going to get his Adventurer engine online fairly quickly here. But if Jorge has a response, we'll see. And there it is. A good one. Hakuero of the Golden Land. Yep. Yeah, once you have Eldritch the Golden Lord face up, all your cards are basically +1, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not just that he basically traded for Foolish Burial for free. He also just gets this floating body.
Yeah, the Golden Lands are really, really good once, like, you get that Eldritch the Golden Lord on the field.
Yeah, I think specifically the trap one is very, very... it's integral to make sure you get Eldritch the Golden Lord out as fast as possible so that these trap cards come out, right? A little less so in the other variants, but this one specifically, because you rely on the trap so heavily, definitely matters.
So it looks like he's going to Faithful Adventurer, add a Water Enchantress, then discard the Water Enchantress so he can banish it to add Rite of Armor Sphere.
You're going to try to get that token. Hopefully turn on.
So the Hakuero really didn't do a crazy amount because he did have the follow-up to get the Water Enchantress.
I think you still take that, though,
Yeah.
right? Like, if you're not trying to just banish the Water Enchantress, right, like, unless you really know what your opponent's deck's on, then I don't think you're supposed to hold it.
Oh, definitely not hold it. It was definitely a really good trade-off, like basically Foolish Burial for just activating your Hakuero.
Yeah. And and the sooner you play it, the sooner it gets to the graveyard, the sooner you can banish it to get another trap, right? And like that's really Eldritch's bread and butter. It's just you play your traps not as soon as you can, but like when you feel like it's effective, and then you just keep that advanced stream going. So Carl's going to follow it up with a Draco back. He's going to target.
No, I did that effect already.
Oh,
Yes.
He's doing the second one.
Yes.
Golden Lord, right?
Yes, target Golden Lord.
Yep, he's going to use the Draco back, targeting the Golden Lord.
Okay.
Golden Lord gets returned to hand, which actually turns off the Golden Land Forever.
Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of what I was talking about, right? Like, if he can find a way to sort of get tempo in the early game, right? Like, and this might be that opening where, like, yeah, you know, it's unfortunate that he got +1 off the Hakuero, right? Like, but he's still able to push through, still get the Adventure Engine online. He's able to get the Golden Lord off the field for just a turn, maybe set up what he needs to, and then just kind of put Jorge on that back foot. So we'll see exactly how many cards he chooses to banish off Pot of Prosperity. I'm going to assume it's probably going to be 6, right? Especially because he really needs to find what he needs here.
It depends. He might be seeing how this matchup's working and be like, I need my extra deck cards. Like, I need my links to be able to outgrind maybe the Eldritch cards, like the Golden Lands banishing. You'll probably just need like a Shizuku and Kagari every turn, but
that could be
he
true.
might be digging for something.
I think given just the kind of cards he plays, that's why I would think 6, right? And
Yeah.
there's some of them, right? Cards like Offering of the Doom, Mystic Mine, right? Like, and there's a copy of Afterburners. There's a few copies of Afterburners in this deck. So, like, his deck is definitely made, it feels like, to sort of, like, go second, right? Like, disrupt what your opponent does, trade some things 1 for 1, and then while you're doing this, get a bunch of spells in the graveyard, so then as soon as you do, all your Sky Striker cards are online. So it looks like he's going to grab, was that Called by the Grave?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he's going to go grab Called by the Grave. But yeah, the big thing is, like, he does it for 3, right? Like, what if he just ends up flipping, you know, like one of like the Forbidden Chalices or Droplets, like
or just 3 Sky Striker cards that aren't the ones you want to see, like not Ray or something.
Just because this matchup doesn't line well against the majority of his deck, maybe. But yeah, we'll see. So he goes ahead and sets 3 cards. 1 likely to be Called by the Grave because we saw that earlier. He declared attack, it looked like, over the Hakuera as well with the Adventurer token.
Yeah, I wouldn't say Jorge's out of this completely. He still
Definitely
has
not.
like the Cursed Outland on board, which if that card just keeps staying on board, it's just gonna gain you so much advantage. Like even if he does Call by the Grave, the 1 Eldritch Golden Lord in hand, the Golden Land can just get another.
Set.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What's funny to me about it is, like, we talk about, like, oh, you know, maybe this is Carl's chance to do
main
something.
phase? Yeah.
All he really did was bounce and then loot the Golden Lord,
Yeah.
right? Like, that's not a huge thing, but the fact that that almost feels like it could be big probably shows how bad of a matchup this is for Carl.
Yeah, this like we said earlier, this is gonna be a long match. A lot can happen. It can go either way. Activating another Pot of Extravagance, so probably going down to 3 extra cards left to draw 2.
Results?
It's definitely good to get more card advantage in this matchup as well, especially when you're both playing kind of more control decks.
Yeah, I definitely agree. That doesn't make sense to hold off on them. You just fire them off, get the cards.
Yeah, you probably only really need like Link Spider in this matchup.
Yeah, and now Jorge also knows that Carl's on Sky Striker, right? He hasn't seen a Ray yet, hasn't really gotten to the Sky Striker monsters, so he's looking for things to like interact with them, make sure that even if he does draw one, it's not necessarily going to be something that like gets online a ton of extra advantage. Try to like stop a Hayate, for example, just so it can't go into Kagari, or maybe you stop the latter half to like make him waste a few cards.
Yeah, there's a lot of options here, I'm sure.
Yeah. It looks like the next thing is going to be an activation of, was it the
Cursed Outland, I
Cursed
believe?
Outland?
Yep.
Yeah. Think about what he wants to get. Pay 800. Can't see it because it's a little off camera, but saw they selected something.
My guess would probably be a golden conquistador. Maybe try and get rid of the adventurer cards. Oh, so he drew all 3 Pot of Extravagance. So like that's not even a bad discard with the Golden Lord, because you're not going to ever, well, you might use it again. You might banish your last 3, but definitely useful.
Yeah, you knew that was there.
Chain 1, chain 2, on chain 3.
So let's see.
Oh, so he's going to activate Elixir of the White Destiny, which will allow him to special summon back the Golden Lord from the graveyard. So that was a very good play by Jorge.
Yeah, definitely. He had the knowledge of it, right? Carl has to still play the Call by the Grave there, right?
Yeah.
There's no better time to activate it, even
Yeah.
though he knows he's probably like playing into something. You can't just let that go.
Yeah, he probably assumed he might have had like a second Scarlet Sanguine face down to play around it, but close. Basically the opposite, but
Yeah, that's another thing about this more like trap-centric Eldritch deck, right? It usually plays these other Elixirs, right? Both White Destiny and Black Awakening.
It'll max out on it, because you don't always want to set an Elixir to grave. You would want to...
It just gives you more options, right? Like, if your plan is to sort of like churn through all these cards, then you might as well have the additional tools to do so, especially when you're playing something like Cursed Outland.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Go here. Sorry. Continue.
So it looks like he is passing with quite a good board. He still has that Golden Land Forever.
Yep. Has Golden Land Forever. Still has Eldritch, the Golden Lord, on the field. Curse Eldland to make sure he gets more cards. We saw him set a Scarlet Sanguine as well.
Carl will activate Faithful of Adventure.
I'm going to prompt a Conquistador from Jorge. Special summon in defense mode. Zone right next to the Eldritch Golden Lord.
I do really like how the Golden Lands, when they're special summon, they have really strong defense.
Yeah. It's like icing on the cake. Ooh, and a Mystic Mine there from Carl. Ooh, it's going to get met with
a Golden Land Forever.
Yeah.
And I believe Mystic Mine's not even like that crazy of a card against this matchup, especially with Curse Eldland on board. You can just search another Conquistador and just destroy it the turn after.
Yeah, I think Jorge is just trying to end the game before it gets any further, right? Like, he sees the opening. That's the one thing Eldritch does very well. For a trap-centric deck, the fact that you just have these huge monsters to deal a lot of damage with.
Especially being level 10s where you can make like Gustav Max.
It's basically just game with 2 attacks.
Then make Jubilee the super juggernaut guy.
Oh, yep. The Lieb, right?
But he probably doesn't have those anymore, but you can just attack.
Yeah, Carl already at 55. So definitely in a bad spot.
So they are...
Yep, and it looks like it's just that's it. Yeah, 2 attacks from the Eldritch, the Golden Lord. Gonna give Jorge a very quick game 1 for how long we expected this to go. But it kind of it played out sort of how we felt, right? Like, Carl wasn't able to find that opening in the early turn, and then Eldritch just sort of does its thing.
Yeah.
That's
he wasn't able to get to Ray. He wasn't really able to utilize his Sky Striker cards in their second effects, especially getting like maybe an Afterburner later on that can destroy a spell and trap as well.
Should be a ton of surprises. And we'll see if there are any in game 2. Because Carl lost, he'll likely choose to go first. Yep, and he's going to start with Water Enchantress of the Temple to grab Rites of Artemis here.
Looks so good on camera.
Oh, yeah, the collector's rare?
Yeah, you can just see all of the collector part.
Yep, definitely super cool. And then he's going to go ahead and grab the Fateful Adventure, get that token as well.
Oh, swap. Okay. Activate Fateful Adventure?
Yeah.
He's going to activate Fateful Adventure, which will allow him to add an Adventure monster to his hand and then discard 1 card. So it looks like he's going to grab a Water Enchantress and end up discarding a Widowmaker. Probably not the best card against this deck, so it's like a spell you can just kind of throw away.
Yeah, also kind of cool just with when you have the Adventure Engine in this deck that like you can just throw away some spell cards that might not be that strong right now, and it really just gets you up in count for the other spell cards, right?
Well, the Venture cards make it very easy. I think like alone you can actually get 3 spells. Between like Right, Draco back, and I guess you can just discard any other spell, and that's 3 there.
I mean, just Right's Fateful Adventure and Draco back alone are 3 spells, right? Continuous, obviously, a couple of them to where like, or Equip as well, to where like they're not going to hit the graveyard immediately. But you're right, that's very fast, and so then he's going to immediately use that Water Trance just in the token. Prey Plant Verte Anaconda.
He made Linkspire first because Plant 2 affect monsters.
Yep, and then he's going to go ahead and use its effect. Get that Fusion Destiny down. Ooh, unfortunately drew the Celestial, so 1 less card in his hand, but
makes it easier for the Celestial.
Yeah, no, definitely the case. And he already has 3 spell cards, right? Like we were just talking about that. It's super easy to do. Especially because the Predator Plant Verte Anaconda basically is just an extra spell card in the graveyard, right?
Yeah, and Destiny Hero Destroyer, you can just get rid of yourself, get rid of like your main monster zone to be able to activate those Sky Striker spells.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting dynamic, right? Like you're playing a deck that is usually very prohibited on what main monster cards you can use. But one of the key cards in your strategy is something that will exist solely in the main monster zone, but because it can just destroy itself and always clear itself out.
It works so well together.
Ooh, it's very, very fun, right?
Yeah.
Looks like he's going to go ahead and use it, destroy his Verte Anaconda.
This is to most likely play around Super Polymerization, so he can't make the Dark Predator Plant that requires Fusion and 1 Dark Monster.
Got it.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Day 23, report to the green banner.
Yeah, also the fact that, like, Verte Anaconda, after it's used once, not really the most impressive monster to have on the field.
It's
right?
very weak in attack.
Very weak. So it's not really like you're losing much, and especially in a deck like Sky Striker where like the material doesn't really matter or anything like that. Like you're not going to get additional value out of it.
Yeah. Unless you
You could use like Area 0 or something.
you can use like Area 0. You can like maybe if you have more adventure cards, you can kind of link up into a access code talker.
Ooh, and Metaverse here from Carl. So I'm gonna assume this is gonna grab Area 0 rather than Mystic
Yeah.
Mind. Yeah.
I hope there's no Mystic Mind still in this, but we never know. Oh, so he is using Destiny Hero Phoenix Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer to destroy his Area 0, destroy one of his opponent's cards, and then Area 0 grab the Ray. The Ray will use its effect to make a Shizuku, and then just search for the engage most likely.
That's pretty cool.
A very good combination with Area 0 and the Destiny Hero Destroyer.
Yeah, that's super cool. It's super cool, especially because he's playing cards like Metaverse, right?
Yeah.
And he also has a set rotation in his deck.
It works
as well.
with set rotation
Yep,
too.
Similar.
Regional number 12, report to the blue banner. Regional 12, report to the blue banner.
Engage, right?
Yes.
Yep.
I assume
Sounds like
he
it was engaged.
grabbed engage, yeah.
I think I heard Jorge ask.
I see your graveyard.
And especially when you see like cards like there can be only one, the Phoenix Destroyer just kind of becomes better because it kind of destroys those continuous trap cards as well.
Yeah, you just have to not be like caught out by something, right?
Like
have it
maybe
come
a
back in the
skill
graveyard.
drain,
Yeah.
or a Haquero just.
Yeah, here's one for example, like goes in match. So that's gonna prompt like an immediate activation, I think, from the Destroyer Phoenix
And maybe
Enforcer.
a skill drain or an Argos.
Yeah.
Solemn Strike.
Ooh, see Solemn Strike. Yep, similar.
And
Yep.
it's kind of funny because now we can't bring it back during the standby phase if Gozen's still on the field.
Yeah, he needs like an immediate out here or something.
But he does have the engage still, so.
He could also just like offering to the Dooms his own Shizuku if he has it.
Well,
right?
he can engage for Afterburn. Afterburn destroy his own Shizuku and then pop the Gozen match. So he's going to activate War Enchantress to banish from the hand to add a Rite of Atmosphere.
You had the Rite of Fire Eraser, right?
Yep, I think he's going up to 3 cards, it looks like.
I'm missing something.
Jorge, I think, should have just 1 card, right? Because he set 5 after going second.
Yeah.
Yep, so 1 card in hand.
Carl's probably thinking, how am I going to deal with this Gozen match? Oh, so he's going to keep the engage. Maybe save for later. Maybe he already has an out to it. Oh, no, he's trying to draw cards. That's what he's doing.
Let's use Celestial while it's easy, right?
Yeah.
Before I play my my in-theme Rhoda plus draw one.
Resolution.
So he just set right and engage. We know that.
Can, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then it's open game state after he draws those 2 cards. Jorge is going to activate a spell speed 2 or higher effect, so that's going to be Conquistador.
Into Sagwood.
So he's probably going to try and hope to hit the engage, I would say. He really needs to hit the engage.
He's got a 50-50, right? Because you know it's one of the 2 fresh ones? I believe.
Yeah.
Pop.
Oh, he's going to go after Shizuku.
So he can't summon back Ray. Oh, he can summon back Ray. But that also makes the Destroyer live to come back as well.
I will not activate.
Okay.
He's going to choose not to activate it. Oh, I see. So he was trying to destroy the Shizuku so that if he does get back Ray, then all these Sky Striker cards are turned off. Yeah. Basically giving him like a tough spot there where like you either lose out the effect of Shizuku and then, be able to play some spell cards, or the opposite and then try to get back the Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer.
But now it kind of gives like Carl free range. I don't know a search. If it's an afterburner, it could just be kind of a blowout. You can just destroy the Golden Lord, destroy the Gozen match, then Ray of Amasir, and just start all over again.
Yeah, and this is going back to what we said, right? These early turns, right? We saw Carl just get his Sky Striker stuff online immediately. He got Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer online, right?
Yep.
Gets a solid engage on turn 2, and
he's just
Jorge
getting a lot
had
of
to trade a lot of his
advantage.
things. Yep. Like it feels like classic to me, like mid-range against control, right? Where like if you let the control have time against the mid-range deck, you're not going to have a good time. Like you just lose basically because it has this inevitability compared to what you're able to do.
Yeah. This is where he probably also leaves up a Griffin for another negate as well.
Yeah.
He's just going to get this token, then most likely grab the Draco back unless he drew it. Oh, yep.
Draco back.
There it is.
Activate Fateful Adventure, too bad. Add Griffin Rider.
So he's going to use Faithful Adventure to add a card and then discard Forbidden Droplets.
Special. Yeah. Activate Draco
Special
back.
summon Griffin Rider.
Attack for 4,000.
And he's going to attack for 4,000.
25, right?
Puts Jorge at a very low count with only one card in hand. Carl has a negate. He has Destiny Hero Destroyer coming back during the standby phase. He's in a really good position right now.
Yeah. Jorge just has to do something right, or he basically just loses the next turn.
Yeah,
He's
maybe
already very much on the back foot.
Maybe that sphere mode being sided.
That would be a surprise to me, especially against this matchup. But we were looking at there are some other cool sweet cards, right, like that it could see. But regardless, he still needs a lot, right? Even just giving his opponent a monster, like a lot needs to happen, even past that.
Yeah.
So he's going to banish Scarlet Sanguine to set Quero.
Yeah, we know he has Conquistador in hand, right? Because that was bounced.
Yeah.
So he has 3 cards in total. Ooh, that's a good one.
That was a good
that's
draw.
2 cards.
Yeah. That was most likely his draw, or he would have used it last turn.
Yeah. Carl says cost first. Maybe he has a response, but.
Negate with Wonder Griffin Rider?
Yep.
Yeah.
Seems nice, right? Like if Wonder Griffin just
Definitely
negating
seems
one
reasonable.
thing that turns into 2, yeah, you take those. Especially in this matchup.
Yeah, Quero's not really live right now, and
yeah, he has the field
says
advantage, right? So
Destroyer.
like, why give your opponent a chance to even find cards?
Yep. So I believe Jorge has 2 cards in hand. One being Conquistador.
Unleash effects and by cost?
Yes.
Something?
Yes, that's fine.
All right, so he's going to go ahead and send the Haquero to the graveyard to special summon back the Golden Lord.
So his Golden Lord's at 3,500 and can't be destroyed by card effects, so it's very strong. The Destiny Destroyer is unable to kind of deal with it alone. He would definitely have, Carl would definitely need another card.
Oh, looks like that's it. Jorge doesn't think he can do it, maybe because of the Draco back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Just gives you an easy way to deal with it. Can't
Yeah,
be destroyed by card
can't be
effects.
destroyed
but
the token,
I can just
yeah.
put it back.
Yeah. Token can't be destroyed by
That's all it
battle
needs.
for once.
Yeah, so quick games, right?
Yeah.
Kind of playing out like we mentioned. It's really those early turns. If Carl can get his stuff online, it's looking.
All right, so we are going into game 3 of top 32.
Yep, it looks like Jorge has started with Cursed Eldin. So he's going to pay 800. Find what tool he feels like is best in for the rest of the game.
Personally, I feel like this is a great start for him already. I think that's like one of the better cards he can have against another deck that just kind of grinds you out or like needs card advantage to win.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It's definitely something that you want to see in the slower matchups, right? Because you have time to pay the life points, you have time to keep it there. But ooh, it looks like he's going to go ahead and just destroy it immediately. What was the card he discarded? Is it Haquero Conquistador?
I think it's a Haquero, but he's going to end up sending his Cursed Eldin and then using Cursed Eldin's second effect when sent from field graveyard to send a Golden Lord, Eldritch the Golden Lord from your deck to grave or a Golden Land from deck to grave.
All right, yeah, so he's just loading up his graveyard, right? So just get these effects active as soon as possible. Also get, Eldritch the Golden Lord in the graveyard.
Yeah,
Important
well,
too.
it'll most likely come to the field very soon.
Yep.
Maybe he has like a Scarlet Sanguine he can send.
Yeah, but then after that, it looks like he's going to fire off a Pot of Prosperity.
It's actually interesting that he plays both Pot of Prosperity and Pot of Extravagance.
And they conflict in a lot of ways,
yeah.
right?
Especially if you draw both, like, it's just the decision between the two. You probably, I don't even know. It really depends on what the rest of your hand is, which one you would activate first.
I feel like it's hard not to Extravagance unless your hand's like really, like unless you really need one thing. I feel like you have to play Extravagance like 9 times out of 10 or something. And it shows like he's playing 3 copies of Extravagance, 2 of Prosperity. So maybe he identifies Extravagance as the better card, but if he doesn't see anything, he'd rather have Prosperity, right? Or he can Prosperity into an Extravagance for turn 2, for example. Like this might be what happens here. But he also has crazy cards like Goes and Match and Harpy's Feather Duster.
Yeah.
Both strong.
It's honestly super interesting, especially since it's like 5 cards in your deck that conflict as well as banish most of your extra deck.
Yeah.
But I guess like you do have 15 cards banished. You don't really use your extra deck. You might use a Link Spider here or there, or a Gustav Max if it does come up.
Yeah, you can use 2 of them at like full power, right?
Yeah.
Like you can banish 12 easy. The
2
real
of them at full
question is-
power, then 1 at like
Yeah,
half
if you want
power.
to, right?
Yeah.
Like you usually like you mentioned, there's usually like 3 extra deck monsters that they might want to keep, right? Like they're hoping to. Maybe it's like Gustav Max or things that just sort of end the game or what have you. But I'm sure it's just dependent on every matchup, and especially like how the game's going or what your hand's looking like. So he's gonna go ahead and set 3 cards after that Pot of Prosperity. Did you see what he happened to grab?
No.
No, it's okay. I think that I saw him grab Gozen Match, but we'll just see it in shortly. Then he's going to go ahead and banish both the Hawkwero and the Conquistador to set 2 of the Eldelixirs. And it looks like that is
White Destiny.
Yep, and Scarlet Sanguine.
So he can get the Eldritch the Golden Lord back from grave with the White Destiny, and then Scarlet Sanguine, special one from deck.
And that's, if Carl's not able to, like, mount most of it, that's just game on turn 2.
Especially since you have kind of the setup with the with the elixirs and golden lands in grave. You're kind of just always going to keep going with those.
Yeah, his engine is online, right? Like, especially now that he's gotten everything going. So it's really, like, in Carl's court now, like, whether or not he can, one, keep up his own advantage, right? Because now he knows that he's going to have to deal with these Elixirs and their effects. But 2, like, deal with the Golden Lords themselves, because that's a lot of damage.
Yeah,
that is a ton.
We'll have to see. He has 6 cards. The deck, it still does a lot of board removal.
Yes, yeah. Like we mentioned, it's very good at going second, right? He has a lot of destruction effects. I'm sure he kept in some amount of them. We saw him keep in Forbidden Droplets, which means he's definitely kept in offering into the damage.
Yeah, I think Forbidden Droplets is more to kind of, I don't know, send stuff to grave rather than... like, send the spell cards, load up the grave rather than to negate monster effects, because there's not that many monster effects he can negate.
Yeah, I totally agree. Or you're maybe using it to dodge effect negation, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, probably just to fuel his graveyard and maybe, like, make something a little bit stronger, but we'll see exactly. So, he's going to start off with Offerings to the Doomed, target that Golden Lord.
A card I haven't seen played in so long. Years.
Yeah, I feel like the last time I saw this card was Infernity Randomizer. Which was like that was the only deck I ever saw this card. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. But what's especially cool is the Lost Art version. The Lost Art version looks so good.
I almost didn't recognize it when he first revealed off Pot of Prosperity, because I was always thinking of the original version of it.
I think a lot of people wouldn't, right? Because it's also something you see, like, there's a lot of very cool Lost Art cards, right? Some very different compared to, some less so.
This is one of them that's very different.
Yep, and there's the classic art for anyone who is maybe more familiar with this version. An old card, but a sweet one.
Yeah.
Definitely a sweet one. Basically, you're trading off. Quick play destruction is something that is not very common in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Especially back then. So you're skipping your draw phase to do it. The thing is, though, with Sky Strikers and a lot of these other decks, if you have your Invention engine going, yeah, your draw phase is nice, but you don't always need it, right? Because you know you're going to get extra cards off of Engage, Suzuku Kogari, like whatever those things are. He's going to follow with the Cosmic Cyclone.
So it looks like he's going to kind of blind Cosmic Cyclone to 3 back row. So he was rolling a die because he knows it's just random at that point.
Ooh, and he hits Golden Land forever. A solid one to hit, right?
Probably the best one to hit.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Because he knows that that'll trade for anything.
Yeah.
And there's rights. Yeah. You have no response from Jorge, so that's going to resolve. Going to grab him the Fateful Adventurer and get a token.
A very strong opening from Carl, like kind of just dealing with the board so far. He's got rid of, like, he knew what 2 of the set spell trap cards was, but his graveyard's fully loaded now. He's got 3. He could maybe get an afterburner going for another 2 destructions.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we talked about, right? His deck is good at going second.
Yeah.
Destruction effect, spell and trap card removal, right? Now into Rites of Armus here. 3 spells in the graveyard, right? So turning on all his Sky Strikers, or Sky Striker spells.
Normal summon Sky Striker, Ace Rose.
We'll see if that prompts something from Jorge.
So he's going to activate the Faithful of Adventure.
That's to search the...
Yes, to search the Eclipse spell.
See, now Jorge will probably have to deal with Carl activating Draco back to return the Golden Lord.
Yeah.
Carl might like maybe link into something first, just in case he has Conquistador. He wants like chain the Conquistador to destroy the Ace Rose. Who knows? Looks like he added Griffin to hand. Then discarding
Was that Griffin or Water Enchantress?
It looked like a win attribute. I couldn't really see.
Okay, yeah, I just saw the foil writing, so I thought maybe it was Water Enchantress, but we'll see what it is. So
Yeah.
he's going to use that Draco back, like you mentioned, bounce away Eldritch the Golden Lord to the hand. So like we said, like this is an opening, right? Like this is his time to like, I can get my stuff online, even though Jorge had a pretty big turn, but Jorge's still not out because he does already have all these cards in his graveyard, right? Like he's going to have a lot of cards going into his second turn.
Like we don't really remember what he added off Pot of Prosperity, but we did see a Gozen match off that Pot of Prosperity.
Yeah.
Which could be a huge game changer.
Yeah, likely if it was Gozen though, I think it would have been flipped. So I think we can safely say it wasn't Gozen, right? Because like he has the Faithful Adventurer token already, and
well, he had Faithful Adventurer, then he normal summoned the Ray. Maybe he was like waiting for him to kind of do a little more, maybe get a quick +1 off that Gozen match.
Yeah, we'll see. So 2 card set. Maybe we'll see one flipped. And yep, there it is, the Gozen match. Okay. So yeah.
He's going to chain Griffin Rider, and it's a wind. It's a wind, so now...
yeah, you're right. So he did add the Wandering Griffin Rider. Yeah, he's going to chain its effect, right, to get it on the field because Hayate is also a win.
I'm not sure if Jorge did this in battle phase or main phase, because I believe Griffin Rider can only be summoned in main phase, so I assume this was all in main phase. Skill Drain, a very powerful card also. A Gozen match and Skill Drain.
Yeah, we talk about openings. It might have just shut.
Yeah.
Right, like he needed this Hayate to resolve. He needed to be able to do a little bit more with this. Still has 2 cards in his hand. So maybe there's something there, but knowing that Jorge already has access to the Golden Lord, already has these cards in the graveyard,
yeah, it's
a tough spot.
Honestly, I still think it can go either way. Like, that's a lot of damage you're still taking. You're taking 1,000 from the Skill Drain, 2,000 from the Griffin Rider, and then you're also taking Hayate, which is another 1,500.
1 card set for Carl. Carl also won't be able to draw next turn because of Offerings to the Doom. That's why that YCS marker is over his deck.
Yeah, so you might be right. This might be closing, depending on what his back row is. He's kind of fully set up at this point.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
One of the downsides of Offering to Doom.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, it tries to break open a board that you weren't going to win otherwise, right? And it gets a spell on the ground. It's very good for what it is against certain cards, and I think he used it fine, right? Like, it wasn't a necessarily bad card. It's just that, like, it wasn't enough because of these powerful continuous trap cards, right? We talked about that in the beginning. These are the cards that are really going to shut him down. Yeah, so he's going to use the Elixir of White Destiny, set one of his Golden Land trap cards. Looks like it was a Conquistador, which he's going to send to special summon back Eldritch the Golden Lord. Go right to battle, attack over that Hayate. Locked under Gozen match.
Won't be able to special summon Rose back from grave.
I'm going to go to main phase 2, activate the effect of the Elixir of Scarlet Sanguine from the graveyard. Going to get to set another Golden Land.
Probably going to be a Conquistador.
Yeah, now that all this stuff is going on in the field, I don't think he needs the Huaquero, right?
Yeah.
Yep, there's the Conquistador.
And I believe he has 1 card left in hand, right, Jorge? Oh, no, it looks like 2. Still plenty of resources.
Yeah, I think 1 is the Golden Lord, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so we know 1, and then the other one likely just what he drew for turn.
So this is during his end phase. So he's going to set Elixir of the Scarlet Sanguine. Carl goes. He'll remove the token that was kind of blocking him off from drawing for the turn.
Chain?
Yes.
P-Seller?
Yeah.
Up?
I'm just going to fire off that Conquistador as soon as he can against the Faithful Adventurer. Yep. Carl's just going to have to shift his Wandering Griffin Rider to defense mode, set another monster, unfortunately, and pass it back. Yeah, like we talked about before, Eldritch Golden Lord, big.
Yeah.
Very strong monster, very high attack points.
This could be it also because, like, you can just, depending on what his hand is, you can kind of just Golden Lord, send another spell trap card from hand, target one of those monsters, and then just send the Conquistador board or keep the Conquistador, send one of the Floodgates or the continuous spell or trap cards to grave.
Oh, sorry. I have the targets in hand.
So he tried activating Scarlet Sanguine, but now he's saying he has the last target in his hand, so he's unable to use it.
So that means the other card he drew was...
Or unable to look through his deck.
Yeah, well, I think that means that he had 2 Golden Lords in his hand, right?
Unless he sided one out, which I don't think you do.
Yeah.
But we would have to see.
Yeah, point being, though, a lot of attack points on the field.
Yep.
And
Oh,
see,
he
yeah,
did
there's
draw
the third one. Going to send a Gozen match. Destroy that. Let's see, he's going to go after back row. Ooh, he chose the Wandering Griffin Rider. That's interesting to me, but maybe he's just trying to like get rid of the monster he knows has the most attack, assuming that the set monster has very low
Well, it's got
defense.
a lot of defense,
I mean,
yeah.
That's
It's 2000 defense, yep.
Yeah, looking to just basically clear out the set monster maybe with the Conquistador or something.
Well, he's probably going to send the Conquistador Grave and then just, for the Golden Lord, add the Golden Lord back, special summon the Golden Lord to the field.
Okay, so he's going to use the Elixir of Scarlet Sanguine, set Hakuero to the field. He's going to think about it a minute. Carl kind of knows, right? Like, you can tell.
Yeah.
Like, unless Jorge does
He's just
something
waiting.
incredibly to, like, you know, some incredible misstep, likely not going to matter too much. He's going to go ahead and send the Gozen match, right? So, like, potentially something, but the skill drain's still there, right? And Carl's just out of cards. He's out of resources. Only has a set monster that we can assume is just like one of the Sky Striker aces.
He's going to make Link Spider.
And go right to battle.
Yep, battle phase. Yeah. He's going to attack for game,
Water
attack over Enchantress, attack for 3,500. Yep, and Carl is conceding, and the match goes to Jorge G with pure Eldritch.
Yeah, tough beats for Carl, right? Because his deck was cool. It was definitely designed to capitalize on the metagame. But sometimes you just run into these matchups, right? And that's really when your side deck has to matter. If you don't have like a full, like hefty side deck to bring in to swap out these cards to sort of like unmetagame your deck.
He also probably had like a lot of dead cards still in the main deck just because like there's just so many cards you could side and you can't side.
Is very aggressive, right?
Really
It's trying to end the game real quick. So we'll see exactly how quickly that game will end in our first duel of the top 16. We'll see who won the die roll, also going to be integral.
You see Anders using these awesome Karibo sleeves from the Karibo collection. Pretty cool to see it. Has it featuring the artwork from the Karibo monster out of Battle of Chaos Magic Karibo. Really, really cool. But Andres only going to start with a set monster and a set spell and trap card. Not going to see any fusion summoning action here from on his first turn. Not a great start for Andres Torres here in top 16.
Prosperity. For 6.
Yeah, we'll see how Nicholas can take advantage of it with his Flandre's deck. You know, not a deck that's really like quick, right? But if it gets some room to set up, like that's when it'll start to take over the game. So it looks like he's going to start with a Pot of Prosperity. I believe that was for 6. Oh, it gets hit by an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring from Andre. So maybe his hand's just a little bit too reactive to do something too powerful there. Ooh, and Dimension Shifter from Nicholas.
Yep, he wants to chain that Dimension Shifter so he can activate still while he doesn't have any cards in his graveyard. That is one of the key cards I was going to look out for in this matchup because, you know, Andres is on this fusion summoning strategy. If you're not really familiar with the Despia cards, they're kind of similar to like Shadal's in a way where you're going to be fusion summoning powerful fusion monsters while getting effects from the cards you're using as fusion materials for those fusion monsters along the way, but they do need to be sent to the graveyard. But it looks like Nicholas is going to terraforming for Mystic Mine here right away. You know, even though Andre doesn't have much of a field, maybe Nicholas doesn't have access to, you know, any of his Fluunderies monsters quite just yet, so he could just activate Mystic Mine to try and, you know, wait out until he'll be able to find something like Fluunderies and Robina. You know, since he's using a deck that also uses field spells, you know, being that powerful, magnificent map that the Fluunderies have, at any point where he has all the cards he can assemble together he thinks he might need, he can, you know, replace that Mystic Mine with a face-down field spell and then, you know, capitalize on that turn. So we'll have to see Andres with another set monster and a pass.
Yeah, I mean, playing a deck like Andre, seeing something like Dimension Shifter into Mystic Mine turn 1, a little bit of a hindrance to my strategy, right? And we'll see how he chooses to navigate it. As he said, just sort of passion back, set an additional monster, now plays back to Nicholas. But it looks like things are just going to go real slow for a little bit as they
sort of amass, cards that maybe they want to sort of take advantage of once the Mystic Mine goes away. Big thing from Nicholas, right? At one point, he's going to turn it off. At one point, he's going to play his map, the Magnificent map, sort of open up the game, and that's when Andres can maybe capitalize, right? So he's really just trying to get himself situated for that moment.
45.
Yeah, and if Nicholas is planning on trying to, deck out his opponent, it might backfire. Andres not really having any sort of active plays turn one, and he has a bigger deck than Nicholas, so he's going to not really be worried about decking out here. He didn't thin anything out turn one, so if it just goes back and forth, eventually Andres will be the one who will have more cards remaining in that deck, so Nicholas is going to have an alternative game plan than just relying on this Mystic Mine to win him the duel.
Yeah, I think it's an important thing to note, right? Like, especially if you're building a deck, maybe you don't want to include an out to Mystic Mine, Whether or not you choose that, whether or not you feel that's correct, its own argument. But then from there, if you don't, maybe you just up your card count a little bit, right? Just make it so maybe I don't need to out it all the time. But yeah, in terms of deck count, Andres should be ahead. So far, just plastic back. It looks like he has a grip full of monsters. This deck, primarily monsters and spells, right?
Oh, yeah. That's basically what you're working with here. You're trying to use those spells to fusion summon monsters, monster effects you're going to gain along the way. And Nicholas setting another card to his spell and trap card zone. Also using those IP Masquerena sleeves from the accessories. Awesome accessories. Really, really cool to see.
I'm a big fan of that alternate artwork.
Oh, yeah. The alternate artwork you can get out of Maximum Gold El Dorado. Really, really cool. And now we see Nicholas activating the Unexplored Winds.
Floowandere's in the Unexplored Winds.
Yeah, so the Floowandere's in Unexplored Winds, he'll be able to put Floowandere's monsters to the bottom of his deck and draw a fresh card. So he's going to swap out that Impin for the top card of the deck.
Yep, getting the bonus of sculpting his hand while Mystic Mine's face upright, like really making sure he has exactly what he needs to take advantage of the game once he chooses to get rid of that Mystic Mine, or if Andres maybe, breaks it on the way.
Yeah, certainly whenever the floodgates open, both players are going to have a ton of cards in their hand, a ton of cards set. So it's going to be interesting to see how this works out. But, once per turn, he's going to be able to use this Unexplored Winds to keep digging through his deck, to keep sculpting his hand until he has the perfect combination of cards he thinks he will need to, try and fight off. He's going to have to reduce Andre's life points to 0 here at some point. Let's see, Andre with looks like 7 cards probably in hand by now, 4 face-down spell or trap cards, and 2 face-down monsters. Just I imagine he's just going to keep setting monsters as he fills up in his hand. There's no reason really not to, as opposed to discarding them to the graveyard. Because as soon as that Mystic Mine leaves the field, Andres could have things like Super Polymerization set where he'll be able to fusion summon on his opponent's turn. Brandon in red is another way that you can access fusion. You can use a quick play spell to fusion summon during the opponent's turn as well. So definitely lots of ways Andres will be able to interact if that Mystic Mine leaves the field.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting spot, right? Like, things he needs to sort of worry about, like locking himself down for monsters, but as he has these fusion spells to sort of get rid of them, not too big of a deal. Other things, just being mindful of having monsters versus the Mystic Mine, right? Like maybe he's trying to keep the count low just in case, Nicholas tries to start doing some things and he's trying to equalize, but just needs to make sure he's like not wasting cards at this point, right? Maybe discarding Cyframe Gear Gamma, he realizes at no point he's not going to have a monster this game.
This game is not going to resolve.
Yeah.
So Prod of Prosperity coming down here for Nicholas. We're talking about him sculpting his hand, looking for the correct cards he's going to need for the situation.
Yep, looks like 2 copies of Advent Adventurer, Book of Moon, an M-Pen, a Ryza, as well as, I believe, was that Eaglin?
I think it might have been. It was put back, so I'm not quite sure, but he adds...
Activate Pot of Duality.
And now he's going to activate Pot of Duality. There's an Eaglin. And Robina. So he's either going to... I imagine here he probably has Robina and Eaglin already, so I would just take Pot of Duality.
I'll add Floowandere's and Eaglin.
Looks like he grabs the Eaglin.
Yeah, when things are going this slow, though, it's fine to just take another Duality, right?
We'll check again next turn.
I'll try again later.
Still able to activate Pot of Duality the same turn as Pot of Prosperity. He's not drawing a card there, just gets to excavate and add. It's important to know those 2 pot cards can work really well together in specific decks. And now, since Andres has 2 monsters, Nicholas is going to be able to normal summon that Floowandere's and Robina and activate the effect to try and add a level 4 lower Wing Beast from the deck to the hand.
Ooh, Andres is going to activate a Super Polymerization here.
Yeah, we were almost... I assumed when he set that first card, turn 1, it had to be a Super Polymerization. It's one of the main defensive options here. So he's going to fuse with the 2 monsters he has set it looks like, I think that was Tragedy and Comedy. I didn't see the second one, but it's going to summon Masquerade the Blazing Dragon. This is kind of like the chain energy of 2022, right? So anytime your opponent activates a card, they're going to have to pay 600 life points if they want to activate it. And also, if it ever leaves the field into the graveyard, as long as there's one of those extra monsters on the field, you'll be able to special summon back that Masquerade the Blazing Dragon from the field, or from the graveyard to the field. So now that they both have the same amount of monsters, Andres monster effects are back online here. And Nicholas is going to grab that Wind Barrier statue from the deck with the effect of Fluunderies and Robina.
1, 2.
And now he can resolve. Oh, it was an Edge Imp Chain. Okay, so Tragedy's going to add a Despia monster from his deck hand, and Edge Imp Chain will add a Fright Fur card from the deck hand. More than likely, Fright Fur Patchwork, that powerful spell that lets you add an Edge Imp Chain and a Polymerization in this deck to your hand. But since it is Chain Link 2, it's going to be met by Ash Blossom, and I think the Tragedy will still revolve. Probably going to grab him something like a Luber. Oh, or Dramaturge of Despia. Really powerful monster. So I was talking about how the Despia are similar to Shadalls, where they get bonus effects when they're sent to the graveyard. Dramaturge, if it's sent, will be able to special summon itself back, so you really get an extra body on the board there when you use it as a fusion material. And if you see these cards and you think they're pretty cool and you want to check out what all the Despia is about, you know, just next week there's a brand new structure deck, Albast Strike, coming out, where it's really going to take this deck to the next level. You want to make sure you keep an eye out for that one.
Laundries and the Advent of Adventure.
Yep.
So Nicholas is going to activate Flunderies and the Advent of Adventure. It's going to cost him 600 life points thanks to that Masquerade the Blazing Dragon.
An Imp, and then they gain 500.
73. 73 to my 8,000. Yes.
Yep, so not much damage so far, just 73 to 8.
Yeah, Masquerade the Blazing Dragon really good against Flunderies. Like, Flunderies needing to use a bunch of monster effects to really get things going, and for each card they summon, you got to pay every time, and that adds up really quickly with Masquerade. Especially if you can get 2 onto the field, it can add up quickly. But now that Andres has the one monster, Nicholas is going to try and keep monsters off his field to lock Andres out of being able to use any of his monster effects.
Getting Patchwork.
All right, Andres Torres activates Fright for Patchwork. Going to be trying to
Patchwork.
Add a couple cards here from the deck to the hand.
Ash Blossom and Joyce, please.
But Nicholas responds.
Ooh, gonna use Call by the Grave to try to stop that Ash Blossom and Joy Spring.
66.
67.
Yes, 67. That resolves.
All right.
Yeah, Call by the Grave, just a high impact card. So the Fright for Patchwork resolve, you get to see him grab it. That looks like a polymerization out of Hidden Arsenal Chapter 1, the Ultra Dual Terminal Technology. Really cool looking rarity there. You get to see that alternate artwork polymerization in a high rarity. Really fantastic. And he's going to grab Edge Imp Chain also alongside that.
Yeah, even though an alternate artwork, somehow just as iconic, right? That's how it feels really when you look at it.
Right, I mean, it's kind of like, this is what, when you think of polymerization, it's either or is kind of the artwork that comes to your mind there.
Just going to use that polymerization
for Nibiru and Ad Libitum of Despia. The Ad Libitum of Despia, if it's used for material, he'll be able to special summon back a fusion monster that is banished or in the graveyard, I believe. I don't think there's anything to target with it currently. But yeah, he's just putting out another Masquerade the Blazing Dragon. I'm just thinking, I'm assuming this is what he's thinking here. I have more cards on my deck, so he's not going to deck me out. If Nicholas ever decides to get rid of this Mystic Mine and start summoning the Flunderies monster, now it's going to cost him 1,200 for each effect.
I will.
That's only about 5 effects he's going to be able to activate.
Go to 55.
Ooh, Dark Rolling No More though. Maybe now is the turn he feels like his opening.
Yeah, have you ever seen someone activate Dark Ruler No More while Mystic Mine is faced up?
No, I can't say I have.
One of these interesting situations. So he's going to have to pay for that Dark Ruler No More, though.
Normal Flunderies and Eaglin effect. Flunderies and Eaglin.
Yeah, that was it.
Good.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Winners, if you sign up for your Yu-Gi-Oh! Day number 30, please come to the blue meeting banner.
So Nicholas is going to
Yu-Gi-Oh! Day number 30.
normal summon Flunderies in England. Think about exactly what he wants to grab here.
Rise of the Mega Monarch.
Yep.
Ooh, it's going to be Ryza.
And I will tribute summon using Eaglin and your face down due to unexplored winds.
So, yep, using unexplored winds, it lets you tribute an opponent's card. Doesn't have to be a monster, so he's going to tribute the face down Foolish Burial to summon Flunderies and Impin. And Chainlink 2, he's going to Impin, Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2, Robina.
55, 8,000.
Shouldn't even paying. I Dark Rulered.
Let's reactivate that ruler.
Yeah, it's one of those rare situations where you have to Dark Ruler while you have Mystic Mind up because that effect is kind of being applied continuously. Just really, really interesting dynamic here. I mean, both these players you here in top 16 with, you know, unexpected strategies. I mean, maybe Flundery is a little more expected.
If you are in rivalry number 1, you're in rivalry number 1.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Hartford. The Duelists are back from lunch, and they are ready to take on round 3 of Swiss in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series tournament. Everybody is seated at their tables, and round 3, starting with 1,247 players, only 332 are remaining undefeated, and some of those duelists are going to be playing their first round of the tournament this round. Now, those would be our VIP players. Can you tell us about the VIP program, what that's like?
Oh yeah, the VIP program basically allows you to have static seating as well as the first 2 rounds free. You get to start off with a 2-0 record going into the tournament, so just already playing 2 less rounds, getting a little bit more sleep, some more time for food, just all the benefits you can imagine. And you just don't have to worry about it because you get to start round 3 2-0, and you get to sometimes just peek around, you know, see what other people are playing, get a bit more of an idea of what the field looks like. I think overall is one of the craziest incentives that you can have to like win something like a VIP tournament.
And that's one of the advantages enjoyed by one of our featured duelists in our round 3 match. Here we go, round 3. VIPs are now in the event. Starting off, we have Mario V from New York, New York. His favorite card is Dante, Traveler of the Burning Abyss, one of those eternal classic Xyz monsters. And facing off against him is one of our VIPs for this event, Jesse K from Toronto, Ontario. His favorite card is Fairy Tale Snow, recently came back, and he's spent little to no time getting it into every deck he builds.
You can imagine Jesse's, when he decides to make a deck list, one of the first cards in his deck list is just Snow, and you see what happens after that is up to him.
Yeah, just slap it in there.
Yeah.
7 cards are getting in that graveyard one way or another, so why not?
Yeah, you might as well play one of the best cards ever printed, if possible.
Our duelists are getting ready. Again, their score pads ready to go. One thing to always note when you are in these events is that the written score is king, so make sure that you're always writing it down. You can't just keep a calculator with the life points on it. Need a written record.
Absolutely. It's definitely a lot easier to track. You can see on the page what life points have changed. It's easier to just look at, see what has been going for. It's easier to just confirm with your opponent as well.
Yep. And it's one of the things you are allowed to take notes about is the source of damage as well.
Definitely a lot easier to repair game states when you have a good written track of everything that's happened in the game.
More important than ever, you know, turns get really complicated these days, especially when you have really long chains. We saw in the break a match with Flunderies, for instance. All sorts of things can happen just off one normal summon in a Flunderies match, for instance, even more so in a Flunderies mirror match. So being able to just have a record of where all these increments came from can help take some of the mental strain off when you are going ahead and trying to resolve these complex situations.
Yeah, imagine playing the Flunderies turn into double Masquerade the Blazing Dragon. You know how many life points you have to pay for every single activation you play?
I hope it's 1,200, otherwise my math skills are a little rusty.
We'll see if either of these players will have to deal with something that problematic today. You see, Masquerade the Blazing Dragon is still a popular strategy within the Despia branded deck, and it's been a fairly popular one. We did see it round 1. We could see one of these players on it today.
It's one of those things that, like, a lot of it has been made of summoning 2 at the same time, but realistically, you only really need 1, and then maybe like a good hard disruption card to go with it. A lot of the lines that get you to 2 feel like they're maybe a little bit greedy, a little more prone to having big blowouts against you.
Yeah, a little bit specific to certain matchups for sure. Usually 600 doesn't really actually seem like a lot, but when it's just for every single action and it's also alongside other things that are pressuring your opponent, it usually just means that they have to spend their resources to not their best interest.
All right, looks like the dice have been thrown, and we are about to get this thing underway.
Right, starting game 1 here. Let's see which player gets to start. It looks like Mario is getting the lead here. Oh, there.
Looks like a Sword Soul. Sword Soul of Moye.
Yep, revealing Ashina as well. That's a pretty big tell. Usually if you're not leading with the Ashina, it's either that's the only worm/Sword Soul, any activator for Moye in the hand, or there is a copy of Sword Soul Strategist Longyan in hand as well. Yep, there it is.
There it is. Senzi Ashuna.
Now, being able to go from this position, able to summon Baron on the 5th summon, the most ideal time to be able to summon a Baron de Fleur in the Sword Soul strategy, getting a lot harder these days since the restriction on Auroradon, but opting to go for a bit of a greedier play, going into Sinister Longyan, getting some draws in here.
That's a little shocking to me. You don't really see that first thing off.
Yeah,
and he's immediately punished by Nibiru for it.
Yeah, a card that has been losing popularity for sure. Mario opting to take advantage of it, not being played in many people's decks, but Jesse looking at that kind of thing, preparing for it, and having Nibiru in his main deck.
All right, so the one thing of note is that that token is, in fact, a normal monster, and that leaves the tennies all live.
Yeah, we see an Adhara coming from hand, and there is an Ashina in the graveyard able to use its effect, summon potentially one of the level 7s here, likely a Vishuddha, able to still make a level 8 synchro, but nope, that is going to be met with Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring from the hand.
He's going to go into the Monk. Adhara's in the graveyard, managed to pick up Ashina.
And then that is a pass back to Jesse.
And now they're just counting up the attack points there.
Yep.
Now, the Longyan did get sent for a synchro summon. That means that its effect is able to activate, deal 1,200 damage. Just that incidental damage can make the difference between your opponent getting another turn and the game being over.
Absolutely. That is a very large Nibiru token as well, with over 4,000 defense and attack.
So next we'll see what Jesse's up to. Starts with Instant Fusion.
All right, so this is easily one of the best cards that Jesse could have here. You can see that he's playing the Predaplant strategy. So if he already has ways to play in his hand, he can go for Millenniumize Restrict to protect himself from any interruptions from the hand. But if he doesn't, he can go straight into the new Predaplant Fusion monster from Dimension Force, which is actually the full Predaplant combo by itself. On summon, it is able to add any Predap card from the graveyard, deck, or field? No, face-up extra deck, so like a Pendulum one, to the hand, and likely going to be searching a copy of Predaplanning.
It's one of those strange themes where the sequence of letters you need to make sure it's a theme is a little bit awkward when you write it out. So in this case, you need Predaplant, Predapower, all of those kinds of words. And the letters that they all share is Predap.
Mm-hmm. You don't want to give it just Preda and get all the Predator cards or what have you.
Yep, that's not enough. You need one more. You got to get one more. Get that one in there.
All right, and now we get to have the monster's secondary effect, which is still just as good, acting like a lone fire blossom, able to tribute a monster on the field and summon a Predaplant monster from your deck.
It's the Darlintonia Cobra, which you might remember as the card you didn't want to draw.
Oh, I promise you, you still really do not want to draw this card.
That gets you a fusion or polymerization. In this case, it's branded fusion. Normal summons Albaz, the Fallen of Albaz, and fuses it away with the token. Token's a light monster.
Yep, able to go straight into Albion. Albion, the branded dragon here, going to be able to banish from the graveyard to summon a fusion monster from the extra deck, it looks like he's going to be banishing the Albaz as well as the Predaplant Fusion monster to summon a copy of Mirror Jade. Normally you would do this play with Branded Fusion, but he's still holding that Branded Fusion in hand, not necessarily having to use it this turn. Oh, he's just going to go into battle phase, and there should be enough damage already. Yep, very quickly done by Jesse here. Having the Nibiru timely for the power play that Mario had in his hand, as well as the Ash to just finish the job, and then having the instant fusion to just start the play and just get it all done.
Pretty impressive start there. So Jesse takes game 1, and they are into the side decks. So how widespread do you think knowledge of the Predaplant deck is? So the cards that really make this work just came out in Dimension Force. It's had 1 weekend of regionals and national championships to see play. How widespread do you think knowledge of this strategy has gotten?
A lot more limited than everything else, I will say. It's one of those things where it's not particularly respected immediately, simply because Predaplant hasn't been one of those strategies that has seen a lot of success historically. And these cards have been out since, what, 2017 in Fusion Enforcers?
A long time ago.
Yeah. So it's one of those things that people often overlook them, especially since these cards are printed in common in Dimension Force as well. So those are the kind of cards that you just throw right away sometimes when you're like looking for the hollows. You're focusing on the ultras, you're focusing on the secrets, and you sometimes look over cards like Predaplant Biblis and the new Fusion monster as well, which were printed in common, that are absolutely just absurd cards.
Always a mistake, just skipping past the commons.
You're
going to miss the Dynarest or Pankratops of the world.
Absolutely. See, for those of you who are staying at home, make sure you go back and look at those commons that you might have. You might find insanely powerful cards like the Predaplant monsters that Jesse is utilizing today.
Yeah, there's really kind of, like Predaplants have always been overshadowed, because as you mentioned, they came out in Fusion Enforcers, which also had...
Alistair. Also a mainstay of tournaments.
Yep.
Almost to this day, not as popular as it is today, and Predaplant's finally taking it over as the primary Fusion deck instead of Alistair, but still a little bit undermined by Alibert.
That's true as well. The Despia cards have kind of been taking over the throne of whatever the most relevant Fusion deck is.
When you have a player as renowned as Jesse Cotton, though, opting to not summon the Alibers of the world and going for the Clematis Undues and trying to fuse into your Predaplant monsters, I feel like this deck can easily get more popular by the day. And I've seen how this deck plays. I've seen the merits of it. I do think it is actually very strong. And one of the merits of this deck is actually in this matchup here against the Sword Soul strategy because of the Predator counters that many of the Predaplant monsters give. The way the Predator counters work, any monster that has a counter automatically becomes level 1. This is not an effect that's attached to the monster, it is just the effect of the counter. So this is one of those things where if you're playing in Sword Soul and you just activate a card like Predaplanting, which on activation not only sends a Predaplant monster from your deck to the graveyard, but just gives every monster on the field a counter, it automatically turns every Sword Soul monster level 1, which means they're not going into their powerful Synchro monsters. They do not have access to it. So unless they're randomly playing a copy of like a Lyrilisk monster to go into Zeus or something, they're not really going to be doing anything. Maybe a Formula Synchron is more likely, but most of the time, you're not making anything in your action deck once a Predaplanting is activated.
And if you played in the Fusion Festival in Masterloo, you probably know about some of the other things that happen as a result of those Predator counters. Some of the Fusion monsters can negate the activated effects of monsters that have Predator counters, for instance, or automatically win battles of anything with a counter on it, or gain the attack points of it, things like that. So the Predator counters they're a tremendously valuable resource.
Absolutely. Looks like we're heading right into game 2 here. We'll see if Mario leads again. I think he might want to respect Nibiru a little bit more now that he knows Jesse's on it.
A little bit. I think that was just a big mistake not going for Fleur there.
Okay, Moye reveal Moye a little weaker than the initial hand that we saw game 1 and immediately met with infinite impermanence. We'll see if he has the long yuan. Oh, it's got a straight pass, I believe. Yep, Jesse gets to draw for turn. That interaction from the hand proving extremely useful against the Sword Soul strategy.
Is that an ultimate?
Oh, absolutely.
He's got the ultimates, right?
Yeah, Jesse Cotton, of course he does.
Yeah, and
the Starlight
Prosperities.
Absolutely.
Understood.
If Jesse isn't flexing, then what is he doing, you know?
Right. Showing up with automatic 2-0, starting after lunch, ultimate rares, Starlights, Predaplants.
I believe Jesse's main strategy is to actually intimidate his opponent into just getting the win.
Oh, he's reeling all sorts of different Predaplants there. We got Effect Veiler, Orphoscorpio. That's one of the new ones. I think that's
Buffalicula.
Biff.
Yes.
Predaplant Biff, that's his name now.
Along with a copy of Predapractice, which is actually an insane spell coming from, I believe, Legendary Duelist 5. Really powerful one, able to special summon a Predaplant monster from your hand and then immediately search any Predap card
Yep.
from your deck to your hand. It does lock you into fusion summons for the rest of the turn, though.
Interesting. Oh, and we got the Token Collector in there, too. Another useful card in this particular matchup. I think he's probably just going to go for game, though, right now, isn't he?
Probably not with the Prosperity, but I think...
Oh, it's half damage.
Yeah,
Right.
I think he's able to just set up something, at least like there were many copies of that Prosperity revealing that could just end in the full combo. Orphoscorpio for sure is going to get there, potentially able to get it through a disruption as well if he's able to search for instant fusion instead of the branded fusion.
Tosses Fallen of Albaz for that.
It looks like if he's, let's see if he goes for Darling Cobra immediately or if he goes for Chlamydia Sundew. Yep, it was going for Chlamydia Sundew. That likely means he didn't already open Branded Fusion, and this is the more efficient line, because in this deck, you don't immediately want to activate Branded Fusion. You want to actually get to your Fusion monster first and put it in either field or graveyard, so when you actually make your Mirror Jade, you get to use that instead of the Albion itself, because you want to leave the Albion on the field for the end combo, because when you fuse for your Dragos Tapelia at the end of the play, you're going to use the Albion, so during the end phase, Albion will set the new Branded Banishment that also came out of Dimension Force.
Yeah, Branded Banishment is kind of a scary card, reviving one of your monsters and then letting you fuse. And use your opponent's monster for it as well.
Absolutely. Pairs really well with Predaplanning as well. Predaplanning, we talked about how it gives both players counters on the field. We didn't talk about a secondary effect in the graveyard. If you fusion summon, you are able to banish it to destroy one card on the field.
All right, and he swaps out into the Cobra, searches for Branded Fusion.
Right. We're going to see him likely just go for the full play here. Doesn't need to be overly aggressive, simply because he will not be able to do all the damage necessary. Now, usually another difference in this deck, you're often going for Albion straight. Lubellion is only there if you need to extend, or you're trying to summon the new ultra rare fusion monster from Dimension Force, the Predator Dragon. So likely we're going to see him sending a copy of Fallen of Albaz as well as Fairy Tale Snow, you know, the absolute favorite of Jesse Cotton.
Shocking. Shocking, I say.
Oh, it looks like he's actually changing it up a little bit. He's going to send Predaplant Biblisp, so he's going for the Lubellion play. I was wrong. Which is interesting, because usually if you're going to do that, you would still send another copy of a card that's very rarely known as Stay Sailor or Marin from Lightning Overdrive, which has an effect when it's sent to the graveyard to send a plant monster from your deck to the graveyard. So also getting to the same end without having to discard the card off of the Lubellion.
So Biblisp is going to give you another search.
Right.
And it can come, it's another one of those cards that uses the Predator counters. If there is a monster with the counter on the field, it can pop back out of the graveyard.
Nice, and banishes itself. Usually that's the one you want to send off the Predaplanning, but here it's almost always searching Buffalicula. Buffalicula in the scales allows you to fusion summon for a dark fusion monster using your hand and field. There it is. Okay, opted to go for this line. This play does not set up the banishment. Maybe it's a card that he actually cited out, or it's just already in his hand and he doesn't feel the need to.
So he's going to attack. Damage is going to be halved there. Or no, did he banish it?
I believe he attacked. I don't think he has a reason to use the Mirror Jade right now, especially since like you had the option to go for Albion to set that up anyway. I think him choosing not to, there's no reason to burn the Mirror Jade effect yet. And there is 2 sets, so I have to assume one of those is the Branded Banishment. Opting to conserve his resources just that much more, keep all of his Albions in his extra deck.
All right, so we've got Dragos Tapelia on there, along with Mirror Jade. And Mario's going to start out by special summoning Incredible Ecclesia and activating her effect to summon a Sword Soul or Fallen of Albaz from the deck.
And we do know that Mario actually does have another copy of Moye in his hand from the reveal of previous turn.
Right.
So we're going for the Taya here.
Oh, it's called by the grave. He's going to take out that one Sword Soul monster in the graveyard. Now there is no worm. Tai is going to be stranded, unable to make a token.
All right, it almost seems like a certainty that he sided out the branded banishment at this point and just didn't have any good value to search. Sure. He's activating the Moe, which technically he is allowed to do. It just will not resolve with any real value.
Yep. Jesse knows that he had that second Moe in there. So not only does he get to block the Taya effect by banishing it with Called by the Grave, it also negates the activated effects of every other copy of Moe for the next cycle of turns.
Absolutely. Now, another interaction that we didn't get to talk about is Dracos Tapelia, as you mentioned earlier, is able to put a Predator counter on a card, and its continuous effect is any monster with a Predator counter has its activated effects negated. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be from Dracos Tapelia. If you activate Predator Planning, its continuous effect will apply on those monsters that gain the counters in the chain. So you get to have another version of effect negation with that.
Long One's up next. He discarded an Adhara for that.
I believe you absolutely activate Predator Planning here just to make all those monsters level 1, or you just get rid of the token. Both are reasonable.
Goes ahead and uses the Mirror Jade effect there.
Looks like he's going into a Shaman of the Tenyi now.
That's one way to get a tuner back.
Still. Yep, Tai is finally able to find the material to banish Schwartz effect. Going to banish the Longyan. Ideal, usually one you want to potentially add back once Taya gets to send a worm.
Now that gets hit by Dragos Tapelia, placing a Predator counter on it.
Okay, so still has the Shaman available. It looks like there is an Adhara discarded off of the Longyan as well. Looks like Mario will concede, though. Does not find a way to break through the board that Jesse has made.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Jesse had a fantastic line of play in that second game. I think Mario, I think if he had gone for the Baron there in game 1, we could be saying something a little bit different right now. But he got punished very hard by that Nibiru, and Jesse's able to take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, that's one of those things where that's a meta call, right? Nibiru has not been popular in decks at all simply because it hasn't been strong against decks like Despia, where they just don't summon that many times, or Sword Soul can usually set up a Baron, or previously Prankids was able to play under it really well. So it's just not a card you typically see being played, and that's something that Jesse took advantage of. But we'll be waiting to see more from Jesse's thoughts on that in the interview. But until then, a quick break.
And we are back with our round 3 feature match winner, Jesse Cotton. How does it feel to play in the feature match? I feel like it seems like you're really comfortable out here. How does it feel?
Yeah, feature match is pretty comfortable. I haven't played the first 2 rounds because I'm fortunate enough to have buys, but it's a little jittery when everyone else is all warmed up. I'm not. That's fine though, I think. Yeah.
So you played against Sword Soul. That's a pretty popular deck in this tournament, or just in this meta in general. Is that a deck you're prepared for? What are the decks that you were really looking forward to play against in this tournament?
Yeah, I think Sword Soul is probably the deck I'm expecting more than anything. After that, Despia.
Okay, that makes sense. So you picked Predaplant, kind of like an off-meta choice, or at least a little bit more obscure. People don't really recognize it. How do you feel your chances are of winning the whole event?
I feel it's all right. I couldn't find anything I was super confident in, but I think it's still a solid choice. I just wish it didn't lose the D barrier the same way that, almost every other deck does.
Yeah, Dimensional Barrier is one of those cards that you really have to look out for. A lot of decks do struggle with it, and even though you're not playing the exact branded Despia deck that everyone else is playing, you still fall to those limitations. Yeah. Well, we look forward to seeing you in the rest of the tournament. You performed great in this feature match, absolutely destroyed your opponent, showed how strong your deck can be, and what happens when you don't respect Nibiru the Primal Being. We look forward to seeing you later. Good luck. And back to Jerome to show you some more cool stuff that we have going on.
So you've heard what we think about what people are bringing to the tournament. You've heard what some of our featured players think about what people are bringing to the tournament. How about some more views from the floor on what decks they think are going to be the most popular at this event?
Deck for me, seeing how I wasn't around for a little bit. The deck is very powerful. As for the matchups, probably the mirror match. I feel kind of comfortable with the mirror match.
The deck I bring to this YCS, I'm using a Predaplant version of branded deck. And I think for the entire tournament, I think the Despia version of a branded deck will be like a big competitor. So is Sword Soul deck. Those two are the biggest opponents I kind of prepare for it.
So for this YCS, I actually brought Tenyi Sword Soul because we cannot play the Auroradon combo anymore, that is for sure. I am expecting a lot of mirror matches because Sword Soul is a very good counter to Despia. So I'm also playing probably against Despia a whole heck of a lot. So I'm expecting mostly that.
I brought the Sword Soul deck this weekend. I think it has a good Despia matchup. Despia is probably the most popular matchup besides the Sword Soul mirror. And I've been playing Sword Soul since Burst of Destiny came out, so I'm just really comfortable with it. And it's really good in Master Duel, it's really good in the TCG, so I'm excited to play it this weekend.
I brought a combo deck, and I'm not really looking forward to any type of matchup. I'm just trying to see what type of different decks there are.
So for this YCS, I'm playing pure Eldritch, and it's just trap heavy. For the reason I'm playing it is because the ban list came about a week before this event, and I just thought just playing Floodgates would be able to stop my opponents from playing. The matchups I'm mostly looking forward to playing is probably branded Despia, Sword Soul, some Flunderies matchups, because my main deck is mostly built to counter those strategies.
I brought the Sanavalon Plant Therian deck this weekend. Really stoked to play it with new cards from Dimension Force. I can't wait to show off my green thumb. The matchup I am most excited to play against is still the Sword Soul matchup. I think that deck is extremely powerful for a mid-range deck this format, and hopefully I can come out on top with it.
All right, well, you heard it from them. So this is our second YCS in North America so far, and you saw a little bit of a glimpse of what happened last time around. But let's take a look at our previous champion. So we've only had one so far, but Elijah Green won with Prank Kids back in Charlotte, North Carolina. Who's going to join him on this wall? Well, you'll just have to stay tuned to find out, won't you? That'll do it for us for round 3. Round number 4 is coming up next. Don't go away. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Hartford. Let's take a quick trip to Bushnell Park in Hartford, Connecticut, the first official public park in the United States of America.
Yeah, super cool. First, like, public park ever established, right? Obviously, like, we take parks almost for granted nowadays, like a mainstay, but it's interesting to think, like, there was a first one, right?
And this is it. Now then, on to business. We are currently in round number 4. Out of 1,247 duelists in attendance, only 160 are left undefeated.
Yep, I mean, we've had a few rounds so far, some of them going by like blistering fast, right? We've had a lot of blowouts, a few less grind games. We saw one game grind down a little bit with Mystic Mind, but that was really just grinding the top of your deck until you find a Cosmic Cyclone to beat it. But we have some exciting things still lined up.
Yeah, there's a lot of really interesting decks still out there. We've been looking through some of the decks that have been performing well. You know, we've seen Punks, we've seen Agents, and we've seen plenty of Despia, and we're going to see a little more of that now in this match.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've talked about it a little bit. Despia, one of those decks where a lot of people consider it to be one of the best, right? Like, you can make that argument very easily, but there's still a lot of different variants of it, different ways to play it. You know, whether that's the inclusion of, like, a few more, like, you know, like, particular, like, small engines, or maybe, like, you know, you alter your spell line a little bit. We were talking about Lure Darkness earlier, or even, like, trap cards. You know, there's tons of different ways to play the strategy.
And we're going to see another one of them in this round 4 match.
All right, and first up from our players, we have Christopher from Chicago, Illinois. Favorite card, Magispector Unicorn Kieran.
Really?
Ooh.
That's an interesting one. And going up against him, we've got Hunter L. from Boynton Beach, Florida. His favorite card, Mecha Phantom Beast Dracosac, an all-star in the Dragon Ruler format, one of the many older formats that you can play in a Time Wizard event if you so choose.
Yeah, that one was definitely a fan favorite for a long time, right? When people talk about, like, older formats, hard to escape talking about Dragon Ruler. But we're going to have a good round this one. So both these duels are 3-0. Hunter will be playing a Despia deck, and we'll see exactly what Christopher has brought to the table on the other side.
It's really, like, you just don't know at this point. If you come in at the start, you're pretty confident, yep, it's probably going to be Sword Soul, it's probably going to be, you know, another Despia deck. But as we've seen so far, we've had, you know, Libermancer, we've had Plunder Patrol, we've had Predaplants. But what's it going to be this time? Are we going to finally get the Despia branded mirror match?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what most duels were preparing for, right, when you expect it. But then we see other things like that we saw with the Plunder Patrol match, right? He was playing against Dragon Link. There's a lot of decks you can still play, even when this deck is just operating on this sort of like, I'm not going to say a different axis, but as popular as this deck is, the field's wide open. But I'd be excited to see a mirror match. You know, it's definitely, a lot of people think of this deck as one of the more, like, skill-oriented, right? Like, very high skill cap in terms of what you can do, and you especially see those in mirror matches, right? Because there's a lot of, like, small interactions you can do, a lot of, like, making the maximum out of your cards to make sure you're always a little bit further ahead in terms of economy.
Yeah, well, maybe there are certain cards that you play specifically because you're expecting it, or you're trying to get an edge there, and maybe they don't really shine in those other matchups. Yeah, it was funny to see a Dragon Link match after the new Albalenitus came out. I thought maybe that would scare people away from playing anything that had to put dragons on the field.
Yeah, I think Dragon Link is one of those decks that's really interesting where a lot of people who play Dragon Link don't stop, right? They're just looking for more dragon cards. They don't really care as much about the dragon hate.
All right, now it looks like we are about to be underway here in what is a Despia branded mirror match. Let's take a look.
Okay.
And it appears that Christopher is going to start us off. With Albion, the Shrouded Dragon. And I'll send a branded Spell or Trap card to the graveyard here.
Okay.
It's opening. After he gives us a quick shuffle and cut, Albion's going to go to the bottom of the deck, and Christopher will draw a new card. And up next,
Ooh. Branded Fusion. Gets hit with Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, so cutting Christopher off a little bit there, but still has a lot of gas in the tank. Albion, one of those cards that replaces itself immediately, right?
Yep. Yeah, it's only the second Ash I've seen all weekend so far. Jesse had one last round. This will be the second. Ooh, set one pass. Maybe a good play in 2010, not so much now.
Yeah, not quite the classic T it once was, but still, we'll have to see.
You can't even line them up these days with all those Mech Knight duelists prowling around.
Exactly. All right, Hunter's going to start things off on his side with, ooh.
Oh, okay.
A solid Allure of Darkness, right? Banishing to make sure that he can still maintain, not even maintain, right? He goes a little bit plus advantage.
Yep.
We were talking about Dragon Rulers earlier. Sacred Swords of 7 stars, the first time I've ever banished something to draw 2 and get some more.
Exactly.
Still exists here today.
And Mercurier itself, like in addition to that, it's also a negation you can play from your hand.
Yeah, a lot of upside with that card. We were talking about, like, you know, reasons to play Allure of Darkness. Here's the big one, right? You get just a little bit of extra advantage. Ooh, and a second copy of Allure of Darkness.
How about 2? Let's go for 2.
This time I will be banishing the Spriggan's Kit I just added.
Oh, there's Spriggan's Kit. Okay. Both of those new cards from the structure deck as well. Spriggan's Kit, we don't get to see it being summoned in this case, but it's another special summoning effect.
The Aluber Gesture of Despia and activate the effect of Search Response.
Well, Aluber's going to go through as well, adding a branded spell or trap.
I will go ahead and add Despia, Theater of the Branded.
It's the Theater of the Branded. That's the field spell. Allows you to fusion summon.
Attention duelists, please make sure when your master slip is being turned in, there is one single winner checked, and you have 2 signatures.
Next up, we've got Branded Fusion. Let's see if Christopher can answer the Branded Fusion. He cannot. It's fine.
Yeah, he took a little peek at his hand there, and I was expecting something maybe, but...
Like maybe a dimensional barrier, something like that.
Yeah, it might be a little bit too hopeful, especially in game 1, but we'll see. So Hunter's going to go ahead, send down Tragedy of the Despia along with Fallen of Albaz.
And that'll make Lubellion.
Yep, the Searing Dragon.
Pitches a card, Forbidden Droplet. Orders the chain links so that Tragedy will resolve first. It's got to be careful with that. There has to be a legal fusion summoned for you in the first place in order to activate it, but it's kind of hard for that not to be the case when you're summoning it with Branded Fusion. Or really in general.
Using away the Fallen of Albaz.
The things that Branded Fusion opens up is just ridiculous,
Yeah.
especially in something like this where you get yours negated by Ash and your opponent fires one off and you have nothing for it. Rough, like tough beats.
All right, and Mirror Jade hits the field. Mirror Jade's also a tough one. You can't leave it there, and you can't get rid of it without losing your stuff. And you can't leave extra deck monsters out because Albaz might eat them up and turn into Mirror Jade.
It goes back to the thing, there's a lot of like subtle lines you need to take, right? A lot of things that you need to be aware of like throughout the whole play, and it looks like he's going to go ahead and play that Theater of the Branded.
Who fuses away Mirror Jade and Ad Libitum for Masquerade. And then Ad Libitum special summons back Mirror Jade. Masquerade attacks in and destroys Fallen of Albaz. And the scariest thing about, the mirror match here is you might think that you could use Alba Lenitus to help you out here, but none of these are dragons. you're not getting anything out of this field. That's a worm. You got, a worm and fairies?
It goes back to the whole like ice barrier problem, right? Where you think a lot of these things are dragons, but they're just not.
Ah, yes. My sea serpent, the dragon of the ice barrier.
Yeah. Or like Levier. There's a lot of like dragons that aren't quite dragons, but they sure look like it, right? It looks like Christopher is going to go ahead and activate Branded in red. Brings out a Lubellion of his own.
All right. So you can toss Edgem Chain for that. I believe that's his last card in hand, though.
So that will put you down to 6,800.
And he's also hemorrhaging life points every time he plays a card or effect.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a lot, right? 600 per card, but it adds up. It definitely adds up.
All right, so we've got his own Mirror Jade.
Okay.
And Edgem Chain activates. Go ahead and grab a Frightfur card out of the deck, and it'll be Frightfur Patchwork. If there's one way to refill your hand quickly, that'd be it.
Yeah, it doesn't take much, right? Like one inherent problem with fusion like strategies that's always exist, right? It's 3 cards to do something, right? You need a fusion spell and 2 materials. Frightfur Patchwork fixes that problem very well.
Hunter flips Branded Opening. Resolves Pitching Fallon of Albaz. And special summoning another copy of Despian Tragedy.
I will activate the effect of Mirror Jade, banishing for cost. Sending Albion the...
Sends Albion to the graveyard to activate Mirror Jade's effect.
Which monsters have declared an attack?
Just this monster.
Christopher.
And then what was the first one you declared attack with directly?
And this is still happening in Hunter's turn. We're still in the battle phase. Branded in red was activated there.
Yep.
So a Luber.
So 10 is this? Okay, so 3,000.
I will chain my Mirror Jade.
Sure.
It looks like that's going to prompt Christopher to use his own Mirror Jade's effect.
And it's a perfect reflection of Mirror Jade's sending Albions from the extra deck to the graveyard. Presumably to banish each other.
I will banish you, Mirror Jade.
That's fine. And then I shall banish yours.
What a mirror match, huh?
Mirror match, Mirror Jade.
Sure. That was 600. Brings it down to 5K. Attack directly for
Yep.
18.
And he's managed to keep most of the damage off,
Brings
though.
you down to 32.
Yeah, but still not a lot of resources left, right? He still has the Patchwork in hand. That's a single card.
Yep.
Set 1 card.
So not out of it,
Proceed
but
to end phase.
it's rough.
Trigger.
You know, I'm not super sure how you're getting out of this one. It probably involves getting enough extra cards to go for Guardian Chimera. I don't know if you can get the materials for that here.
I'll set banishment.
Sets Branded Banishment. Very powerful card. I don't think we've seen it resolved yet, though.
I will resolve my Mirror Jade.
Okay. I will destroy these 2 monsters and then protect with Branded Opening for the 3rd.
Branded Opening keeps Masquerade on the field.
And then still in end phase, I'm going to activate my Albion.
Sure, no problem. Take another 6. Puts you down to 2,600.
He's going to go ahead and grab a Branded spell. There's Branded Fusion. All right, now things are looking a little better.
Yeah, if there's any cards that can open it up, right? Those two. You look at the things like Shaddoll Fusion can do. Any of these cards that like Fusion spell that sends materials from the deck and then triggers effects, right? A lot of free cards.
And he picks up what appeared to be Albion, the Shrouded Dragon there.
I like the Branded Fusion.
So it starts with Branded
Puts you down to
Fusion.
2,000. Yes. In response, I will chain D-Barrier, call Fusion.
Oh.
The look that Hunter just gave Christopher, it was everything to me. Yeah.
Uh-huh. You think you're going to fuse, huh? Okay.
Yeah, you talked about it a little bit earlier, right? Cards that you play for the mirror match.
Right.
Some main deck copies of Dimensional Barrier, solid option. Very solid option.
You know, and it's good against Sword Soul as well. So it's kind of, if you're covering the 2 most prevalent matchups, it seems like, you know, an easy add.
Yeah, I mean, you can call Ritual as well, right? So even like weird decks like Libromancer, not weird necessarily, but like...
Or, you know, Pendulum, if you run into the guy playing Pendulum. Because Monkey Board
is back. Yeah. I have a lot of thoughts, but that's okay. Monkey Board is a powerful card. Those are my thoughts, man. I've played a lot with Monkey Board in my time. Man, that card is good. But yeah, so Hunter taking a fairly clean game 1, right? Really on the back, I think, of Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, right? Stopping, like basically
capturing all that tempo in that first turn, cutting Christopher off from like a huge amount of resources, and then the main deck tech Dimensional Barrier like really sealing the deal, the nail in the coffin.
It's tough having to reveal that in game one, but you got to slam the door shut.
I think it's fine because you expect it more inside games, right? Yeah. So like at least game one, like you're getting your full value out of it.
True.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards there that I think still could have ended it, right? But Dimensional Barrier really just being the one that was like, there's too much at that point to really handle.
It just hurts, seeing your own branded fusion negated, and then your opponent plays theirs, and you're like, oh, at least I got this other branded fusion, and that doesn't go through either.
I think one thing that's great about being back at live events, the bad beat stories,
yep.
Right? Good bad beat story. Yeah, my opponent opened with Branded Fusion. He stopped mine with Ash Blossom, and then main deck game one, I thought I came back, but he had Dimensional Barrier.
And that was all the first turn, too.
Yes.
And that's the other thing with the Allure, is that you can draw through to cards like that maybe you only play a couple of instead of the full 3. So that's another advantage to having all those extra draw spells in there.
It's a big one, too. Definitely a powerful inclusion, but we'll see what our Duelist slate go. We got game 2. You can expect some amount of side deck cards, maybe, or in like Hunter's case, maybe he just jammed all these side deck cards in his main deck. I feel like that's a fair move.
Yeah, if you already got the right cards, then you're fine.
Yeah.
How big of a power move would it be if you're just like, nope, I'm ready.
I feel like if you look at some past formats, it was like that though. Like a good example we were talking about earlier, the Dragon Ruler mirror match. You didn't side deck much because most of your deck was already like, I knew that this is what I was here for, right? Or like even if you look back at like the Teleport Dark Arm decks, right? Like as soon as they started main decking Oppression, it was just like, yep, nope, I'm not siding any cards. It's like, am I going first? That was the thing. Like first, maybe like you side out Dust Shoot or something. But yep, but we'll head down in game 2. That's when you really know like a deck is almost at its prime, right? You're really just main decking for the mirror, and that's it. And strong opening for Christopher in branded opening. Gonna go ahead and discard Edgimp Chain.
So we're still in the draw phase here.
Yeah, as you mentioned, those getting a little bit more clever. Gonna get a Looper and effectively like chain block it, right, with the Edgimp Chain. Grab 2 of the most powerful spells he could. Fight for Patchwork alongside Branded Fusion.
Oh, and he's also got Albion in there. That's actually a pretty good looking hand.
Yeah, and a Branded in red. Solid stuff.
So I think you fire off the Patchwork first. Yes.
So chain poly and that, okay.
You can grab the Edgent Chain and Polymerization Classic. It's not the swirly version. It's the TV show version.
Both a little swirly.
Both a little swirly.
Both a little swirly. One maybe a little swirlier than the other, but yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to follow that with Albion. Kick down a card. See what he chooses.
Sending Fallen Valbez for cost.
Sure.
It's going to be the Fallen Valbez before he puts it to the bottom, draws another card. As you mentioned, putting it to the bottom effectively, almost like no chance of seeing it anytime soon unless you're shuffling again. But this deck does do a lot of shuffling.
It's true. And he comes up with another Fallen of Albaz. All right. Activating Branded Fusion. I'm going to drop. He's found his Despian there, the Tragedy. And Albaz.
Okay.
So that's all 3 copies of it that are now kind of in play.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then I will activate Lubellion the Searing Dragon as Chain Link 1.
Thinking really hard about his discard here.
Discarding a Luber for cost, and then Despian Tragedy Chain Link 2.
You're good. May I see your graveyard?
All right, so we're resolving Tragedy first.
So we're currently
Doesn't look like Hunter has any way to stop him this time around. Christopher grabs Ad Libitum.
Yes.
And then
Yep.
Fallen of Albaz along with Lubellion will be fused together into Mirror Jade. Now, have you been seeing a lot of Lightning Storm lately?
No, actually. Like in most of
Well, at least most of the deck lists I've seen for this tournament, no. I feel like Evenly Matched is definitely more popular. We were talking about that card earlier. I think Raigeki also being at 3. I've seen a couple Raigekis, which was surprising to me, right? Because I think Lightning Storm is an incredible card, right? 2 modes. Anything with multiple modes means you probably get more value out of it at a side deck card. But yeah, no, surprisingly, not as much. Still a solid number like Dark Ruler No Mores. You know, similar cards, sort of. Does something at least like blanks, but...
I still notice a lot of players playing around it and putting all their stuff in defense position as they summon it.
I think it's one of those things where, like, if you can, you might as well, right? The same reason why we see maybe the no more T-sets, right, and stuff like that. No reason not to. That's a lot. That's also, we talked about things that are like signature to like Yu-Gi-Oh! DNA. It's that. It's like playing around literally anything, because anything could be there, right? There's all these options. Cards don't go away, right?
And it's just a lot of small things. Like, you form these habits because you lose due to them once.
Yes.
Like, you get beat by the one Mech Knight player one time, and you never put 2 cards in the same column ever again.
It's fun, though, because it's like, oh, you got me, but never again. Never again.
We will adapt.
Yes, exactly. And that, we were talking about Draco Sack earlier. That was a big thing. Draco Sack in attack mode, I remember, like, oh, if I maxi, but they have Forbidden Chalice and Colossal Fighter, I lose. It's like, I'm never putting Draco Sack in attack mode ever again. That was like bread and butter Dragon Ruler. It's like ridiculous things like that, right? Like, you lose to them once, and you're just like, I never want this to ever happen to me again.
It's always at the worst possible time, too.
Yes, yes. Ooh.
Speaking of.
Yeah. An extra shining one, too. So he's going to go, Hunter's going to go ahead and slap down Mystic Mine. Christopher might have a response, though. He's considering some options. See exactly what those are. 2 cards set, 2 cards in hand. 2 of his fusions in defense mode.
I believe we saw one of those. I thought it was a branded banishment.
Drop a turn. Stand by main phase.
Now, notably, Mystic Mine, it only can't activate monster effects if he has something down there like Masquerade, for instance. That'll still cause a life point differential. As you can see right there, Hunter's down to 7,400. So it's a bit of a dangerous game to play there if you're going to give yourself a deficit and then stall everything out.
Yeah. I think it's also, yeah, if we're talking about time, right, especially in like a game 3, I think in this situation, not too bad, right, because you're likely going to just break open your own mind eventually. Especially like with Mind Up, like how many cards are you actually trying to play sometimes? But definitely important to note. Interesting interaction as well.
So in this case, he would be replacing that with the Theater of the Branded.
I will pass turn.
7 in hand?
I have 6.
Pass it back and forth. Christopher's up to 6 cards in hand.
I saw both players think he might have 7. At one point, Chris thought he had 7. It was like, oh, no, I have 6. And then Hunter's like, are you sure it's not 7?
Stand by main.
And just progressing through his phases. It looked like, are we going to see an activation or maybe a set? It looks like branded in red.
I'll set 1 and I will pass turn.
That's a good thing to have around. If your opponent is going to crack the mine, you want to have that ready to drop a Chimera on them for whatever they're up to.
Set 1 and I will pass turn.
Maybe one more monster there, unless you're just going to fuse both of your on-field monsters for it. We are filling up the zones.
I'll activate branded opening.
Sure.
Branded opening for Christopher.
So that's going to resolve. Branded opening?
Ditches the 3rd copy of Fallen of Valbaz.
Summon Dustman Tragedy.
Yes.
If you are in rivalry number 8, please go to the
Looks like just to free up his zone, though.
Pass turn.
See, something of note, he did mention, said he was discarding for cost, but branded opening doesn't have a cost. You discard as part of the effect. So that's something that you should be clarifying on, because you don't want to just throw away a card and have your opponent use Ash Blossom and not know that you weren't supposed to.
Interesting discard there for Hunter, Allure of Darkness. That would make me think that maybe he's trying to drag this into...
actually drag it out?
Yeah. Right? Because, it's hard to discard an Allure. It's hard to discard that card.
The dragging out, though, I still have yet to see it work in one of these matches.
You're not wrong. But he's full committing now with a second discard for another copy of Allure of Darkness.
Has he finally... maybe he just caught an opponent that doesn't have an out to it.
This position feels eerily similar to what we saw with the Libromancer player as well, though, where it's up a game, maybe just heat check it.
Yep.
If I can get it for free, why not, Make my life a little bit easier. You got 11 rounds to play through. You only have so much brain power, right? So if you can take one round where you're just kind of chilling on the back of mine, you take those.
Let's take a game off.
Yeah.
And they continue to draw. I do wonder, does Christopher have something that does it?
Do you expect to see spell and trap card removal in the Despia Mirror often?
Probably not.
Right?
Probably not. Unless you see the theater and you want to blow that up.
What's the reason?
I don't know. I just feel like I just can't not play at least one card. Even if it's just Duster, I gotta have something in there that can destroy a spell or trap.
Yeah.
I can check this right now. No? Okay.
That's that whole mental meta sub game though of do they have it? Do I even consider doing this, right? Because there's going to be games where you draw that card and it's just not, especially in a side decked game, right? But maybe in a side deck game you can think about as oh, maybe it's an early way debate, a dimensional barrier, right? It's not the worst card. And you do expect to see more of those types of cards, I think, out of side deck games as well, especially in a mirror match. When we talk about mirrors in formats that get a little bit more developed and refined, it's always oh, they're suddenly playing this continuous trap card in the mirror, and it sort of blow things out. We were talking about Royal Oppression earlier, right? You can look at Vanity's Emptiness, Soul Drain, Skill Drain, all those other cards. So it's probably worthwhile for those corner cases, and especially this, right? Just knowing that it could happen. It's just your deck's 39 cards and a Cosmic Cyclone every time you build it, or whatever, right? Or your case, 39 cards and a Feather Duster, yeah.
All right.
Ooh.
We got a little bit of action. We got Eluber here on Hunter's side. Let's see what he does here.
Over is fine.
Yeah, presumably you just let that happen. And we note... Oh, yeah, I almost missed that Despian over there in the corner. He does have 3 monsters on the field, so he could use 2 and still leave up one of the fusions. And during that period of time, he had...
Set one and...
6,200.
Yes.
He had pitched Polymerization as well. So if we get an eventual Guardian Chimera, it will be protected.
Stand by me.
Yes.
And yeah, Christopher has to have something he can do here. I think he would have conceded at this point otherwise, because this game has gone 13 minutes now.
Oh, Christopher conceded, similar to what you said before, though, right? He's just out.
Yeah.
Yeah. They've already had their lunch break. He's well fed.
Oh, is that Fairy Tale Snow?
It looks like it.
Just interesting.
I will pass turn. Oh, right. Sorry.
That'd be a fairly good discard. There it is.
A very good discard.
Very. All right, Hunter's going to pay, flip Branded Lost.
5,600.
That's correct, and I am thinking.
Annie?
Brandon lost is fine.
Aluber?
They respond to a branded banishment.
Interesting.
He was setting this up a little bit last turn, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have just summoned a Lure and then sent to the graveyard with droplets.
Mm.
We will go ahead and fuse.
So if Christopher doesn't have it out, do you think he's watching this like, yes,
These two.
like break it, do something?
So both monsters.
Trigger lost, chain link one.
Yeah, so the craziest thing about Branded Banishment is that you don't have to use the monster that you summon back for the fusion. Most effects like this, you do, but this one you don't. So you can just take both fusions and make Dragostapelia. And now Hunter has more monsters here.
I sighted out all my targets. Yeah, it's just for this. Lab. Okay.
All right, so it appears that he tried to activate the effect of Branded Lost there, but forgot that he had sighted out all of his stuff. And take a warning for that. And he finally eliminates the Mystic Mind, setting, presumably, the Theater of the Branded.
So Hunter must have just known what he was like, sort of what kind of game state he was trying to set up the whole time, right? Didn't need to rush it with copies of Lure of Darkness.
I will activate Brandon in red, targeting ad libitum of Despia.
All right.
Ooh.
Chains with Crow. Let's take out ad libitum, which will also stop the fusion.
Oh, chain banishment.
Unless
Targeting the ad libitum.
Crow 2.
Electric Boogaloo. The interesting thing about cards like DD Crow and Effect Veiler, right, when you compare it to the newer hand effects, you can use as many copies as you want in a turn, which is usually a big advantage in scenarios like this.
Yep. And just like Branded in red, if you don't summon the monster with Branded Banishment, you do not get to fuse.
Ooh, now a Branded Fusion for Hunter.
This one I think is going to go through.
I wouldn't really worry about this, though. I feel like now Hunter's kind of in the driver's seat, right? The big thing is that Christopher does have a large hand.
I take that back. That's not going to go through. Hunter flips Cross-Out Designator.
Sweet card. Sweet card. Ooh. Talk about cards for the mirror match. Ooh.
And you know he plays it because he used it on you in the first game. Oh boy! Wow.
Yeah, I didn't even know this when I was looking at that. He main decks a full set of Cross-Out Designators. Yeah. Oh.
Really good in mirror matches.
I will activate Alubion as chain link 1, discarding opening for cost, chain link 2, tragedy.
So, a lot of time people talk about like building your deck to do certain things, and the common thing that I always hear about is like you can build a deck to top an event or build a deck to win an event.
Yep.
This is a deck that's built to win an event.
Yep.
This is a deck where once you enter Top Cut and you know the majority of the field is likely going to be mirrors, you have that advantage game won every time, and that gives me the chills a little bit. Like it's a cool version of the deck to play for sure.
Yeah, that's one of the things I like so much about Yu-Gi-Oh! And like high competition in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is when people do that, and you can tell who really wants it, and who's just trying to get a top on their record.
Yeah. And it goes back to the whole thing where, like, building your deck so it's more mirror match oriented usually means you're losing points in the other things, right? But what you're really relying on is, like, the core of what your, like, Despia branded deck does is at least solid against the rogue, and that the rest of it is just how you pilot it, right? And you can take a few, like, minus cards like Dimensional Barrier, Cross-Out Designator, and just hope the corner cases come up.
And that's a part where VIPs have a big advantage because they don't have to play those first 2 rounds where you run into a lot of the stuff that can just give you an early loss on the record because you weren't expecting it or your deck just doesn't line up well against it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big trifecta of being a VIP, right? 1, 2 buys. 2, you get to build your deck for more of the mirror match. 3, unmentioned 1, breakfast.
Yep.
All important. Key to tournament success. And then Hunter's going to move on to battle phase now. Unhindered by Mystic Mine. Solid looking field. Going to declare an attack on the Despian Tragedy.
Thinking. Yes.
Now, in Christopher's favor, he's still got his full complement of life points. He's still at 8,000.
Yeah, Hunter had to get through a little bit because of the opposing fusion monster. Just taxing him for 600 every time. The Masquerade.
And Masquerade can come back, can it not?
I believe so.
This is another fusion. I always forget if it's either player has it or if you have one. Yeah. Yeah, if your opponent controls a Ritual Fusion, Synchro, Xyz, or Link monster. Oh, but it's not in the graveyard. It was banished. Branded banishment. Oh.
Another powerful one. And as we talked about before, Chris's hand's still large, right? 6 cards going down to 5. Going to Super Propel me. Is it going to be?
Do you think he plays the 3 material one, the Proskenian?
No, I think it's going to be the 2. I think it's going to be. I think I see it the Venom one. We'll see though.
Ah, Starving Venom.
Yeah.
Starving Venom, okay. 2 dark monsters on the field.
Oh, it doesn't look like it, though.
No, it's Regostapelia after all.
Let me double check to make sure I haven't used all mine.
On resolution, trigger Mirror Jade.
Mirror Jade is 5.
So Mirror Jade activates, is sent to the graveyard.
Interesting game.
It's a very complex turn. Like, a lot of stuff has been going on in just this one turn. Very back and forth.
A lot of small interactions, too. That's what I was talking about, where a lot of people do feel like this deck takes a lot of skill to pilot, right? Very high skill cap, and it especially shows through in that mirror match.
Because opening does that. That makes that.
So Christopher, he's still full up on life points. He didn't take any attacks.
Time ticked down a bit, too, under that Mystic Mine, yeah. Now it's something you need to be conscious of. Now it's definitely something. You're going to close to 10 minutes left, game 2.
He's going to banish.
Branded opening.
All right, so Dragostapelia lives.
It looks like he finds a dimensional barrier on top, too. Way to stay in the driver's seat.
Yeah, what are the odds it gets crossed out twice? Probably a lot higher after all those turns of the Mystic Mine.
Definitely.
I will special summon Spriggan's Kit.
Yes.
All right, so we got a special summon for Kit. Spriggan's Kit activates.
We will target.
Grab back a branded card.
Okay.
It'll be branded in red.
I will return.
And then you got to return a card to, I believe, the bottom.
I'll return.
Looks like he's considering that Fall Malvez. Has Branded Fusion in hand.
I'll normal summon Oliver and the Jester of Despia.
All right, now we got an Aluber. Yep. Aluber activates. Aluber's going to make it. Not too many cards left in there, but one of them is branded lost, and he adds it to his hand.
Activate branded lost.
Yes.
That's going to protect his fusion effect, a branded fusion.
Chain Confusion.
Oh. He's going to chain Branded in red to that.
I'm sorry? Correct. It's not called the grave.
Does that still work? Is it still under...
And target fallen above us.
It's hard to remember, but... End of this turn. Okay.
Blizzard as the final card in the
There
chain.
it is. The Blizzard. If you've played Rivalry of Warlords and gotten the Magistus deck, you'll know about this card.
It would be returned to his hand.
If not, Blizzard is a spell that negates other spells.
So that it goes to my hand instead.
Correct.
Now, your opponent gets them back to their hand, but anytime you activate a card with that same name for the whole turn, it'll get negated. So even if it's something that doesn't have a once per turn on it, you negate it once with Blizzard, and it'll get negated every time they try to play it that turn. It'll keep going back, so it's just wasting time, but that's Blizzard, all right. Blizzard's a great card.
In a mirror match with powerful quick play spells, right? Especially ones with cross-out designator in it, that card seems sweet. Super sweet.
Still in battle phase. I will activate.
And it's another one from Rise of the Duelist.
Yep.
Oh, here we go. We got an activation of Snow. Remember, he discarded Snow ages ago under Mystic Mine. And that's one of the things. You build up a lot of cards in the graveyard when you're discarding for hand size limit all the time.
Very successful attack over for 50. That puts you to 40-50?
And 35 is good. Puts me to 60.
All right, so Dimensional Barrier is going to keep that dragon or the plant at bay.
650.
Main phase 2.
Yes.
I will activate Duspian Tragedy, targeting my branded banishment.
Sure.
Going to get banished back. And for all of the deft riposte from Hunter, it does look like Christopher has taken a huge foothold in the duel.
Definitely. This is all. We also saw him draw the Dimensional Barrier for turn.
Yep.
Right, so we know that's set.
Main phase. Sure.
Oh.
It's a second Mystic Mine. It's a second Mystic Mine.
Hunter went through a lot of cards, though. And he's very low on life. Like, incredibly low on life.
Yeah, just like a random burn damage effect could do him in at this point. Most of those go for at least 8. But at this point, I think all Hunter can really do is try to wait it out.
Yeah, that's also a good point, right? Other than Mystic Mine, what other card could have really brought him out of that situation?
That's basically it.
Yeah.
Maybe like super polymerization if you could take his entire field.
Even that, though, it feels like he has a lot of cards in his graveyard. There's a lot of other cards set, right?
Like the Snow kind of makes that irrelevant.
Yeah.
Your face, your mouth and nose at all times.
I will pass turn. I will pass turn.
Both duelists being good so far, too, about pace of play. Like, yeah.
I will activate Brandon in red. Targeting Albion the Shrouded Dragon.
Sure.
Goes and picks up Albion. And then is he going to fuse? Looks like yes. Sprinkin's Kit, Aluber, and Edge Imp Chain.
Gonna give him a Chimera?
Sure.
Yep.
Chimera can't activate,
And then I will pass turn.
but it is protected.
Go.
6 and 9.
I'll pass.
Looks like Christopher, at least like 3 or 4 cards left, right? Maybe a couple more, but bare minimum 3 or 4. Hunter looks like more than that.
Probably thinking about, can he get any more cards back into his deck? I don't think he can, because even using the Albion,
it doesn't
do anything. Doesn't change the numbers.
Albion just strictly makes it worse, right? Yeah.
Yep.
I will pass turn.
Hunter isn't even looking at his cards at this point.
I think he's locked in on this. I'm just trying to deck you, right?
Yep, that's all that's left. So, like, if you just have one Mystic Mine in your deck, this wasn't going to work. And it appears he sided in another.
Shrouded Dragon. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, talk about decks built for the mirror. Good mirror match plans, right? This is a master's course in it.
Draws his last card. It is not a removal.
Pass turn.
And that's it. A win via deck out.
We saw it. We saw it finally.
Hunter sides in the second Mystic Mine.
Cool thing about Hunter's deck too, like if you're expecting Mystic Mine in the mirror in any capacity, Blizzard another card that can kind of deal with it. But yeah, a lot of strong play, right? Strong play, good tech choices. Nothing bad to say about Christopher at all. Christopher played that expertly well. And Hunter's deck is just designed for this, right? And that's what we saw.
It's really fascinating seeing, like, Blizzard I was really excited for, because that was a card, you know, when it was first coming out, that was like, yeah, I'm sure people are going to love Blizzard. And then it just never really took off.
Definitely a unique one, like quick plays that beat quick plays, definitely something I'm a fan of. But looks like we're going to cut to a quick commercial break. We'll be back to talk with Hunter about his deck in a few moments, so make sure to stay tuned.
I tried to play through the board. I didn't want to just like sit there and like scum you. Like, cause that's just not, that's not fun.
I think you had me beat the moment you played it.
Yeah. It's only a cross out, so I guess that's what it's for. I've already crossed out twice today.
Yeah. Still have press tournament.
Thanks, bro. You too.
Whoops.
You really shrunk that one out.
Welcome back. I'm here with Hunter, your round 4 feature match winner. Congratulations. So did being up on stage under the lights, did that change the way you played it all this match?
Not really. Like I have a lot of like experience with like online with people watching me play, so I just feel like it's like that a lot.
That's pretty good. A lot of people get nervous, but you played really well throughout this match. Is there anything? So you played a mirror match in this one, and it looks like you tricked out your deck quite a bit for that. Is there? What are you expecting to see the rest of the way?
A lot of like the meta decks right now, they rely on heavy like spell cards, so a lot of my deck is built to beat said spell cards. The only deck that I feel like would be the hardest matchup for me would be probably Sword Soul, but the Despia matchup Despia inherently has a good matchup against the deck, so it shouldn't really be a problem.
Yeah, I should imagine with the dimensional barriers and that sort of thing, that's going to help you out even further. So, did anything stand out to you, like any particular plays that you're like, oh yeah, that was good in that last match?
I like Blizzard. Blizzard is like my little like insane here's like game card because it just does so much for you, going first or going second, and just hard drawing D barrier is just unfair.
Yeah, we're pretty big fans of Blizzard too. We've got a big reaction when you flip that over. And then finally, going forward, you're what, 4-0 now? What do you think your chances are like for the rest of the event?
I just want to play Yu-Gi-Oh, and if people allow me to play Yu-Gi-Oh, I will try to get in the top cut.
All right, best of luck to you in the future. Congratulations on your round 4 win. And we'll send you over to Robbie, who's got something interesting for you.
Definitely some awesome answers there from Hunter. Jerome doing his best. So yesterday we sat down with a few players and asked them, how does it feel to be back live at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series? Let's go check out their answers.
My first actual YCS that I attended was 2019 YCS Niagara, right before everything shut down. So that was a really interesting experience because I wasn't playing competitively yet. So my first actual competitive YCS was at Charlotte about a month ago. And coming to this YCS, it's honestly so surreal because it's been so long since we've had these YCSs that being able to see everybody and the hype around it is it's unreal compared to how it was before. It honestly feels like this long gap gave everyone more motivation and passion for the game.
It's my first YCS, so I'm expecting it to be a good event. I'm here with a bunch of friends and a bunch of old people I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! With, so I think the experience overall is just going to be a good zone to be with, and it should be fun.
Being back at a YCS in person is truly something different. You know, playing Master Duel for the last few months is exciting. I love the game. But playing face-to-face, there's truly nothing like sitting across from a duelist, somebody as passionate about the game as you are, and then, of course, looking them in the eye as you defeat them, man. Nothing better.
It feels cool, but I've never been to one before, so it's a really cool experience. I've been playing competitively so for the last, last year, so I really wanted to go to a big event because I'd never been before.
It's an experience, honestly. The reason why I'm back is I missed it. I mean, again, we don't really quit this game. To travel with my friends and even family it's something different. I did it for years, and you know, it's something to do now. Now that I'm older.
Back to our YCS, very excited. I get to see like all the old friends, and I even get to like meet the new people, and then there's like a lot of like my new friends who kind of joined the game during the quarantine sessions, so it's kind of very excited to just get to meet them finally in real life.
Feels really great. Yeah, so when I graduated college, I started going to every single YCS in North America, so it was a pretty big difference not having those events. I went to Charlotte a couple weeks ago, which is really exciting, and now we're here in Hartford. It's just very exciting to be back at in-person YCS events, and I'm really excited for the big summer tournament as well, the national event.
Awesome answers. I think the excitement just keeps on carrying over from event to event. We're back live, and it's hard to believe. Let's go ahead and take a look at some promotional items you can win. First up, we have the Court of Cards game mat. This is from Back to Duel. That's an organized play program that's launched earlier this year for the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG that you can participate in at your local official tournament store. So limited edition game mats and field selling cards are exclusive prizes for these events. They're run in-store as well as during remote duel. For more information, you can check out Yu-Gi-Oh!
yu-gi-oh-card.com. Following that is the Dimension Force Regional Game Mat. This features Exo Sisters Magnifica, incredibly powerful Xyz monster, and incredibly beautiful artwork as well. For more information on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Regional qualifiers, you can also visit yu-gi-oh-card.com. We'll be back shortly with more action here from YCS Hartford. Make sure to stay tuned. All right, everyone, hello and welcome back to YCS Hartford, Connecticut. Here is a look at the convention center our players are competing in this weekend. It's been beautiful out, right? A little bit great. Weather's perfect, though, especially coming from where I was previously to this. And it's an exciting weekend just be back at live events. Here's a look at our tournament hall. We had quite a few players register for the event. Total attendance was at 1,247. We are currently in round 5, and there are only 81 duelists left undefeated.
Yeah, the number keeps dwindling down every round, Starting off at that first round, 1,247, all right, there's the entire pool, not undefeated, but you're seeing it get down to 81. It's a lot smaller than you think. It creeps up on you really quickly, and sooner or later, there's only going to be a couple that are left over fighting for their right to make that top cut in day 2.
Division is an incredible mathematical process, Asala. Creeps up with you real fast. But yeah, as you said, we're going to start dwindling down, right? Like, it gets smaller as we go. But we'll go ahead and toss it to the feature match table. We're not going to wait to get started. This is round 5 of Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, Hartford, Connecticut. And in our feature match this round, first up, we have Gary from Philadelphia. Favorite card, Pot of Desires. A little bit of a new age duelist probably, but definitely an awesome card. And ooh, who do we have second up here, Asala?
Ooh, this is Pakawat Pormunson. Hometown, Jersey City, New Jersey. Favorite card, Max C. I don't think he ever got to play with that card.
Interesting. Maybe he's just a master duelist, right? Master duelist. But regardless, both incredibly powerful cards for their own reasons, right? It'll be exciting to see exactly what our duels have brought to the feature match table this round. But let's talk about Pack a little bit, right? The VIP player. How has he earned that VIP status?
He, I believe, just won a VIP qualifier in one of the various VIP qualifiers that you can play in to receive the VIP status for this tournament. You can also get it by being a UDS champion, but those tournaments are no longer available. So it's very rare to get that VIP status. You have to keep looking out for those VIP tournaments in your area.
Yeah, and anyone can compete in those, right? But it definitely gives you a huge advantage if you get to play. We were talking about it earlier with Jerome. You get those 2 buys, right? You start off 2-0. The field is a little bit more refined by the time you start playing too, so more likely to get maybe those Despia branded mirror matches you're looking for. And my biggest reason, breakfast. But regardless, it's great. Pack, though, no slouch. He got in that with a VIP qualifier, but let's talk about, maybe why duels might know him so well.
Yeah, so Pakawat definitely becoming a mainstay in competitive format because he actually won one of the remote duel YCSs with the Prank It strategy a few months back. And since then, he's still maintaining dominance and still showing up at every YCS that he can and been in top cut at another remote YCS since. So, a couple accomplishments for such a short career in the game.
Yeah, I think we see that a lot we've talked about it before too, a lot out of these remote duelists, right? Like all the people who competed a lot in remote duel, they were grinding throughout the quarantine, the lockdown at home. They're really getting their reps in terms of just getting Yu-Gi-Oh! And playing as much as they can. So when we come back to live events, they're in prime shape, right? It's like they've been in the training room back, extra weights and everything for however long it took. But let's head down to game 1 of our duel here in round 5 between Pakawat and Gary. Pakawat on branded Predaplant, Gary on Sword Soul Tenyi. Talk to me about this matchup a little bit, Asala.
Okay, so we did get to see almost an identical matchup of this with Jesse Cotton in round 3, and that makes sense. Pakawat is actually on, I assume, a very similar list to Jesse. They did make this deck together. And ideally, when the Predaplant deck is able to go first against a Sword Soul deck, it is extremely favored for the Predaplant deck. Going second, though, it does have a lot of those interactions from the hand that we did see in round 3 that make it more favorable as well. So I think, generally speaking, Pakawat does have the advantage with this strategy. Do see a Sword Soul emergence here, knowing that Gary is leading the play. Unfortunate for Pakawat, but still not too bad as long as he's able to have some forms of interruption to make sure the play doesn't go completely uncontested.
Yep, it looks like he's going to go ahead and grab that Moye.
Yeah. This is the double emergence opening, not super strong, especially into this. When you have the Call by the Grave, but it's infinite impermanence that's trying to end your turn, real rough here.
Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't line up, and that's unfortunate, especially with how powerful of a card Call by the Grave is. But yeah, just going to completely shut down Gary's turn. Sword Soul, one of those decks that a lot of people thought for a long time. It's not really like something that keeps pushing through cards, right? Sometimes you can do a little bit extra with the 10E, but there's cards like Effect Veiler, Infinite Impermanence, even like Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. really just can stop a whole turn. And it looks like that's unfortunately what happened to Gary here. So now Pakawat has the initiative, full 5 cards in his hand, opens with branded opening.
Ooh, that is an insane opening if you give up any in this deck. Branded opening, being able to send any card from your hand to the graveyard. To be able to summon a Despia monster, you're going to be summoning Aliber here. Aliber is going to be able to add any branded card here. And to the effect of Biblis as well, which triggered by being sent to the graveyard, which is able to add any Pride of Plant monster from the deck to the hand, is met by Call by the Grave, so he's not going to be able to get that. That does actually hinder the combo quite a bit, but still being able to search Branded Fusion here, if there's not that many more interruptions, and we see Gary only has another Veiler, I think Pakawat is able to get as far as he needs to, as far as damage, to be able to just end this game quickly.
We'll activate Pride of Practice.
Yeah, it seems like he might have exactly that opening here he'll try to take advantage of. Definitely a very cool like variant of this deck, right? The Branded Private Plant deck.
Mm-hmm. It has a lot of options to play through interruptions, especially when you can't discount this enough. When you play strategies like this that are less known, people don't know when to properly interact with your cards, and you can take advantage of that very easily by just taking like the slightest mistakes in your favor.
Yeah, definitely. We've always talked about that as like a big reason, a big upside to playing the rogue strategies.
Yeah, especially when like it's not necessarily meant to be rogue. It is a powerful strategy in its own right. And we do see Pride of Practice summoning Orpheus Scorpio here. This is a particularly powerful chain of cards where you're able to summon the Orpheus Scorpio from your hand and then add a copy of Biblis from the Pride of Practice. And then Scorpio is able to discard the Biblis, and then they all will get their valuable effects. Biblis already being called by the grave here, so it doesn't actually mean anything here. It is not required for any part of the combo, and we're not going to be able to search Instant Fusion by summoning out the Darling Cobra anymore either, but it looks like Branded Fusion is just going to have to try to force its way through at this point.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what he chooses to kick down. Looks like it's going to be a Fallen of Albaz in addition to...
Send Albaz, and then I'm going to choose to also send...
I imagine he might have to go for the Snow here.
Fairy Tale Snow.
Go for the Albion that can attack before he goes into the Libellion that will not be able to attack.
Albion the Branded Dragon. Okay. And then I'm going to declare the effect of... these two right here. The effect of Albion the Branded Dragon. Yeah, that's fine.
So Albion's going to be able to banish the Fallen of Albaz as well as a Dark Monster. Going to be able to then summon the Libellion, discard a card, put back the Libellion as well as the Albaz, summon a Mirror Jade. And then with the Mirror Jade, the Albion, as well as the Snow in the grave, I believe that is enough to connect for the amount of damage that he would require. But he's interestingly going after the monster, like the attack position or for Scorpio. Oh, okay. He's going for the Pride of Plant fusion monster, trying to establish a couple more resources here. On summon, it is able to add any Predap card from graveyard, deck, or face-up extract to the hand. You're going to be able to add a copy of, most likely, Pride of Plant Bufalicula, which is a pendulum card that you can, in the scale, fusion summon for any dark fusion monster.
Pride of Plant Bufalicula.
Yep, there it is. Opting to go for, like, it seems, Dragostapelia as well as the Albion.
The effect of Pride of Plant Amnilotis targeting Aluber.
Yep. Yeah, that's fine. So he's able to pop or tribute any of the monsters on his side of the field, and then summon a Pride of Plant monster from his deck. Likely in this situation, Darling Cobra to search the instant fusion, or maybe Saracenian to get another Predap card after that card is removed from the field. It seems like this is a little excessive, though. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to find the damage that he needs going with this line.
I'm going to summon...
But the Snow, you know, you'd be surprised with Snow, I guess.
Definitely a surprising card. Yeah, but I mean, even if he doesn't find the damage, right, is he just getting to the point where he has this, like, insurmountable advantage to where, like, Gary can't come back through it? Or do you think he's really just, like, tossing it a little bit here?
I think
it potentially gives Gary an opening, because if you look at Gary's hand here, he has Ashina and Emergence. That is an extremely powerful combination of cards. Being able to search a copy of Longyuan and discarding the Ashina, having access to Yazi plays, having access to level 10 plays, definitely the most potent 2-card combination that you can have into a field. So it's not immediately out for him if he does see another turn. But Super Poly does make things a little bit safer, if I had to give any card. If anything, that might just let him...
More damage,
yeah.
right? Yeah. Talk about surprising damage. Super Polarization, quite surprising.
Activate Predator Plant, Blue Follicular, effective fusion summon? Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, he has another Albaz in hand. Okay, so he's able to just make a Mirror Jade this way. And load up the graveyard as well.
I think you might want to use more.
I do believe that puts him out of cards in hand for the Super Poly, though.
I will attempt to go to battle phase. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely the case.
Yeah, so if he just decided to do this straight from the beginning and sending the snow and just summoning the Mirror Jade, it would have been the same thing. But I suppose he wanted to fill the graveyard a little bit.
Yeah, I want to go to game 2.
All right.
Okay.
Gary did not need to see it finish through. He understands that the damage was there and being able to move on into game 2.
Yeah, definitely a strong start for Pack. This deck's explosive, right? Like you said, it can play through a lot, which is why maybe some of these other duels are favoring it over the more traditional, like Despia branded decks. The Predator Plant engine in itself, in addition to all the card names being a mouthful, very, very, very powerful.
Mm-hmm. It has a few perks when you compare it to something like the standard Despia branded deck. You have access to a lot more of those interactions from the hand because the engine's a little bit more compact. You don't have to play as much engine such as Patchwork to go along with your Gem Change or Polymerizations. You can use those spots for things like Nibiru the Primal Being, Effect Veiler, Infinite Impermanence. We saw how all those have been useful in this matchup so far. And it gives you a little bit of edge in this matchup exactly because of the Predator counters that we talked about earlier. Draco Stapelia is also just a fantastic card in a generic field when you're able to both put a card to level 1 while also negating its effects. If you were a Sword Soul Duelist, how would you side for this matchup right now, assuming that you know not very much about the Predator Plant cards themselves?
Yeah, if I didn't know much, I would just look to side against it like it was a heavier combo version, right? Like just so as much like interaction as I could, right? Sword Soul already one of those decks that tries to disrupt rather than break most of the time, right? Very like hand effect heavy. So I'd probably just lean that way. So as many cards that I would normally side against, you know, just like heavier combo strategies, that's probably what I would try to go for here. I'm sure there's also cards like Dimensional Barrier, obviously strong enough against one side, probably strong enough against the other side as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Dimensional Barrier is still one of those cards that, even if this strategy is slightly different than the regular branded deck, you're still meeting that same flaw where you rely on the fusion summoning. So if you do get met with Dimensional Barrier, it is a lot rougher for you, but you can still kind of hold back and rely on those effects from the hand as a clutch and try to buy yourself some more time, get yourself another turn, and try again.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing, too, is he's also going first, right? So even if it's not hand effects, if there's, like, powerful cards that he might side in, whether it's, you know, like, continuous traps that are going to really, like, hinder his opponent from doing things, or maybe even some counter traps, right, that some duelists choose to, like, put in going first, I think those are something to consider. Also, like, the one thing I would be trying to figure out right now, like, what extra deck monsters do I want to go into, right? Like, what's the thing that's going to be most effective against the Predator Plant half of the deck?
Right, I think it's very interesting, right? Because I'm not even sure what the answer to that really is. I think Chixiao is very good, but maybe like choosing between Baron de Fleur or Sinister Longyuan it's a tough choice, because realistically, if you go for Sinister Longyuan to try to like bait out all the monsters they put on the field, if they just resolve a single branded fusion, it could end your career still. Looks like the players are shuffled up and ready to start game 2 here as they open their first hands. Gary opting to start again, and we do see one of those powerful continuous traps that you were mentioned earlier, Anti-Spell Fragrance.
It seems fine against the Predator Plant cards, right? A lot of fusion spells, a lot of searching, already good against the branded part of the deck as well.
It does have a few more answers to it because it is able to use monster effects to fusion summon, which is not very usual for it. But we do see a very strong opening as well with a Tenyi as well as Vessel.
That will not be ending Gary's turn, though, because there is a copy of Incredible Ecclesia able to go into Ataya.
Normal summon Incredible Ecclesia, the Virtuous. Use effect. Does keep resolving, yes.
Yep, it's going to go ahead and tribute itself. Going to special summon. It looks like he's going to choose a Taye.
Yep, getting the Taye there.
Yes.
Oh, but that is, in fact, a token collector in Pack's hand.
Ooh.
Thinking.
That was a very expensive banish as well. He's going to force Gary to pass here, likely after the token collector resolves. But that is a lot of spells, though.
That is quite a few spells. I was going to comment like, oh, but he has these strong spells in his hand, but...
On a new chain, the effective token collector effect to blow up all tokens on the field.
I wonder which player will get the time to start getting their plays off first. There is a copy of Ash Blossom as well to hold Pack back if the anti-spell isn't enough. But if Pack gets another turn after this, I think being able to resolve either of those spells can really end the game.
Well, you assume Ash Blossom's going to meet at least one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Stand my face?
Second copy of Token Collector, probably not what he wants to see.
Sure, main phase. Yeah.
I wonder if he plays any Xyz monster to make with 2 copies. Maybe a Tornado Dragon.
Wait, that's not 3 copies, right? Like he doesn't have 2 Token Collectors and 2 spells?
No, it's Predaplant Clamido Sundew.
Okay.
It is one of them that allows you to fusion summon with your field in hand, but it has to use itself.
Got it.
Also, if there's any monster with a Predator counter on your opponent's side of the field, you can use them as well.
Sorry, I'll set
Neat.
an order. I'll attempt to set 1.
A card from all the way back in Fusion Enforcers.
Set 2.
Especially neat.
Yeah.
Especially neat.
I'll pass turn.
Yep, he's going to hold the Predaplant along with the Token Collector in his hand, just set a couple cards to get by the Anti-Spell Fragrance. Ooh, unfortunate for Gary. Draws a very powerful spell card, but hindered by his own Anti-Spell Fragrance.
Yeah, if he could activate that spell card, that would realistically do everything that he needed right now. Unfortunately, Anti-Spell does work both ways.
Symmetrical, as it should be. Yeah, we see Gary taking a look at his extra deck, considering his options. Has the Taia along with the Monk still, an Ash Blossom in hand if he wants to commit it, but a little bit of a tall ask in this position, knowing that pack set cards are more than likely something like Branded Fusion.
Oh. He wasn't brave enough if he normal summoned the Ash and made the Yazi. He had a lot of plays available, but I think Pakwa is able to just run away with it now if he can get the Branded Fusion to resolve. But he has to try to bait his way through because I think his win condition is forcing that Branded Fusion to resolve.
I feel like you have to hold your Ash for either the Branded Fusion or like an Orphis Scorpio or something, right? Like the 2 like really, really big ones. Yeah.
Sure. All right. Immediately met with Ash here. I feel like Pakwa made the decision to flip the Branded Fusion because he didn't expect an Ash or any level 3 tuner to still be in hand because of the option of Yazi.
Thinking on cost.
Prosperity here is still not bad, though, if he's able to find any potential copy of just really any Predaplant monster is all it takes at this point. Able to fuse with the Clamido Sundew as well as the Predaplant monster in his hand, and then go into the Predaplant Fusion monster, get some more resources, get like a Predaplanting, and then try to just force your way into a Dragostapelia. A little easier said than done because you're not going to be able to scale up the Bufolicula to try to fuse with that, but you are able to go into another Darling Cobra, maybe get another Branded Fusion for next turn.
It seems strong. Yeah, the big thing is he's going to try to dig around the spells, right? Like he's going to try to find a monster, something that has immediate impact against Anti-Spell Fragrance.
And at the very least, hopefully destroy one of those monsters by battle. No, don't want to leave the tie up. You don't want to leave the Monk up. I think especially you don't want to leave the Monk up because that opens up the lines for Vishuda.
Definitely. It looks like he has a couple options there. At least the Fallen of Albaz is one monster, but what's the other monster between the...
Clamido Sundew.
There we go.
Fallen of Albaz is a fantastic monster here, able to fuse with the Monk of the Tenyi, able to go into Mirror Jade and pretty much lock up the game at this point.
It really shows the power of Pod Prosperity, right? Like 6 cards, a lot to banish from your extra deck, but worth looking at that many from the top. Like,
yeah, you got options.
I will then...
the options are so valuable, he decided to pay the price and get the Starlight ones to make sure they're nice.
There's some sort of like karma thing in there too. You're just paid towards the karma gods. All right, so he's going to go ahead and normal summon that Fallen of Albaz.
Discard the other Token Collector.
Yep.
Understands there's no infinite impermanence there now. able to summon that Mirror Jade. Likely going to keep its effect around because he's not going to be doing all that much damage right now.
I'm going to summon Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon.
I was... Okay. I was about to say, if he's activating, I was dead wrong.
600 because of Pot of Prosperity. Because damage is halved.
Yep.
So you'll be at 7,400.
Pack clarifying the game state as much as he can, making sure there's no confusion.
I'll set one card, and then I'll go to end phase, and then pass turn. Okay. And then Reluctant to cut. Oh wait, no, you don't cut. Sorry, Pot of Prosperity. Sorry. Okay. You're good.
Opting to set in the same zone as the anti-spell, just in case you can bluff the Infinite Impermanence, because why not?
Yes.
Drawing another spell. Oh.
I'll pass. I'll draw for turn. Standby.
That's rough.
Main.
That's rough.
I think it's a set branded opening for Pakawat here. If he wants to just dig for another branded fusion. Not going to be putting up that much damage right now, but still just going to be applying more and more pressure. He drew another spell.
The effect of branded opening in main phase 1.
That is fine.
Now I'll discard Pride of Practice, and I will...
Pride of Practice would have been a good card if he was able to eventually resolve it, but I think at this point he's made it quite far. Doesn't need to do too much more.
Search, or let me think if I want to search or special, sorry.
At this point, he probably does want to just search the Aliber so he can attack with it.
Your left one's at... Okay, I will choose to...
74.
Add the Aluber to my hand.
Yep. Sure. And now, just in case, if that Mirror Jade would happen to be destroyed, he can protect it. Because of the graveyard effect of branded opening.
I'm going to normal summon Clam.
Very interesting.
Or Pride of Clam the Dosunu, whatever.
Yeah, that's fine.
Diffusion?
Yeah.
All right, fusing with... Oh, all three. That's Guardian Chimera.
That's a good one. I was going to say with anti-spell up, be nice to destroy those set cards.
The effect of Guardian Chimera?
Yeah, that's dealing a lot of damage and drawing another card.
You cut already? I don't remember. I'll just have you cut again because I don't remember.
Okay.
I use 2 monsters from the field. I use 2 monsters from the field and 1 from the hand, so I'll draw 1.
Yeah.
He does get to draw first and decide.
This and this.
Yep. Going after the spells here. Seeing the unfortunate disaster that was.
I already committed. I'm
Oh.
almost summoned this turn.
Yeah, you know, you got it. You got
Okay.
it.
My,
Oh, yeah.
My opponent concedes.
Gary conceding here. He sees that there's not going to be a single card he could draw to get out of this position with the Mirror Jade live, as well as both token collectors in the graveyard, really locking him out of the game.
Yeah, I feel like that was a little harkening back to the classic anti-spell fragrance, forcing you to set your cards for me to destroy them kind of thing, but it was just sort of Gary self-destructing a little bit there. It was unfortunate, right? Gary's opening very, very strong, but just the fact that he hit like back-to-back spell card when he really needed any amount of gas, I think missing the one line with Yazi, or at least maybe not missing it, but choosing not to commit to that line is probably what led him there, right? Maybe he thought on the back of like anti-spell and Ash Blossom and a couple monsters he could just do enough, but not the case.
Yeah, and then going on to the Predaplan side, we mentioned how it was weak to those types of effects, those blanket, really powerful trap cards. But when you have the backup in those effects from the hand, you can really get there. So we'll be back to interview Pakawat right after this break.
and we are back with our round 5 feature match winner pack. How does it feel to have played in the feature match table?
I'm not gonna lie, this is my first time on the feature match table, so it's a little awkward. And it's funny because, you know, I'm kind of used to it, but not really, I guess. So it's super awkward. But I like it. I think it puts you out of your comfort zone, so I don't mind it at all.
Yeah, you're definitely an accomplished player. You've been around for quite a bit now. You've really shown how in such little time you can do so much within the game, and it's really showing even in the feature match table. Now, you chose Predaplant. We've seen it once before with Jesse Cotton, and against the Sword Soul matchup, you've shown how it shines. How do you feel about this matchup? How do you feel about the decks that you could play this format? Is Sword Soul one of the decks that you really want to play against this format?
So Sword Soul was a deck that I expected to be very popular at the YCS, and thankfully so. It's rightfully so. It's a very powerful deck. And yes, it's a deck that I really want to play against. The deck that I chose for this event has a very favored Sword Soul matchup within its own engine. It's almost unwinnable for Sword Soul if I were to go first. And then going second, I have a lot of non-engine slots designed to stop them from comboing where usually they would expect me to have no hand traps at all. I play a lot of ways, defensive cards to stop them from getting to their end board. So when Sword Soul players play more reckless and all that good stuff, I have cards like Nibiru, the Primal Being to punish them. So I feel like I made a really good call, and hopefully this continues.
All right, and then yeah, you did make a really interesting choice with Predaplant. That's not a deck you see very often. With this strategy, how do you think your chances are of winning the entire event?
I think the deck is very powerful, but I'm not confident. Just because there's so many other accomplished duelists with very unique decks in the room as well. I'll just do my best, and hopefully I make it to the finals. So maybe even win it too. So who knows?
Yeah, that's all you can do, right? You just have to hope for the best and try as hard as you can. We look forward to seeing how well you do. I'm going to bring it back to Robbie at the desk, and he'll give us some more content.
Thanks, Asal. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just have to hope for the best, and that's all you can do. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! At the end of the day. So yesterday we sat down with some players and asked them, we've been talking about it a lot, what decks do you think are going to be successful this weekend? Let's go ahead and take a look.
I am not sure what I think the best deck is going to be at this YCS. As I was saying to some of my friends, with the last week, I've been seeing a new deck pop up every day. So it's really hard to say what's going to be the best, but I think Sword Soul is going to be the most represented deck this weekend. But I think I've got a pretty good matchup against it. I'm ready to counter it.
I think the most popular deck would probably be Despia or Sword Soul, because they're just really powerful right now. Not many things counter it, and it's just really consistent.
The most popular deck, I think it would just be different version of Despia branded, the fusion-centric deck. And then follow that will be Sword Soul. Those two are just the biggest opponents. I'm also prepared, and I'm very anticipated to play against them.
Oh boy, I think it's going to be branded Despia, absolutely no question, but I would not be surprised if Sword Soul takes it. But I also think there could be some salad hiding in here somewhere. 2018 Eternal format might sneak its way in.
I think for sure it's going to be branded Despia. It's probably one of the best decks in this format. I wouldn't call it tier 0, but I think for sure it's going to be the highest represented deck.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Despia, but there's a lot of decks out there right now. You have Sword Soul, there's a lot of new decks from Dimension Force that are now a thing. Punk is a lot better now. So I think there's going to be a lot of decks in Top Cut, but Despia is probably the most common.
A lot of good answers out there. I think the consistent ones we've seen so far in the field and that we heard there, a lot of Sword Soul 10E, a lot of Despia branded. But still a lot of rounds left in the tournament, so we'll see exactly what comes out top as we continue. Stay tuned for the next round of YCS Hartford.
It's time to duel!
You can relive even more epic duels with the 2021 Tin of Ancient Battles. Contains 3 mega packs and can stack on top of last year's tin to make your own tablet. It's time to duel! 54 cards per tin, each tin sold separately. The winds of victory are swift and sure. Accelerate with new Synchros. The Fluor Synchro strategy gets new tools, and all new Duelists take flight. Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Duelist Synchro Storm. 5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Explore a city of gold full of secret treasures. You can gather powerful monsters with spectacular new artwork as precious premium gold rares. Yu-Gi-Oh! Maximum Gold El Dorado. 28 cards per box, each box sold separately. Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, Brothers of Legend. With the 5 Karibo brothers, you can finally find the full Furball family used by Yugi in his duels. Plus, brand new Utopia cards of Yuma and Astral from Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, and much more. You can find cards for decks from every era of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Also available on Nintendo Switch for digital download, Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel, Dawn of the Battle Royale. Your party awaits! You can put yourself into the action with an adventurer deck, battle fiends with Exo Sisters, or summon some wild and crazy monsters. Yu-Gi-Oh! The Grand Creators. 7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
I've been waiting for you, Yugi.
Good, because I have a new strategy for you. It's my turn. I draw. Charge toward victory! Master of Chaos! Believe in the heart of the cards, and you can build your perfect deck! Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, Battle of Chaos, now on sale, including a special original Dark Magician. It's time to duel!
Ghosts from the Past, The Second Haunting, with dozens of new cards, plus 9 famous ghost rares from all Yu-Gi-Oh! Eras. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, The Second Haunting. 20 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome back to Hartford, where the sun is setting outside, but the action shows no signs of stopping inside. We are now in round 6 of YCS Hartford here at the Connecticut Convention Center, officially past the halfway point of day 1.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see all the different decks we've been seeing. We have been seeing our fair share of Despias, our fair share of Sword Souls, but we've seen them almost certainly get defeated sometimes by these more obscure strategies like Predaplan. Predaplan's been really dominating in these feature match tables, as well as Dragon Link we got to see as well.
41 undefeated duelists left, and some of our duelists that we've been keeping an eye on throughout the event, just see how their interesting decks perform, have finally taken their first loss in round 5. So they're just kind of staring down the barrel here going into the last few rounds, because you don't want to go into day 2 X and 2.
I mean, yeah, but with this many players, I think going at X2, you do feel a lot safer than you would at a much higher number. So it's pretty reasonable to go X2. I think you still just want to be at that 1-loss region. If you're undefeated, then great, but it's a lot to ask for, even with 9 rounds of Swiss. You know, having that 100% win rate is a lot to ask for when you have to play that many rounds.
All right, so we are ready for our round 6 feature match. Let's take a look. And here we are, Christopher from Pasadena, Massachusetts. That's the other Pasadena, not the one up north. And facing off against him is going to be Fabio R. from Providence, Rhode Island. His favorite card is Satellar Knight Deneb. Great searcher type card. I know the other one was totally awesome. It's pretty good pick.
Yeah, some interesting choices. The eras from 2014 to 2016, you know, a lot of people look at them very fondly.
Yeah, I always like the Paleozoic deck, Paleozoic Frog deck.
Yeah, like an all trap strategy back, like for what it was really interesting, and especially in a meta where it was so dominated by some other deck, where that deck just kind of came out of nowhere and came out on top in a format where like Zodiac was crazy, right? Yeah, totally awesome was definitely insane, and it's probably going to be insane again relatively soon.
Yeah, it's a possibility. It's a distinct possibility. But for a few months, we now have this current format, which I've been really fascinated by watching all the matches so far. Despia is one of those decks that is like branded Despia. It's kind of unassuming at first. You see, like, yeah, okay, they got Fright for Patrick. What are they going to do with polymerization and an Edgem chain? What's the worst that can happen there? Turns out a lot of bad things can happen to you if they have enough cards.
Yeah, just any number of things, really. I think that's what makes the Despia deck so strong, is that it has all those options, right? You can't really entirely predict where it's going to go. It can just kind of pick and choose what fits a situation the best, and those are the kind of decks I like the most, the ones that are really flexible. And I think it proves why the deck's been doing so well the entirety of its time that it's been around since the release of the Fallen Valor structure deck.
Absolutely. And one thing we haven't seen yet that we're going to see shortly is the Therians from Dimension Force. We've been talking them up all day, but we haven't really seen them yet. So I'm excited to finally get a look at those cards, which they're a little confusing at first, but we'll walk you through it as we get started here in Game 1.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that deck played off as well. I haven't really been able to see a full match of that deck independently. So I'm excited as well, just for my own sake.
All right, here we go.
Let's see which player gets to lead this match.
Looks like it's going to be Fabio.
He's thinking about leading with the Prosperity. Prosperity is an interesting card to see in the branded Despia deck. It means you're not opting to play cards such as the Lure of Darkness, and you're not opting to try to summon Chimera turn 1. Generally speaking, if you're going second, that's a power play that you have, especially when you're trying to play cards such as Fright for Patchwork. You want to be able to have access to a play such as Guardian Chimera to force through interruptions, force through obstacles on the field. But with Prosperity, you're not able to activate any effects that draw cards, so you're going to take away that ability. But when you're going first, that's perfect. You don't have to worry about any of that. You just get to find that branded fusion. You get to find whatever piece you might be looking for, and really just try to set up as much advantage as you can.
Yeah, it's not really a card that I've seen a whole lot of in the branded Despia decks. Normally when I see Pot of Prosperity in a deck these days, they're actually using it in part because it gets you to whatever specific thing you're looking for, but also because it makes it a little more viable to use the Fusion Destiny cards along with Destiny Hero, Destroyer, Phoenix Enforcer, which is another name that hasn't cropped up today after the forbidding of Anaconda.
Right. Even if with Prosperity going to find a 2 with 6 more potential options, it's still not nearly as easy as just any 2 monsters on the field.
Yep.
So, understandably, a little less popular going into this event, but maybe we'll see it later in the tournament.
Picks up Eluber from the top 6.
Yes, sir. I will normal summon Eluber, the Jester of Despia, and activate effect.
Activates the effect. That's good to go.
Usually you don't want to see too many interruptions on the Aliber. I feel like even if you do have copies of Infinite Impermanence or Effect Failure, it's sometimes correct to just wait for the Libellion and try to cut that off. The only real punish is Brandon Red. If they do have a copy of Brandon Red, you are really, really sad because they end on a Dragostapelia as well as whatever else they were trying to do, and you lost that card in your hand.
This Branded Fusion gets hit by Ash Blossom. Doesn't appear that he has the Branded in Red. It's got a handful of what? Polymerization, Edge Imp.
And DD Crow. And Super Poly.
Multiple fusion effects.
Sure.
It's going to fuse to the Despia and the Edge Imp Chain.
This could at least be a Masquerade or Despian Coritus to try to force his way into the remainder of the game. It looks like he's going to opt for the Coritus, though. A little bit sticky. As long as you destroy it without destroying him at battle, it will be able to summon either a Fallen of Albaz or a Despia monster and, you know, keep you just in the game, most likely. And with the Aliber Engrave as well, it's really hard to just outright blow out Fabio right now, outside of just going into the battle phase.
It's kind of a scary card, being able to just zero out the attack of everything but fusions, level 8+ fusions.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite cards against the Sword Soul matchup in particular, when you have access to the polymerization engine.
Is that correct? I will count. That is correct.
Okay.
Picks up a Patchwork off of Edge Imp's effect and activates that as well.
Despian Queries.
Able to just thin out the deck a little bit more, try to set up next turn. Has the Coritis to potentially just get access to its engine again, and then the Super Poly will likely be able to defend him if he is able to play against a matchup where it's going to be potent. And luckily for him, it could easily happen with any Dark Monster because he does have Fusion Monster on the side of the field.
So what Foxy Tune does is I can send it from my hand or field to the graveyard as cost. Effect is send 1 card from my hand to the graveyard, and if I do, special summon a punk monster from my deck except the level 8.
Okay.
Explained very well. Foxy Tune is sent to the graveyard. Sends the Argyro system to the graveyard. That's kind of the Foolish Burial type effect for Therians, but it also lets you pick them back up from the graveyard.
Does this have an on summon effect?
It does not
Honestly,
have
like,
an on summon effect.
very reminiscent to, I want to say, the Quackimira core.
A little, yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of a similar theme, a bunch of different types that are all united by certain cards. In this case, the Argyro system and this Colosseum.
Return 1 to my hand and the other to the bottom of my deck.
Honestly, when I started reading all the Therian cards, it just kind of, it felt like they just kept getting more ridiculous. The cards had to do something. I'm glad we're getting to see them do a lot here.
And the punk monster that was summoned is a Ammon. That's kind of the common one. It's a level 3 tuner that lets you pay, 600 life points.
To add another monster.
To add a punk to your hand.
Rivalry number 19. Rivalry local warlord number 19. Super Power Judge. They will be shut down. Rivalry local warlord number 19.
Using the super polymerization immediately on the punk being on the field.
You cannot. This is not a dark monster.
It is not a dark monster.
Yeah, I was about to say.
It's correct. It's an earth monster.
Well, that is very awkward now.
Little bit. Not a legal move. He'll have to come up with something else that can take a level 3 earth psychic as material.
Still cannot. This is not
I do not believe he has a legal target to fusion summon.
I don't know if I have...
There should strike 2 on that one. And it's not from the extra deck. And you don't have an Albaz. And that means that there is, in fact, nothing available. So we're going to reverse the game state here. And you get a procedural error with that. All the monsters in question were defense position, so they'll go back there.
So dark.
Alright, I will effect pay 600.
Yep, they're going to be able to add that monster that you mentioned earlier.
So what is the particular benefit of having the Punk cards with the Therian cards?
Yep. So one of the Therians is in fact a psychic type monster. So there's a natural bridge between the two sets of cards there, and you are putting a lot of stuff into the graveyard as well. So these cards are going to come out for free, and you get into your extra deck extremely easily.
So this one on the field, both its effects are on the
So if you were to compare this strategy to any of the most recently existing strategies, which one would you compare it to?
Yeah, so this is kind of like, it's kind of like the older version of the Synchro deck. It's just kind of mixed with, it's really bizarre because the way the Therians work is kind of like nothing else, but it's a little bit of ABC, it's a little bit of the Synchro deck, and it's not really a surprise as a result that the cards work the best, really, in those two particular strategies.
Yeah, I guess that would make sense when you want to kind of flow freely, I want to say. Like, just taking a look at this extra deck right now, that is some of the most generic card pool that I could see.
So this is the fusion monster for punks. The monster that he searched out there lets you go ahead and fusion summon, and it's kind of a I don't really want to call it a rescue cat, but it's kind of a rescue cat that you also want to synchro summon with. If you're just playing the punk deck normally, you would want to get that out with another level 3 tuner and synchro summon the amazing dragon and bounce a lot of cards away and win that way. And that's one of the ways you can win with this deck. It's very good at dropping level 11 synchros. But during the setup phases of the game, the Rising Carp is incredibly valuable for getting all of your different monsters into rotation.
So it looks like you summoned another copy of Xiamen, and which one is the other, the level 4?
So that's the level 5. That's Deer Note. So that's another card from Dimension Force. And it's got an in-hand effect, but the important thing here is that it's a level 5 monster so that you can go into a level 8.
Okay, and that's a very familiar level 8 monster. If they're going to make summon any level 8 synchro monster, that's the one I would choose.
Yeah, now things get kind of off the hook.
Let's see how many valuable effects he can get. The Therian's not initially valuable in the graveyard, but he does have the spell to add them back.
The system, yes.
It's a tuner.
Now, are any of the Therians light or darks to immediately be added?
I believe they are. I believe the psychic one is. I'll have to take a look at that offhand, because we know that Regulus is Earth, is it's the standard for the Earth machine deck.
We do see the Lily Borea at the very minimum, so you do get to add that back, and then that will be able to get to the field spell, which will be able to get the Regulus, or whichever other piece in this list, because there is the full suite of Therians.
Yeah, it's really just a hybrid deck between the two. You play most of, not quite all of the punks, and most of, but not quite all of the Therians. So let me just look that up real fast. So the light and dark ones are Dukiel the Psychic, and just that one.
Okay.
Just that one. It's the Psychic.
Well, he did sadly miss that one, but he did manage to hit the Borea, and I think that's just good enough. You're going to be able to start accessing that Therian engine immediately.
A light and a dark monster. Okay.
And we did see ZD Crow on the Xiamen as well. Which effect was that with the trigger that would force out the DD Crow there?
Yeah, it's presumably the summoning effect, because you have to target the monster in your graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nope, here it is.
The DD Crow was used on the summon of Chaos Ruler before the Mills Reef happened.
Interesting.
And when it's equipped, it gives 700 attack plus that same ability. Reaper, when it's equipped, allows me to, on your turn, quick effect, target a Therian card in my spell and trap zone, and one card you control, and return them both to hand.
All right, so get your brains ready on how this works. The Therians do two different things. They each have their own kind of signature effect that they do while they're on the field, and you can also special summon them from your hand by targeting another monster with the same type in your graveyard, so in Lily's case a plant, or another Therian monster. And when that effect resolves, you special summon the Therian from your hand, and you equip whatever monster's in the graveyard to it as an equip spell. So easy so far. The catch is that each of the Therian signature effects, so for example, Lily Borea's ability to search out a spell or trap card, a Therian spell or trap card, or Regulus's negation effect, that ability can be granted to whatever monster it is equipped to. And that monster can activate the ability as if it were the thing it was equipped. You know, it's kind of like inheriting the soul of the fallen monster, going into battle that way.
Yeah, truly an archetype that really shows the bond they have with each other. Now, it is important that you mention that it actually uses the effect as if it was the same card.
Yes.
So it does not bypass the once per turn clause.
Yes.
Because it's still the same names effect.
So they're all using the you can only use this once per turn, and the effect is specifically you can use this as if it were the other one. So it uses up the once per turn on that effect, but it is still the effect of the monster on the field for things like Called by the Grave, for instance. If you banished another copy of Regulus, while Regulus was an equipped spell, for instance, and Lily was using its effect, it wouldn't prevent it, because it's Lily activating the effect, kind of like doing it for Regulus, because he can't right now, he's an equipped spell.
Activate Regulus, targeting Reaper? Yeah.
And here is the Regulus himself. He is the in-theme negate. He does actually negate the effect similar to Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, not the activation as you most commonly see on these on-field negates.
This is interesting, the Dingirsu here.
Dingirsu allowed to resolve, being able to go after the set super polymerization. Fabio opting not to use it.
Milled all my cards with Chaos Ruler. No, I'm not.
It's interesting. So a lot of the times, what you'll see with this kind of deck is if you don't know what the face down is, and if you don't know what you're playing against, a lot of time your rank 8 play is going to be the zombie vampire from Battle of Chaos, or you can just take a look at the top 4 cards of your opponent's deck while you're sending them to the graveyard, and then kind of sculpt the rest of your plays and what you want to end on for that. And speaking of end, it appears that that is the end of the duel. It's enough for...
I milled the third Zeomen with...
Yeah, Fabio not going to be able to really achieve any more advantage. Getting over the Coritis over by battle does not trigger any of its effects, so you're not gaining any additional value from that. You still have the Regulus to potentially negate the top deck Branded Fusion, which is really the only thing that he has available to him to get him out of this situation. Unless, like, maybe a Desires into a Branded Fusion, but again, still something that could be negated by Regulus. Like, generally speaking, when you have so few cards, and there is a type of card, such as Regulus, on the opponent's side of the field, it's better to just call it quits and try to save time for the rest of the match.
Regulus is good stuff. We're seeing it in just a ton of different places. The ABC decks didn't do so hot today, but if you check out what that deck can do, it's really impressive. It's maybe not consistent enough, but that's part of what's great about the Punk cards. Because they're all psychics, level 3 psychics, you get to run emergency teleport, and one emergency teleport can just spiral into a ton of other cards without even using your normal summon.
Yeah, it seems almost as if, because of already playing Chaos Ruler, and you mentioned the Zombie Vampire, it seems almost reminiscent to Dragon Link in its most recent iteration, where a couple cards could just toolbox into the rest of your deck out of nowhere because of all these powerful effects that just access the top cards of your deck randomly.
It's kind of like just how the Therians are a bunch of different types. It just taps into a bunch of different, classic deck types that we see all the time in these events.
It feels like those almost player-made decks, such as really reminiscent, if you go all the way back to Plant Synchro.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, where it's just a couple of good cards that just found a way to work with each other, and you never know how it actually works out. And it creates this synergy that I wasn't sure if it was planned or not, but it's really cool to see.
Yep, like the old Dandelion deck, for instance. I can keep sending this to the graveyard and then getting it back how many times?
Yes, old Dandy Warrior, the Drill Warrior combo shenanigans.
Popular in the Edison format.
Yeah.
This is another popular one for the Time Wizard events.
Absolutely, yeah. I definitely see a lot of people going back to that format fondly. But speaking of this format currently, I believe it's just a deck builder's dream when you have all these potential themes and cards that just happen to work with each other, right? When you have the freedom to explore strategies like this, I think like Punk Therian is already being hyped up. You're seeing it do this well at a YCS level event. And I think there's so much room for you to explore, right? Dimension Force has only been out for so long. There's probably so much more a player can do with all these different card types and these themes. And going into later events, I'm really excited, or just not even later, like later in this tournament, seeing what people will do and what becomes more defined. I'm just very excited to see what ends up coming of it.
It's been high impact between the Predaplants, these Therian cards. It's just been a lot of stuff seeing play, and seeing play in interesting ways too. Like the if you just look at Therians on their own, it just seems kind of linear, but it's really, really not once you start getting into it.
It looks like the players are shuffled up and ready for game 2 here. Fabio opting to start again, and yet again, Branded Fusion is met by Ash Blossom.
Yeah, main face.
Ooh, that is rough. Nothing to stop it there. But he does have a copy of Dimensional Barrier. He's going to be able to limit some Synchro plays or some Xyz plays. But as we saw from that last turn, it seems like he has quite a lot of options.
And that's the thing, is if your opponent can get just all the extra deck monster types, Dimensional Barrier has a lot less value.
Ecclesia is a very interesting interruption because of being able to access Fall in the Valbaz on your opponent's turn. Being able to potentially turn to a Mirror Jade is actually quite strong here.
That seems a little better to back up the Dimensional Barrier. So you can use the barrier to stop the first thing, and when your opponent thinks, okay, well, now I'm going to get into it, or get into this other thing that's not called by Dimensional Barrier, you just eat that up with Albaz.
This one just sends itself.
Okay, that's fine.
Right, so that was using the effect of Punk Ogre, sending itself to the graveyard. What does that exactly grab for him?
That goes ahead and gets him one of the level 3s.
Okay, so you can discard it to essentially search for any of the other monsters.
Yep.
Yeah, the deck is very functional at searching other copies of itself.
Pay 600. Sure.
And then we do get to see Christopher going for the Xeomin again. I wonder, do you think he's going to search Foxy Tune, or do you think he's going to search another card now that he's already committed his normal summon?
Yeah, he needs to get another monster on the field here, and the best way that you're going to do that is, it could be Deer Note, because Deer Note can do it as well. You can summon either herself or whatever card is revealed along with it.
Okay, it looks like Christopher also has a copy of Dimensional Barrier in his own hand, so if he is able to establish anything, then he's going to be able to lock Fabio out another turn. Let's call him. Yeah, I feel like that is a card that you might have to Ash Blossom, because eventually it will just get you to Regulus.
Yep. Yeah, Deer Note is very, very good. We went to not really seeing the Punk cards at all to... Oh, he's got both. He already had Foxy Tune.
Special one and send the other to the graveyard.
So one of these cards goes to the field, the other goes to the graveyard. Gets the Deer Note.
I am thinking.
Yep. All right. Sure. So we know he's got the Dimensional Barrier down. Does he call Synchro here?
They have both Earths, correct.
Both Earth monsters.
I think, yeah, Fabio just has to be kind of as patient as possible. He does have access to an immediate 8-star Synchro. He doesn't really want to allow that to happen, but it looks like he's going to allow the Chaos Ruler to come hit the field again. But at this point, he might just call Synchro now.
Yeah, block the effect.
And then he does have the option to go into the Mirror Jade and keep his engine alive.
Chain Link 1 Chaos Ruler, Chain Link 2 Deer Note, target Xeomin.
He's really contemplating his options here.
Chain Link 3 Dimensional Barrier, close Synchros.
Sure.
Chain Link 4 Equation.
Oh, opting to chain the Ecclesia as well, going straight into the Mirror Jade as quickly as he can.
I want to take a close look at Dimensional Barrier right there. Yeah, no, okay, no, it will work because Albaz won't activate until the next chain.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have Darks and Lights?
I have Darks and Lights, yes.
So Darks and Lights. Fallen of Albaz activates. Oh, Chains Forbidden Droplet sending the Disc Coliseum.
Ooh,
I will negate the effect of Fallen of Albaz.
And not going to be able to activate that Tragedy as well. It was discarded as a cost.
Mary, Dimensional Barrier, please.
This gives Fabio no cards. Even if Christopher isn't able to set up anything oppressive, there is a Dimensional Barrier on Christopher's side as well. So Fabio is really fighting an uphill battle right now. Okay, we will see. So he can't Synchro Summon anymore. He's a 3-star tuner, a level 8 monster. Normally that would make a level 11 Synchro, as you mentioned earlier, but he has plenty of link options. So let's see, looks like he's going to attempt to summon Halki Fibrax, one of the best link monsters ever.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Its partner in crime, no longer with us, in Auroradon.
Oh, no. What's wrong with me?
So ideally, when you summon Halki Fibrax in this deck, I feel like you have a lot of options.
Yes. In this case, he's going to go for Ash Blossom. This feels like something a little more standard, not really like a crazy power play.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a look. What else could he get out of this?
Let me turn the Halki Fibrex into something along the lines of Formula Synchron on the next turn.
Attack with 15 over 900 for 600 damage.
I think Christopher was beating himself up over missing some damage here. He could have just attacked with the Chaos Ruler first.
Yeah.
But he is setting himself up here to establish a lot more resources going into the next turn.
So we got a Dimensional Barrier. We can tag out for, Formula Synchron. What else could we get here? Is he running?
It looks like it's more than likely Formula Synchron. I don't see a Wonder Magician or a... Okay, oh wait.
Do you have any quick effects you'd like to activate? I'll activate the effect of Fibrex.
Yeah, you can't forget about Tragedy's effect in Graveyard to be able to reset those branded spells and traps. Very useful effect, especially in a situation like this. Being able to put it in the Graveyard was actually really, really valuable for Fabio, and he would be in a fantastic position if that set card wasn't a Dimensional Barrier.
Exactly. So we see the Formula Synchron. Christopher's going to pick up another card here. Flips the Branded Fusion. Chains Dimensional Barrier on Fusion, and you could hear the exhale from the table right there.
Not having the best time right now.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
We're just seeing how powerful Dimensional Barrier is in this tournament. We mentioned how these decks are extremely targeted, right? Branded Despia as well as Sword Soul, both popular decks that are really kind of mono-theme. You know, we got the Fusions on one end, we have the Synchros on the other, both very easy to target down with a card like Dimensional Barrier. And why decks like this are able to just kind of go scot-free, because they're able to play under Dimensional Barrier a lot better, while still being able to use it against these decks and just have that advantage going into these matchups.
Yeah, this is a scary deck, especially if you've never seen it before, and you're just trying to figure out card by card what they might be going for. And you just get to play so many really powerful cards.
So we have access to that level 11 Synchro we mentioned earlier here.
Yep.
Which one do you think he's going to make?
I think you probably go with the Carp here. Yeah, I think you go with the Carp. Although you generally want to Synchro some of that with the Fusion monster so that you can get the extra effects there. You can get multiple attacks.
Okay, it looks like he's going to take it a little bit slow here. Yeah, just deal some damage, go a little bit. Does he actually play the Hot Red Dragon King Calamity as well? Doesn't seem like it.
I think it's just Archfiend Abyss.
Okay, that makes sense. Because technically, he did have the formula, he did have the Chaos Ruler. He only need another level 2 tuner. Yep. That's not the hardest thing to find. But he did find another Disco Coliseum. And I think being able to set up a Regulus from this position is likely good enough.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Actually, he's got, what, 10 material? Or 10 levels worth of material? He could make Baron.
Yeah, absolutely. Just having a Baron plus a Regulus to Fabio's 2 cards, I think that pretty much checks everything.
That's got to do it, even if he picks up Branded Fusion. And the Formula Synchron is a machine as well.
Oh yeah, being able to just put that in the grave to make Regulus live?
Duke is the psychic one. It protects, while I have a control and equip card, Therian monsters I control.
Oh, it looks like he doesn't go for Regulus immediately.
That's it?
Yep.
Okay.
Will Duke effect?
He's going to bring back Duke.
Sure.
Duke is summoned.
So these cards can be destroyed by card effects, correct? Therion cards.
Yes, Therian monsters I control cannot be destroyed by
So his effect is that they cannot be destroyed by card effects.
Right.
Very good.
Think the old Nightmare setup.
Ah.
It's a lot like that.
Oh, not very fond of those memories. Oh, he's synchroing with it immediately, going for the Baron there. Interesting. And then Regulus as well? I can only assume.
And this to the cup, and I will pass the turn out.
Oh, interesting.
Oh,
Very interesting. Opting to keep the Chaos Ruler on the side of the field here.
That's interesting. I don't know that I would have run it that way. I value having 2 negations against 2 cards.
He might have missed that formula was a machine and didn't think he had a way to summon the Regulus.
That's possible, because he did banish Halka Fibrex.
All right. He's really hoping on this draw. Don't think the card in his hand was useful either way. Oh, it was Fallen of Albaz.
Yeah, Fallen of Albaz doesn't do it. I don't know that that other one's going to do it either.
Yeah, Forbidden Droplet. Like, if you could discard the Droplet as well as chain it at the same time, that would get him there.
That could help.
Actually, well, he'd still have to give up the Albaz, so I guess not. But
I'm sorry.
Yep, that's a little rough.
Cards do, they look like dark.
He does, if he plays the Albert Renatus, he can at least attempt to link away or contact fuse away with the Chaos Ruler.
Yep. I haven't seen anybody running it yet. Not even as a side deck card, which is a little surprising.
Yeah, there's not enough respect for the Dragon strategy. You think it's scared enough people off, you don't have to play it. But we did see a Dragon Link in this tournament earlier, so maybe some people will regret it.
Still lurking out there. And it does appear that Christopher has taken a 2-0 win here with his Punk Therian deck. Fascinating mashup. We got to see a lot of the power behind it, and like really, it could be even greater than that.
Absolutely. I feel like we saw him do only half of what he really could potentially go, but it was enough after being able to use those other resources in his hand to make sure Branded Fusion and other of the most powerful cards in the Branded Despia deck couldn't get to where he needed to be. And just seeing how these new decks from Dimension Force just being so powerful that they outclass the decks that we have been further. But we'll catch up with Christopher here in the post-match interview after this break.
Go.
And we are back with our round 6 feature match winner, Christopher. How does it feel to have played in the feature match and have won? Did you have any difference in gameplay knowing that you had to play in the feature match?
So this is the first time I've ever been a feature match for anything. So it's a little bit concerning, but no, there's no reason to play any differently for a feature match than for a regular match. You just play the game, announce all your phases, because I know that really hurts people a lot of the time, and just play it like a normal round.
Absolutely, that's definitely some advice you guys want to take. Just play the match like any match, no matter where it is always the same. You're still playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And you just got to play to the best of your ability. Now, you came in with a new strategy here, Punk Therions. Going into this field, what kind of decks were you expecting to play, and what matchups were you looking forward to? If anything, like what one deck were you most looking forward to playing against?
So I expected a lot of Despia, a lot of Fluanderies, and definitely a lot of the Sword Soul Tenyi deck. I'd like to believe that my deck is a very good Sword Soul Tenyi matchup, and the Despia matchup is also pretty good because it's very low on Super Poly targets, and the Therians just play really well into their cards. Really didn't want to play against Flunder. I've hit 2 of them so far. That's my one loss so far is to Flunder. So, but outside of that, the meta is so diverse right now. The new ban list really helped to kind of change it up, make it so that every deck isn't playing 30 million hand traps, and really allow strategies like mine to take off.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got to show with your strategy how good it was into the Despia deck, and we got to see just how powerful it can be. So, seeing as how it's kind of an untested deck, you know, it's brand new to the scene, how do you feel your chances are of winning the whole event?
I'm taking it all home. There's just no way around it. No, but yeah, you know, it's a pretty strong deck. I feel like as long as my luck holds out, I could be taking home that trophy.
Absolutely, that's the mentality you want to have going into the event. You want to feel like you got everything it takes to win. You just got to let yourself play as best as you can. And we look forward to seeing you in the rest of this tournament, and we hope you do as well and make it into the top cut. And we'll bring it back to Jerome with more content in the desk.
Duelists get from their home, their local shops, all the way out to the YCS through tons of different pathways. Check out some of the ways that some of these duelists got started with Yu-Gi-Oh!
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Back when I was in 1st, 2nd grade. You know, like many people, I watched the TV show, of course, which was really exciting. And then I got my first cards, and I started playing at school, which was really nice. And now I do it as my job, and I travel all around the U.S. to play in tournaments.
I got back into Yu-Gi-Oh! As a kid like most anybody else. My older brother was the one that really drew me back into the game competitively, and I've been enjoying the game ever since. He's quit a long time ago now, but I'm still dueling to this day.
I actually got into Yu-Gi-Oh! About almost 3 years ago now because the first wave of the Funko Pops came out, and my boyfriend and I, Brian, actually thought they were super cool, and we were like, yo, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is still a thing where they're making these about it, and we ended up going back on Netflix watching Duel Monsters, and we found our old cards in the attic, and honestly, it was as simple as that. We were hooked, and we started going to our locals and got way better.
I want to say I started my freshman year of high school. I ran into a buddy of mine at Dunkin' Donuts, and he said we should play Super Smash Bros. Melee. And I beat him in that, and he's like, oh, I have something I can beat you in. And then he just got me into the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game I've been playing ever since.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was like, I think 7, and I started by like watching the show, and my brother had played the game, so that's how I got into Yu-Gi-Oh!
I kind of just started in school with other like classmates, and then that's how I really start picking up the cards. And then later when I was like older, I started travel to like bigger events, just trying to play in bigger tournaments, and then trying to like compete and then just be competitive.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Around I would say like 14, 15 years old, and I just seen I moved into a new neighborhood, and I seen a couple kids playing, and since then I've never looked back. I quit here and there, but I mean, you never really quit Yu-Gi-Oh! To be honest.
All right, and if you can't get enough Yu-Gi-Oh! And you're wishing you were here, don't worry, there are plenty more events coming up this summer and into the fall that you can check out. Here's some of them right now. Down in Mexico City, Mexico, the Central America Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship is running June 17th to 19th. In South America, in Santiago, their Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship is running June 24th to 26th. And then up here in North America, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship in Rosemont, Illinois, July 15th to 17th. And then the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series resumes in September on the weekend of the 10th and 11th in Niagara Falls, and onwards in October on the 22nd and 23rd in Minneapolis, and finishing up in Pasadena, California on November 5th and 6th. Round 7 is coming up. We're into the final third. Don't go away. We're back at YCS Hartford. We're in the last third of day one of the event, and we haven't slowed down quite yet.
That's right, Jerome. Things are nothing but speeding up here at the convention center. We have, as you mentioned, we're in the last third, so 3 rounds left. It's been a great time so far. The current round is 7. We had 1,247 entrants in total, 21 duelists left undefeated. That's just a handful at this point. And this round we have a deck that was quite popular a while ago. We saw this matchup happen pretty often before. It kind of resurfaced with like Prank Kids leading the fray, right? It was already sort of around, but now it's definitely like targeted as one of the decks to beat.
Absolutely. Tenyi Sword Soul, it's kind of had, it was weird, like the wave of popularity. When it first came out in Burst of Destiny, you had Arch Nemesis Protoss and the like, very popular deck. Arch Nemesis Protoss goes away, just gone. And now it's back again. And it's been quite well throughout the tournament.
Yep, we'll see exactly how well it fares against itself in this feature. So let's go ahead and toss it down to the table. This is round 7 of Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, Hartford, Connecticut. But yeah, I think you brought up a good point, right? Like we saw the deck succeed. Oh, let's go ahead and look at players. I apologize for that. It's Luis first. He's Grand Rapids, Michigan. Favorite card, Sangan. Iconic.
Here's Doug Zeef from New York, New York. His favorite card is Effect Veiler, and definitely not Sangan.
Definitely not Sangan.
Definitely not Sangan. He used to play Altergeist all the time, right? And back in that deck, it was kind of a thing where you would play Sangan from time to send for your Link 1. And Sangan was never great to draw, so I think that might have shaped Doug's opinion on the three-eyed critter.
He'll still have a special place in my heart, or it'll still have a special place in my heart. Not trying to assign a gender to Sangan, but neither here nor there. Talking about this deck specifically, yeah, like the big thing is with the loss of Protoss, yes. We saw this deck sort of like fall off, right? It's one of those things where a lot of players, I think, in this format look to like, quote unquote, like those auto win cards, right? Like this Fanny's Ruler, Artifact Scythe, things that sort of just like shut your opponent off from doing something, unless you're playing something like the Despia branded deck where you're just doing a lot, you have a lot of value. And I think when, like, especially when we saw like Prank Kids and the Adventure Engine like really have its initial like surgence or in popularity, this deck was kind of viewed as like fair, right? Like quote unquote fair compared to how powerful everything else was like at, or what everything else was doing. But now it just does what it does incredibly well, right? Like your Sword Soul cards are very consistent at doing things like getting out Baron to Flare, getting you advantage along the way. You have your own powerful like in-theme synchro monsters, and then you can just fall back on this Tenyi engine to really give your deck like extra punches.
Yeah, think about what's being considered fair at the moment. Baron de Fleur, very fair. Chi-Shao, yet another way to negate monster effects. You back that up with the Sword Soul Blackout, which can take out another couple of cards. And that's that's just the Sword Soul part of the deck. That's before you get to Vishida, who can just bounce something away from the hand or graveyard, as long as you have a normal monster in the field, like the Sword Soul token, or a non-effect monster, rather, with Monk of the Tenyi, that sort of thing. There's just a ton of stuff you can do, and you don't really want to see any of it. Any individual thing is just like, oh yeah, okay, that's fine. But, you know, the basic players are throwing out a level 8 and a level 10 synchro at the same time. It's backing it up with a trap card. You're drawing a ton of cards. They got their second Pot of Desires back off the last list as well. And it's just a snowball effect of all this different stuff coming together. And before you know it, you could be defeated.
Yep, and we'll see exactly which duelist gets defeated in Game 1 of our Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Round 7.
Let's go!
And let's see, ooh.
Let's see.
It looks like a low roll on the re-roll there for Doug. So Luis will take going first in this duel.
Okay, I'm going first. Secant. This does a whole lot of nothing for me. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Jaw, standby, trade main. Summon Ashina. Tenyi Spirit Ashina.
Alright, so no monsters on the field, so we can special summon Tenyi Spirit Ashina. Link that way immediately for Monk the Tenyi. That loads up Ashina's effect to be used from the graveyard and summon another Tenyi.
Also gives him a non-effect monster on the field, right?
Yep.
So potentially turning on some effects.
Like this one.
Special summon Tenyi
There's Vishuda. You want to get that locked and loaded early on. Vishuda can bounce the card back to the hand. Now let's see if he's got a tuner. He does. It's Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Not often used as a tuner, but she is.
Yeah, I mean, one very powerful thing about not only, the Ghost Girls, cards like Effect Veiler as well, just the incredible upside they also happen to be tuners. Then we see Baron come down.
That was...
Oh, I can go Baron. You're right. So I have to go for...
Stuck with, you actually can't do this. You're locked into worms.
Oh, because of the
worms, because of the Tenyi. Yeah. Because of Ashna specifically. And that is that Sinister?
That is indeed the
Sinister Sovereign.
King Ching Longwon.
Yeah, that's a bit of a new one. It came in at Battle of Chaos, kind of like during the lull in popularity of Sword Soul, so we haven't really seen what it can do.
Yeah, but it's a powerful one, regardless of that. I think that at the time it maybe not was perceived as like incredibly powerful in the mirror, but against other certain matchups, it was just an absolute all-star.
Where do we put the banish back?
All right, so we see a similar opening from Doug. Doug's got Ashna as well.
Yep.
And that's going to get banished by the Sinister Sovereign, which inflicts 1,200 damage on the way. Next up is Adhara. Special summons that. See, the Sinister Sovereign doesn't negate anything, but it can banish a card and inflict a lot of damage.
Definitely puts the Longwon in his name into effect, right?
Yeah, so it's if your opponent special summons a monster, you can banish one and inflict 1,200. But also, when your opponent activates a spell, trap card, or effect, you can banish that card and inflict 1,200.
So I'm at 56? 56, yes.
Now that isn't going to stop the vessel from resolving, but it does take a chunk out of Doug's life points.
Yeah, something that you can't take for granted, especially in these. Like, the Longwon effects go a long way. A long way.
All right, Ashna makes it to the graveyard after all. We've got Dueling Monks of the Tenyi. Now Ashna is on the field here. Now Doug is not locked into worms yet. Now he is.
Special one from deck?
Yep.
Cards in hand?
3 at the moment.
3 cards in hand. So does he have the Blackout? Nope, got Ash Blossom. Ash Blossom is going to...
It's going to negate the Tenyi effect.
Yes.
Yep, and he's going to push through it by using the Vishuda to summon a second copy of Monk of the Tenyi.
Activate Vishuda, target the back row.
To my hand, right?
Yeah.
It's going to bump that card back.
I know.
It's not the one-off Blackout. Or if it is, he's not ready to give up one of his monsters. Doug's got Sword Soul Emergence up next. Going to add a Sword Soul to the hand. In this case, it's Sword Soul of Taya. No normal summon yet, so that is still available.
So you've used both of those?
Yes.
Both effects on the Sinister Sovereign have been played. So good opportunity here.
So you ashed the Ashna, so I'm not locked into worms, correct? This is what you ashed, or? Yeah.
Yeah, ashed.
A good point there from Doug. Because the Tenyi effect was Ash Blossom basically negated, he can still proceed without using worms. Or without being locked into them. So he's going to summon the effect monster version of Longwon, discarding the Taya, dealing some damage to Luis on the way.
So that's 1,200 when used as a synchro material for a synchro summon. And Doug is allowed to play Baron. He's not locked into Ashna.
Oh my gosh, I'm actually so dumb. Oh, well, I get. No, I'm fine. Perfectly calculated. Activate Adhara.
Hara's up next, retrieving a banished Tenyi. Picks up Ashna. And now we get the normal summon of Moye.
I think for a second there, Doug thought he used his his only normal summon that was going to get him a token, but then realized because of the 10E effect being able to add back the worm, he was still able to trigger Moye.
And there we've got the Chi-Xiao as well.
You didn't go to the deck again after I cut it, right? No. No? Okay, continue.
Yep, going to get a draw off that Moye because it was used as a synchro material. Chi-Xiao, incredible synchro monster.
Extremely, extremely good.
So powerful.
Oh, that's
Ooh.
interesting. Doug's got the Sacred Summon. You don't see that in a lot of these lists. It's kind of a Monster Reborn type effect. But a lot of times you only play one, and many times you only play none.
I guess he's just like, he plays it for the option to maybe like go for game in scenarios like this, right? Like he sees just an opening, why not take it?
Taya hasn't been used yet because it was just pitched.
Summon for costs.
Maybe blundered his way here a little bit, or at least he thought he blundered his way, but playing really effectively. I think if he sat there and thought about it, he would have done the same exact play, though. So it's unfair to call it a blunder, but Boxy's going to come down, use its effect.
You get 2 cards, 2 different attributes of material, so he gets to knock both of those monsters back to the extra deck. And look at all those attack points. That's significantly more than 8,000. You don't necessarily need the exact number, it's just enough. And Doug has taken a quick game 1. Short game, but a nice one.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of Sword Soul for you, right? Yeah. Very effective at what it does. Doesn't really like try to drag out a game. It's really like, and I think it's because it's so like hand effect centric, right? You're really just trying to disrupt a few things and then either, take advantage of a very simple board state or just end the game, right? So now Duelists will have access to their side decks, so we'll see some interesting things. First up, one I can see, like Dimensional Barrier, right? We've seen it a lot against like fusion strategies here. Another very powerful one because you can just call out Synchro. So we can expect those. How do you feel about like Monster and Spell and Trap removal in this matchup?
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of use for it. This isn't one of those decks that's going to side in Mystic Mind. Like, you're just not going to see that in Sword Soul. The one thing that you might want to do is have something to try to bait out the blackout before you commit a whole lot of cards to the board. I don't know that's really worth siding in any sort of spell and trap removal. What I'd rather do is get their monster off the field. If they don't have, basically if you don't have 2 cards for them to destroy, or they don't have a worm to destroy themselves, they can't use the card at all. So I'd be looking for more ways to get rid of monsters than spells and traps.
How do you feel about cards like Nibiru?
Nibiru? Okay, so Nibiru shouldn't be particularly good against this deck. So many of their lines of play easily get that Baron on the field. Usually, like at the 5th summon, you'll get the 4 in a token, 6 in a token, and then make Baron as your 5th summon. But we saw earlier today in the match with Jesse that his opponent didn't respect the Nibiru and went straight for Sinister Sovereign and got completely blown out as a result. So I think it's really good if and only if it's not respected.
We'll just have to see exactly how much respect these duels have for it in the second game. Not a guarantee it's going to come out of the side deck, especially given that. Knowing that it's such like a easy card to answer is a little leading, but more so it's so easy to access cards like Baron, like you mentioned. And then here is the second game of our duel. We saw Doug take an impressive game 1 victory. Luis is going to go first for the second time in a row. He's going to start off with Vishuddha, special summoning because he controls no monsters, using it as a link material for Monk of the 10E.
Let's see if this plays off Activate Potted Dice.
Ooh.
Pay costs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's good.
Let's see. It's good. Gonna draw 2.
What do you think the advantage is to summon the Vishuddha first?
Spirit in German is Geist.
Summoning the Vishuddha first.
And linking it away into Monk of a 10E.
That's interesting, isn't it? I think you're just trying to see if your opponent will play anything, really. Like, I don't know what it's going to be.
What can they play, though? They can't. They're not going to Effect Failure. They're not going to Ghost Ogre. They're not going to DD Crow.
I'm not sure. There's no effect being played, so they can't use Gamma. There's nothing that's going to destroy the Tenyi, so Sada isn't live here. I don't know. I don't know.
I was trying to think of something with maybe like Heavenly Circle, but even that just doesn't make sense.
I was thinking more like if you're using Ashuna, right? You would want to use Ashuna first so you can summon whatever you want from the deck without risking banishing it.
Yeah.
But Vashuda doesn't make so much sense.
Yeah.
Well, he's got the Vessel for the Dragon Cycle there. That could be it then. Unless he got that off of Pot of Desires.
Why wouldn't you play it first?
Yeah, so he must have gotten it from there.
Yeah. Interesting regardless, but we'll just have to see. It looks like he's going to normal summon Sword Soul of Moye. Gets met with Effect Veiler from Doug. Still has a grip of cards, though, thanks to that Pot of Desires and that Vessel.
Wow. Set one. I'm going to link.
Goes for a Link 2 here for Shaman of the Tenyi.
Yep. Active effects. Pitching.
Shaman's a cool card. It reminds me a lot of Zombie Master.
Iconic. Yep. Iconic, yes. We can tell what era you played. Some people would have said Lumina.
All of the eras. I played all the eras.
But you're right. It's a very, very cool card. Not only is it cool, like, very cool artwork, a lot of cool things about it. But yeah, it does some interesting things, right? Especially in, like, in combination with, like, what the Tenyi engine already does, right? It's something that just gives you so much more gas. Ooh.
Ooh. Well, it would if it got to special summon anything. It's Zombie Master because it's type-based, not theme-based.
Yeah.
And that's it. Lose passes with a back row, a Shaman, and nothing.
Night Beam.
Night Beam! Night Beam! Oh, there's something we haven't seen.
Talk about
in
ways
a while.
to answer Blackout.
Okay.
That's a good one. He only hits infinite impermanence here, but that's not a bad one.
There's something thematic about hitting a Blackout with a Night Beam.
Right?
You know what I mean? Yep.
So Night Beam destroys a set spell or trap, and your opponent can't chain it to that particular card. And Night Beam it fell out of favor pretty quickly because people would start setting two things, and they'd chain the other one first and then chain the one you targeted. It's great to see it. So we've seen Blizzard, cool card, Night Beam, also a cool one. Lots of good spell and trap destruction.
Blizzard for me is way higher up on the list than Night Beam, though.
Yeah?
Night Beam's just fun to say. Like, because you say it with, like very assertively, and it feels like it does more. Night Beam. But, yeah, neither here nor there. Doug is going to press forward with Sword Soul of Moye. Going to reveal, I believe that was a Tenyi?
It was a Shuna.
Ah, yeah.
And not summoning a token in 2 games.
There it is. There's the token. We're going to go for an 8. It's Chishao. Draw a card first, and then go and grab a card. It's already used Emergence this turn.
You have 2 in hand?
Yes. They are everything you fear.
I like that. I like that. How many cards in hand? 2. Your worst nightmares, though. 2 of them.
Yep. It's Nibiru squared. Yeah, this is a really tough situation, though. If Doug can just put enough damage here, just 2 quick wins this way. Go in second.
And he went and searched the summit. So I feel like that might be what he's trying to go for.
I like the summit in here. I won't play this deck without the 1 summit.
It's definitely a strong card. It's strong having that option, right? Like, that's
Exactly.
really what it is.
That's why you just play 1.
Yeah.
You get it when you have situations like this where it's just wide open for you.
Yeah, I think especially, like, it makes a lot of sense for me in the mirror, too, right? But I think the weakness I would have is maybe in certain matchups where I really want these hand effects. If I ever drew Summit rather than, like, maybe, you know, another interruption or disruption card, that's when I think it might be weaker. But regardless, I'm all about options, so.
And Doug does go for the Baron, which is the right move in this situation, after kicking Shaman off the field with Vishuda.
So you're at 68?
68,
This is 58?
1,000 more will do it, and the Sacred Sword Soul Summit is
Yeah, you got it, man.
exactly what he needs. Just get that one extra monster.
Don't make fun of Knife Beam anymore.
He's right. True. Night Beam is awesome.
And Knife Beam's a cool one, but there's Mystical Space Typhoon could have done a similar job. There's a lot of cards out there.
Okay, yeah, but if it was Sword Soul Blackout.
If it was more like an established field or something, yeah. Understood.
Just in case, if MST can do the job, fine. But for when MST isn't going to do the job, you have Night Beam.
I weirdly associate Night Beam with Hieratics.
Yes, they were in the same set.
Yes, yeah, I think, and they might have been played in the same deck. I just remember being scared of Night Beam into Tefnuit guy. But at the end, Doug is our victor. We're going to toss to a quick break before we get an interview with him. Make sure to stay tuned. Yeah, actually though, right? Because after you met me.
Winning with 4 players, Ignacio Galarza, Ben Forresting, and Jonathan.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to YCS Hartford. I'm here with your Round 7 feature match winner, Doug. And Doug, this is your first time up here on the feature match stage.
Right.
Stellar debut. Did anything stand out to you in that match?
I drew very well, and I felt bad that my opponent did not draw as well. But yeah, I mean, that's just how Sword Soul Mirrors go sometimes.
And did you change the way you played at all? You played very aggressive style. Has that been kind of your MO all weekend?
Yeah, so that's probably been the hardest part. I'm normally a control player, an Altergeist player, and so I'm usually not used to doing big game pushes, but this weekend I've really tried to be as aggressive as possible to just like finish out the game whenever I can.
It's a good strategy, especially for these long tournaments. So moving forward, what are you hoping that you're going to run into in these last couple rounds tonight?
I'm expecting more mirrors, and I'm expecting Despia, but I've seen a lot of crazy decks at the top tables.
Absolutely, there's some wild stuff out there, so watch out. But what do you think your overall chances are, to make it all the way to the end of this event?
I'm going to do my best.
Well, you can't ask any more than that. So congratulations once again, Doug, on your Round 7 win, 6-1.
Yep.
Strong position going into the end of the day.
Yep, I'm excited.
All right, that's Doug, your Round 7 feature match winner. And now here's Robbie with some more interesting stuff to take a look at.
Thanks, Jerome. That's right. So one of the biggest decisions you're going to make whenever you enter a tournament is going to be what deck you want to bring. We asked some players that yesterday. Let's go ahead and take a look.
The deck that I brought today is going to be Despia. It is a new deck for me, seeing how I wasn't around for a little bit. The deck is very powerful. As for the matchups, probably the mirror match. I feel kind of comfortable with the mirror match.
The deck I bring to this YCS, I'm using a Predator Plan version of branded deck. And I think for this entire tournament, I think the Despia version of branded deck will be like a big competitor. So is Sword Soul deck. Those two are the biggest opponents I kind of prepare for it.
So for this YCS, I actually brought Tenyi Sword Soul because we cannot play the Aurora on combo anymore, that is for sure. I am expecting a lot of mirror matches because Sword Soul is a very good counter to Despia. So I'm also playing probably against Despia a whole heck of a lot. So I'm expecting mostly that.
I brought the Sword Soul deck this weekend. I think it has a good Despia matchup. Despia is probably the most popular matchup besides the Sword Soul Mirror. And I've been playing Sword Soul since Burst of Destiny came out, so I'm just really comfortable with it. And it's really good at Master Duel, it's really good in the TCG, so I'm excited to play it this weekend.
I brought a combo deck, and I'm not really looking forward to any type of matchup. I'm just trying to see what type of different decks there are.
So for this YCS, I'm playing pure Eldritch, and it's just trap heavy. For the reason I'm playing it is because the ban list came about a week before this event, and I just thought just playing Floodgates would be able to stop my opponents from playing. The matchups I'm mostly looking forward to playing is probably Branded Despia, Sword Soul, some Flunderies matchups, because my main deck is mostly built to counter those strategies.
I brought the Sinavalon Plant Therian deck this weekend. Really stoked to play it with new cards from Dimension Force. I can't wait to show off my green thumb. The matchup I am most excited to play against is still the Sword Soul matchup. I think that deck is extremely powerful for a mid-range deck this format, and hopefully I can come out on top with it.
Awesome answers. There's a lot of different reasons to bring different decks, whether you're trying to out metagame, there's something you're very comfortable with, or you're just trying to do really fun things. But with that, let's go ahead and take a look at some promotional items that you can take home if you attend your championship upcoming. First up, we have the World Championship qualifier sleeves. These are for the North American, South American, Central American, all of the championships for all the regions. You get these just for participating. In addition to that, we have the Nibiru, the Primal Being game mat. This is another prize that you get just for participating in your championship. And last but not least, the Top Cut game mat. This is Rites of Armistice. Powerful card, beautiful game mat with beautiful artwork. If you'd like any of these or you want to learn more, you should check out yu-gi-oh-card.com for more details. Otherwise, make sure to stay tuned for the next round of YCS Hartford.
You can relive even more epic duels with the 2021 Tin of Ancient Battles. Contains 3 mega packs and can stack on top of last year's tin to make your own tablet. It's time to duel. 54 cards per tin, each tin sold separately. The winds of victory are swift and sure. Accelerate with new Synchros. The Fluor Synchro strategy gets new tools, and all new Duelists take flight. Yu-Gi-Oh! Legendary Duelist Synchro Storm. 5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Explore a city of gold full of secret treasures. You can gather powerful monsters with spectacular new artwork as precious premium gold rares. Yu-Gi-Oh! Maximum Gold El Dorado. 28 cards per box, each box sold separately. Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, Brothers of Legend. With the 5 Karibo brothers, you can finally find the full furball family used by Yugi in his duels. Plus, brand new Utopia cards of Yuma and Astral from Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, and much more. You can find cards for decks from every era of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Also available on Nintendo Switch for digital download, Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel, Dawn of the Battle Royale. Your party awaits! You can put yourself into the action with an adventurer deck, battle fiends with Exo Sisters, or summon some wild and crazy monsters. Yu-Gi-Oh! The Grand Creators. 7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
I've been waiting for you, Yugi. Good, because I have a new strategy for you. It's my turn. I draw. Charge toward victory!
The deck that I brought today is going to be Despia. It is a new deck for me, seeing how I wasn't around for a little bit. The deck is very powerful. As for the matchups, probably the mirror match. I feel kind of comfortable with the mirror.
much an artifact scythe deck, right? It's
Yeah.
trying to do powerful things and sort of stop your opponent from special summoning, but we'll see exactly what those things are in our first game. Yeah, basically the big combo of Artifact Dagda and Predaplant Verte Anaconda, right? Getting the Artifact Scythe set with a Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer Destroy, but it looks like things have started off with Dot Scraper, goes into Link Disciple, and then Link Devotee, but looks like that Link Devotee is going to be hit with Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit from
Before it's
Elijah.
able to make those tokens to actually kind of start off the combo.
Yeah. So, you know, incredible here. It still leaves his opponent with a monster, but not a big deal as long as he's not facing down that Artifact Siphon, Destroyer, Phoenix Enforcer. So 2-card set for Enzo. We know he has access to some amount of these, like, Golden Land and Eldritch cards. So likely going to be a couple of those. For Elijah, he's going to go ahead and start with Prank Kids Place. On his side, he's going to grab Prank Kids Roxy's from his deck to his hand.
A very classic play for Prank Kids.
Yeah. Just finding whichever attribute you're looking for, right? Some a little bit better than others we talked about before, right?
Yeah.
Like Fansy's being able to Foolish Warrior card, Roxy's being able to sculpt your hand a little bit. Nothing to say bad about the incidental damage or life gain from the previous ones, or from Lampseas and Dropseas, but still a little bit better. And it looks like he's going to go ahead and normal summon that Roxy's, upgrade it into Prank Kid's Meow Meow Moo.
Going to use Roxy's as Chainlink 1 and Prank Kid Place as Chainlink 2. Probably just play around Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring because you really do need those Prank Kids on the field.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, not just that, though. He also gets to sculpt his hand a little bit, right?
Yep.
The big issue, but like the double-edged sword of Prank Kids, right? High redundancy in your normal summon. All of them are going to do something very similar.
Yeah.
However, having multiple in your hand, usually not what you're looking for all the time, right? Because it means you just have less cards to play because you're still restricted to that normal summon. So then that Prank Kids Roxy's is going to go ahead and banish Prank Kids Lampseas from his hand, draw a new card. It's also going to special summon Prank Kids Fansies from his deck. Still staring down 2 cards from Enzo's side. Nothing has prompted a response just yet.
Going to link again with Fansies and Meow Meow Mew to most likely get a...
Yep, it's Dodo Doodle Doo. Prank Kids Link Monster is always a tongue twister. It's part of the fun here. But yep, he's going to go ahead and link summon Dodo Doodle Doo. Going to get some effects. Basically the search for Dodo Doodle Doo as well as the Foolish Burial and special summon off of the Fansies, but it looks like Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit is going to try to take care of the Dodo Doodle Doo, so you'll still get his search, but we'll have one less monster on the field so that he can't, you know, keep on going, cycle a few more monsters.
You can still end up getting Prank Kid Pranks, get that token on the field, and as well as the special summon all Fansies. You're kind of just right back making a Dodo Doodle Doo.
Exactly, yeah. Prank Kids has like a surprising amount of resilience, right? For a deck that just uses its normal summon, once you get that sort of chain going, that chain reaction of all these attributes, you can usually get to where you want. So it looks like he's going to go ahead and send Prank Kids Pandemonium, likely going to add it back later with one of the Prank Kids Link monsters, right? And as you know, he grabs Prank Kids Pranks so that he can make a token probably to summon one of those Prank Kids Link monsters so that he can just grab it back.
Yeah, I think Enzo should have actually held the Ghost Ogre for that Prank Kids Pranks because he kind of just keeps linking up to Dodo Doodle Doo, and it, like once you hit the token, you kind of just can't go into Bow Wow Bark after the fact. But we will see how Elijah actually continues playing. I think he just still has the normal combo.
Yep, he's going to go ahead and discard Prank Kids Dropsies to that Prank Kids Pranks to special summon that token. Has some options now, so he's going to go ahead and use them both as materials. Let's see what he gets. Likely, yep, there it is, Dodo Doodle Doo. He's going to hit the table. Still has that Prank Kids Pandemonium in the graveyard. Ooh, let's see. It's an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring this time around from Enzo. So maybe he was just trying to cut Elijah off, I guess.
If you have 2 hand traps like that, it doesn't really matter when you go Ogre as long as you can kind of stop a monster from coming to the field because the Ash will also stop the other monster coming to the field later down the combo.
That makes sense, right? Like 2 points of interaction is definitely going to change exactly what you try to interrupt, right? Because if you can just cut him off completely one way, it makes a lot more sense.
Yep.
So we'll see what Elijah tries to do to push through here. He has another card. Ooh,
Fusion Destiny.
A big one. A big one.
Yeah, definitely one of the best cards to actually draw in your like opening hand. You don't have to like worry about
your Anaconda getting stopped, and Vash Blossom was already used, so now you can just...
It paves the way, right, to just kick down some powerful Destiny heroes and Dasher and Celestial, right? Get ready to draw some cards on the following turn thanks to that Celestial. But the big thing here, destroy your Phoenix Enforcer, right? Especially against these decks that's going to rely a little bit more heavily on, like, background, or excuse me, not background, back row. It still just gives you some additional points of interaction, you know, just grind through things. The real reason I think we see this Destiny, Adventure, Cyberse, Eldritch deck see so much success is really that one-card combo with these Cyberse monsters to just link climb all the way into Artifact Agda and Predaplant Verte Anaconda. So he's going to go to battle, attacks with the Dodo Doodle Doo right over the Link monster. Take a little bit of damage on Enzo's side. A little bit more now thanks to the Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer. Still 2 back row set from Enzo that he hasn't chose to use yet. Has access to about 7 of the Eldritch-related trap cards. So more than likely those.
Looks like he's going to Dodo Doodle Doo for 2 Prank Kids.
Yeah, didn't get to see what he add back. Gotta assume one is Pandemonium.
Yeah, you have to assume at that point.
It's probably Pandemonium and just whatever attribute he might want, right, that he's missing. Really, that's what they're trying to do. Talked about this a little bit before with Billy yesterday. I'm sure we talked about it actually last night as well. Like, Pandemonium to me just feels so much like Revolt, right? Like, you're just activating a card, summoning a monster, just getting all these effect activations. Really, that snowball of advantage you get from there. So, yeah, solid turn 1 for Elijah. Enzo, unfortunately, disrupted. Still not out of it, though, right? He hasn't committed too many cards. These hand effects, right? Like, that's cost him a little bit, right? He's lost a Ghost Ogre and an Ash Blossom this turn.
But he's only used 3 cards. He still has 1 more card in hand, drawing to another. But dealing with that...
I think he's actually drawing to just 1, because he had Dot Scraper, the 2...
oh, yeah, he went first, yep. So he has no cards in hand. And he most likely just has Eldritch Spell and Trap cards. That's not maybe Scarlet Sanguine.
Yeah. So it seems like Elijah is in the driver's seat here. But like we mentioned, these boards aren't unbreakable, right? They're not something that really present too much of like, oh, I can't do this. It's more like, oh, how am I going to beat what they try to do? And that's really where that Pandemonium comes into play. But looks like Elijah is going to go ahead and start picking away at that back row. Hits a Conquistador.
Probably not the best one to hit. It kind of makes Enzo's, like, it just makes it live. So it's kind of like not really a good pop.
Yeah, definitely not. I think you see Elijah kind of like knock on the table a little bit there, like, darn him. Hit the wrong one. But it's okay. I mean, you can expect that too, right? Like, whether or not you even want to activate the effect of Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer might be something you consider. But I think ultimately you do just try to pick away at right, especially because you are ahead, right? So like if he gets Scarlet Sanguine, okay, I still have Pandemonium, I still have my Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer coming back. I still have a lot of things to do.
You're still hitting his resources as well.
Exactly.
Like there's only a finite amount of Eldritch cards, trap cards that you can banish and search and special.
That's definitely the case. Yeah, we talked about the difference between like immediate and total resources, right?
Yeah.
And that's definitely a total resource game where eventually he's going to run out of these trap cards in his deck, regardless of what he has on the field.
Yeah, and it looks like Enzo's going to concede here. Unable to deal with the Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer.
Yeah, quick game 1 there for Elijah. Really on the back of, to me, his hand was great, right?
Yeah,
like,
his hand was good.
Didn't find a rights. Didn't really need it at the same time, though. But really, it was just like, here's Destiny backed up by a Prank Kid.
Yeah.
Really, for me, it kind of shows that as sweet as this like Destiny Adventure Cyberse Eldritch deck is, sometimes you just draw this mishmash where it's not ideal, right? And that focal point is the next turn. Obviously not the same here because they're snowballing much bigger, but it's similar, right? Where like, okay, if you stop one, you have to worry about the next turn. And same thing here. So it looks like Enzo has started off again.
Normal summon Firewall Guardian, then make Link Disciple, then bring back the Firewall Guardian and use the effect, then link it away for Link Devotee.
It looks like unhindered so far.
Yeah.
So probably no interaction from Elijah. Maybe that means Nibiru. We don't know.
Yeah, Link Devotee is going to tribute itself, let him draw a card, put one back on the bottom, and then special summon 2 tokens. Just such a good combination between Link Disciple with like the ability to draw a card as well as Link Devotee, just making tokens.
Token collector. Yeah, talking about making tokens. Time to collect them on Elijah's side. He's going to go ahead and use token collector. Yeah, we talked about, it doesn't seem like any disruption so far, but that usually means there might be something like heavier in the looms, right? We think about Nibiru. Token collector 1 probably out of the side deck for him.
it might be the best card like that against this type of deck too, because it really is dependent. The whole combo is very dependent on getting those two tokens.
Yeah, I mean, and we've talked about just how strong Token Collector is right now, right? Because of Rites of Armistice. Like, every deck is special summoning tokens, but it goes back to that whole core theme thing we were talking about. If your core theme is also special summoning tokens, Token Collector is going to be even stronger against you, right? It's something we think about with Sword Soul, for example, right? Like, a core theme that already special summons tokens, so Token Collector is even stronger against them. But we'll see how Enzo pushes through this, right?
Yeah, he's definitely not out of it. He has Curse Eldland, which is one of the best Eldritch cards he can start off with.
Yeah. Oh, and Magician Soul, so he's going to be able to trade these cards for more. This is really where he takes advantage of the Eldritch part of his deck, right? It's in Magician Souls, being able to send them to the graveyard, draw some extra cards in the process, and immediately start banishing them, right? It like really takes the slow pace, it ramps it up for Eldritch, right? Like, you don't have to wait to activate them, you don't have to wait to banish them, you really just send them drawn, and you go from there.
And he's still able to make it Predaplant Anaconda even after these draws, or if it gets Veilered or Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, you might lose those too, but...
Ooh, Crossout Designator, a big one. Yeah, another knock on the table there for Elijah, like, darn. But yeah, Crossout Designator, a card that we've seen, fall and gain in popularity.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of it personally because I think it's just an incredibly powerful card, very dynamic.
I think it's very dependent on what kind of deck you play and like what decks you play against. Because we also saw in Carl Manigat's game where like if he drew that card, it just doesn't do anything.
Yep.
Or when I believe Raphael Nevin drew it and he was unable to play because he was also playing against Eldritch. Like you just can't do anything with it.
Yeah, it definitely gets stronger game 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Right? And it's one of those cards. And it's all the one thing, like you touched on it exactly. You have to play in decks where you want to be doing something sort of combo-y, but you also have room for these hand effects. And that used to not be a thing, right? Like the combo-y decks did not play hand effects. They just tried to do more. So it's this sort of like middle ground of decks that try to take advantage of it. So it looks like he's going to go ahead and push forward, like you mentioned, use his Link Monster along with the Magician Souls to Link Summon Predaplant Verte Anaconda.
Pay 2,000 life points, send down that Fusion Destiny.
Yep, and kick down a couple of Destiny heroes to the graveyard as well. The dynamic duo themselves, Dasher and Celestial, really making the name for themselves. If you think about Destiny heroes from the past, right, like especially ones that were good in the graveyard, it's like Malicious, Disc Commander. I don't think people were thinking necessarily of Celestial or Dasher. Dasher
Hasn't been played in years, I would say.
Yeah, that's like early Dark Arm, right? We've seen a lot of Dark Arm Dragon favorite cards.
People were playing like Stratos with like Destiny Draw and everything.
Dark Lord Zerato, like it's that era for sure.
It's great seeing it come back, especially the like draw effect and being able to special summon from hand. Like I saw somebody like draw Nibiru for a turn, special summon it with Destiny or Dasher. It's just like a great feeling.
It's a very fun card to play with, right?
Yeah.
Because like drawing a card for turn is already like, ooh, it's my favorite thing to do, right? But when you're drawing, you're like, oh, am I gonna get lucky?
Yep, and you gotta draw 2 more cards as well.
Yep. Sometimes it's just destiny, right? You draw the perfect card there.
Yep. So Enzo's going to banish his graveyard Haquero to set a Scarlet Sanguine from deck.
If still facing down that Token Collector, not going to matter as much now, right? Really, like, he still has some rights left in his deck, so he might want to deal with it eventually, but... Yep, it looks like he's just going to go ahead and deal with it now. So destroying the Anaconda along with the Token Collector with the effect to destroy your Phoenix Enforcer. Pass and play to Elijah.
I guess he does want to play around Super Polymerization, but I don't know. I might have kept that Token Collector on the field.
To, like, hinder Elijah from using his own rights. That is a good note.
We also didn't see any of those game 1, so he might not know if he plays them or not.
That's true. I think you have to sort of assume they are, but I do agree that, like, you know, maybe you leave it up just because of cards like Super Polymerization, but also a card that's not necessarily the most popular all the time either, right? Yeah.
So the Destiny hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer got infinite permanence, so it will be unable to use its effect, and his opponent's going to activate Prank Kids Roxy's, and then Enzo's going to activate Conquistador on the summon, and then chain Scarlet Sanguine.
Yep, so the normal summon Roxy is going to get responded with, as you mentioned, Conquistador and Sanguine in that chain so that he can make sure the Golden Lord is on the field when the Conquistador summons, so it triggers its bonus effect to destroy a card. Going to get rid of that Roxy's. Ooh, and it's the alternate art, Eldritch the Golden Lord. That's still one of my favorite alternate outside of that. Oh, and Fusion Destiny, icing on the cake. Let's see.
Elijah opening up Fusion Destiny 2 games in a row. One of the best, probably draw. Like, I really think like this card is the best opening card. Like, I know you can access it with Play Anaconda, but like
It doesn't feel bad to draw, right?
Yeah.
Like it's just like, ooh, my hand is that much better because now I don't have to make Anaconda.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
You don't have to worry about like getting Effect Veil or Infinite Permanence or getting stopped by Anaconda.
Yeah, because it's in a weird way like it's sort of like an extender that you can use to push through things, but you don't need anything else going on. It's just you're sticking this incredibly powerful monster, right? Yeah. Yeah, so whether you start with it, end with it, doesn't really matter. Incredibly powerful. Well, I guess if you start with it, you're a little bit prohibited. But more so if you have nothing else going on and it's your only card, you still get to do something, right? Which is enough. He's going to go to battle and use his Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer to attack over the Conquistador. I don't think he has too many cards left because he had to use 2 hand effects at the beginning of last turn. So that might be the last card he has is that set one.
Yeah, it looks like it. So Enzo's going to use his Destiny Hero Phoenix Enforcer to destroy a card and chain Haquero. Oh no, Elijah used his Destiny Hero.
Yeah, so
because
so
it was negated by Infinite Permanence.
Correct, yeah. It was destroyed during the end phase. Enzo's was because of the Fusion Destiny.
Yeah.
And then during the end phase, Elijah... Oh, maybe that wasn't the case?
Yeah, I'm a little unsure.
Oh, I understand. Okay, so no, this is what I think happened. So end phase, the Enzo's Destroyer goes to the graveyard because of Fusion Destiny. Okay. Still during the end phase, Enzo's like, I want to activate Haquero. And then in response to that Haquero activation, Elijah's like, I'm chaining my Destroyer to destroy your Haquero.
Okay,
Yeah. So I think the big thing from Enzo is like he wants to activate to either get it on the field or in the graveyard. And at that point, Elijah was like, I need to protect my Celestial, so I'm going to respond and destroy it so you don't get to banish it. Which is, now we're at this new game state where it's Enzo's turn. Both of the Destroyer Phoenix Enforcers have come back.
Yeah, the one problem here I would say is Enzo being able to Haquero that Destiny Hero Phoenix Enforcer in his opponent's draw phase.
Yes. We talked, or I sort of touched on like why I think these Eldritch cards are maybe like a little bit weaker in the combo-centric strategies, right? This is a big advantage of them, is that you get these sort of like high power interactions against the more combo decks, right? Because almost everything is going to be packing Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, so Haquero is always good. And then maybe against the slower decks or like the more mid-range ones, the one trying to ground you out, you have Conquistador, which is an incredibly powerful card, right? Not only getting rid of something, but always replacing itself.
So Enzo is going to banish Celestial and Dasher to be able to draw 2 cards, but then he chained Scarlet Sanguine, or tried chaining Scarlet Sanguine so he wouldn't draw it, but apparently he is out of targets, I believe. He has gone through a little bit of them, but he might have one in hand, might have one set, might have sided some out.
Yeah, could be the case.
Because he does play he plays a very low golden land count. There's only 2 of each in his deck. 2 Conquistador, 2 Haquero. So Enzo's going to draw 2 cards. So that does kind of hurt him.
Oh, yeah, definitely, because it makes it so that Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer is guaranteed coming back, right? If he can't access this Haquero.
Unless he has the
Haquero
Haquero set,
right there. Yeah, I think that's more than likely.
Because we definitely saw him use one earlier.
Is he just used 1 Conquistador? Maybe he just signs out 1 Conquistador?
Yeah.
And just goes to like 3?
Who knows? I would assume you'd keep him in, just especially since you're going first, just to get it all started.
Yeah. That makes sense. You just want to make sure you get your like guaranteed interaction online. Like you're playing the Eldritch cards for a reason, right? And if you're not keeping them going first, why are you playing them kind of thing?
Yeah.
We'll see. So Enzo going to make a direct attack with that Golden Lord. Elijah's sitting on just a single set card, but does have the Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer in the graveyard, along with Enzo's as well. 2 more cards set for Enzo. It looks like he's going to go to end phase and try to use, the effect of Haquero to, and Conquistador. I'm going to set 2 copies of Elixir of Scarlet Sanguine.
I need the following players up to the public event stage, please. Do you mind if I look at Jacob 5 and Zohar Khan. Jacob 5 and Zohar Khan up to the public event stage, please.
I'm a little unsure why he wanted to choose to set both of them. He only does play 1 Golden Lord in his main deck, but maybe he just wants to, I don't know, get him out of deck so he doesn't draw him, maybe draw like a Magician Souls. Have his opponent be afraid of him.
Yeah, so even though he plays one, Elijah doesn't necessarily know that, right? So
Yeah.
it's in a way like threatening
He
that
probably
I might just,
assumes he plays 2 as well.
yeah, like he might just reduce his opponent's life points to 0 the next turn.
My Phoenix Enforcer will declare an attack.
Destroying that Celestial, banishing that Celestial was a huge play. It puts Enzo way ahead, and him being able to, he even won like there's kind of this like Fusion Destiny war with Celestial, like if both players activate it, like whoever activates it first gets to draw those 2 cards first. They get like way ahead. They have more chances of like getting rid of the Phoenix Enforcer.
Yeah.
Chain the effect of my
Fusion Destiny definitely one of those cards where the first one is going to matter more because of the materials you send every time.
This and Golden Lord.
So Phoenix Enforcer is going to use its effect, I believe, to destroy
And then my effect of Phoenix.
Golden Lord.
Play my effect. Yes.
And then he's going to use his Destiny Hero Destroyer to destroy the Forbidden Droplets. So I guess sending the Scarlet Sanguines is good. You can just send them grave for that Golden Lord, add it back to hand, keep special summoning them. Or he's just going to use it right here. Probably doesn't want to get stopped by Call by the Grave, maybe.
Draw for turn? Yes. Stand by.
You're going to think a little bit
I will
before
summon
you destroy Phoenix Enforcer to come back, but ultimately chooses not to do anything.
Thinking if I want to do anything on summon.
Ooh, he's going to take a second to think. Maybe he wants to use it as soon as it's summoned, just not giving Elijah the chance to get his and respond with it.
I'll declare the effect of destroy Phoenix Enforcer on summon. No response. I'll listen to that.
Yeah, that's exactly what he will do here. Destroying a Prank Kid's Pranks, probably one of the worst cards he could have right now.
Nothing else.
My only thought was maybe he wanted like keep the Golden Lord in graveyard, so like if he does end up doing like a play like this, he can just like send Scarlet Sanguine, return hand, 3,500. Destiny Hero, Destroyer Phoenix can't destroy it. You can attack over. You're just applying more pressure.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, Enzo's in the driver's seat, regardless of that situation, right? So he's going to go ahead and normal summon Firewall Guardian, use it as a link material. He's already gone through a couple of them. He's going to go into Linguribo.
Card we haven't really seen play at all.
Yeah, but definitely a solid one, right?
Yeah.
Like just as a link one, not a bad one. Negating traps.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Gonna special summon back that Firewall Guardian. Scarlet Sanguine, he's probably going to maybe look for an Ash Blossom. Yeah, I'm not really sure what other zombies he would play besides Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. Yep, and he's going to summon that to the field.
Yeah, cool that they get this like additional piece, right? You don't see it happen very often,
it's
but
more
in
of a
this
zombie
deck,
card.
yeah, in this deck especially though, like the fact that you get this, right? Like, because in the standard Eldritch deck, you're not trying to special summon Ash Blossom, you don't get anything from it. But like in a deck that's trying to combo and do other things, sometimes nice to have. He's gonna go ahead, and use it to immediately summon Crystron Halcor Fibrex alongside that Linguribo.
If I don't control a zombie monster, I'm locked in. But if I really control monster, not. So if I can summon.
I believe Scarlet Sanguine does have a restriction on it itself.
No, you're locked into zombie monsters? I control an Eldritch monster. I don't think that has anything to do with it.
Yeah, I think that Enzo might be a little confused here. That restriction.
You can ask me to summon other monsters except zombie monsters.
Yeah, it's a completely different clause. It doesn't impact whether or not you control an Eldritch monster.
Yeah, so I believe he's unable to special summon monsters besides zombie monsters.
Yeah, for the rest of the turn. So it's just going to get rewound a little bit there.
Yeah.
Can have that and an Ash Blossom. Not an ideal place to be in.
My bad.
A slight misstep by Enzo, but he's still in a very good position. Like, he still has the Golden Lord. He can try end up. He can't even actually attack over because he still has Dasher and Grave. So all of his monsters do lose 200 attack points. And the game is currently paused. I think they're just kind of going over Elixir the Scarlet Sanguine with the judges.
Yeah, I mean, the way the card functions, it's unfortunate because you basically have to use it like a reinforced truth if you're trying to ever do anything else, right? Like during your opponent's end phase, like special summon a monster and then go from there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're good.
Are we good?
Yeah.
But I still don't know what Elijah can draw. Like maybe he can draw a Prank Kid monster and just try and play, but Enzo still has that Destiny Hero Phoenix Enforcer. So it looks like they are going to continue play.
Thinking in draw face.
It looks like Elijah is going to draw a card for turn. Ask if there's anything during the draw phase.
Yeah, he might be thinking about his Dasher effect right now.
Draw phase, I will activate the effect of Dasher, revealing Water Enchantress.
And I believe, yeah, he's going to activate Dasher's effect to special summon Water Enchantress to the field and attack position. Then Enzo's going to bring back his Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer.
I will declare the effect of my Destroy Phoenix Enforcer still in the standby phase.
That's fine.
That was a pretty good draw. The Enchantress kind of just gets him right into his adventure package.
Yep, and gives him just a material to, not a material, but like a resource to destroy with the Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, right?
Yeah. It'll allow him to get like the Token Griffin, which can attack over both Ash Blossom, Lingrevo, or like the Firewall Guardian.
Yep, so he's going to go ahead and grab that Rites of Artemis here, activate its effect. We've seen this before. He's going to get an Adventurer token, as well as get the Fateful Adventurer from his deck into his Spell and Trap card zone, face up.
And depending on if Enzo even has any cards in hand, you could just return that Golden Lord to the hand with Draco back, the Rival Dragon, and he would need to draw a Spell or Trap card on his following turn to even get back into the graveyard to be able to special summon it back from the hand.
Yeah, even with this, though, still feels like Enzo has the advantage, right?
Yeah.
He just has more going on.
Well, you see like 3 set cards, but we don't really know what they are. His Eldritch Engine's kind of run out by now. But it doesn't seem like he has a way of getting rid of his opponent's Destiny Hero, Destroyer, Phoenix Enforcer. So I still think this could go either way. They're still both at pretty high life points.
48 minus 2028.
And like as we've seen before, Prank Kids, like one Prank Kid monster could just give him a bunch of advantage. He already drew like one very powerful card.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the case. He could easily just find a lot of different Prank Kids right here and just get himself into the game depending on what kind of disruption Enzo has access to.
But he doesn't have a monster to actually summon with the to trigger the Faithful Adventurer to get the Draco back, so I think he's just trying to remove cards at this point. He might just end up searching a Enchantress, discarding Enchantress for the turn after. And we see a Conquistador getting flipped. It will be special summon and destroy the token.
On the summon, I will activate the effect of Faithful Adventure.
You're going to blow away that token. Oh, he's just still going to activate the effect of Faithful Adventurer, though. Find that Draco back.
Well,
you're at full, right?
What is it?
You're at full, right?
No, I'm at 55.
Oh, you're 55.
You hit me with a golden lord. Yep. Go to main phase 2.
Yep.
He's going to activate Faithful Adventurer, search a card, most likely discard the Draco back. It'll probably be Enchantress. Maybe he'll keep the Draco back for the next turn. Yeah, just search Enchantress and discard Enchantress.
And then I will pass turn.
You added in. You added. Oh,
Added
yeah.
and then discarded it.
Draw for turn?
Yes, sir.
Right. Standby.
Enzo's going to bring back his Destiny Hero, Destroyer, Phoenix Enforcer. And I think he's actually going to use the effect to target one. Yeah, I think he ended up using his effect. And then Elijah's going to destroy a card. And I think this is where Enzo's going to try and link all the way up to a access code talker to try and just end this game. because he can bring back that Golden Lord as well, even if he links with it.
Yeah, I did say that. Yeah.
No, your first effect to pop.
Oh, yeah, my bad. So I'll pop this. Oh, my bad. Apologies.
I think there's a small dispute about if he activated the Phoenix Destiny Hero Phoenix Enforcer to destroy that card, and he didn't really destroy one of his own cards, Enzo, to actually destroy the Faithful Adventurer. So he's just destroying the Rival Armistier that was set.
Yeah, not really a dispute, right? Just he
Yeah.
forgot to actually use the first part of the effect. He
just
remembered the one
continued
that
playing.
matters, yeah, but he just kept on going. So he's going to go ahead. Ooh.
This is probably what he tried doing last turn, make the Dark Charmer Gloomy to get his opponent's Destiny Hero Phoenix Enforcer. Yeah, this is just game on board. He doesn't even have to continue linking all the way up into Access Code Talker. So it's a 1-1 game. It all comes down to game 3. It seems like most of these Top Cut matches have all gone to game 3. No complete blowouts.
Yeah, I mean, it also just matters going first, right? Going first definitely plays a huge role, especially for what you mentioned previously with the Fusion Destiny engine. Being able to use your Celestials first, or even when we look at these, like the other more trap card-centric versions of Eldritch, being able to get your stuff online first, right? And we will see exactly who takes it down here in our semifinals between Elijah and Enzo. Elijah is going to be starting, as we mentioned previously, opens with Foolish Burial. It looks like I saw Enzo's hand a little bit. I saw a Dot Scraper and a Dasher.
An Ash Blossom there, yep.
Ash Blossom not too bad, though. He's going to just fire it off now, try to keep Elijah off of the rights of Armis here, out of the Adventurer engine.
I really do like seeing how Foolish Burial is being played in all these decks where you can just easily search the Adventure cards. It's just an easy access to it. But it looks like Elijah's going to activate Fusion Destiny from his opening hand for the 3rd game in a row.
Yeah.
Like I said, every other time, it's one of the best cards to draw in your opening hand.
But it doesn't look like he found a Prank Kid, right? Because if he did, he would have summoned it first.
Yeah,
Yep.
but we saw this card get very far for both players.
Yeah, we'll see if this is enough, though. We'll see what other cards that maybe Elijah has access to. If he doesn't have a Prank Kid, that probably means they're more reactive cards, I would hope. You know, something to sort of like disrupt what Enzo's doing. Probably cards out of the side deck as well, right? That's probably something that we would see. So he's going to go ahead and set 2 cards down, along with Destroyer, Phoenix Enforcer on the field. Because he went first, there's a good chance we'll see some powerful trap cards, right? That might come out of the side deck as well. So we'll see exactly which ones they might be.
Well, we also saw him set destroy the Forbidden Droplets game 2, so it could be Forbidden Droplets, which is a very powerful card.
Definitely. It looks like Enzo's going to go ahead and start with a Faithful Adventurer. So not finding a Rights or a Water Enchantress just yet.
But it's still a really card to open up and get your adventure engine going, but it got met with a Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. A hand effect card that we've been seeing a lot of play since the adventure cards came out.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, right? Because it's not one that necessarily deals with effects, which is usually what you're looking for out of them, right? Like you're trying to disrupt something, trying to trade 1 for 1. But Ghost Ogre is incredibly good at things that just activate and you want to get rid of, which are a lot of these continuous spells.
Yeah.
Or sometimes if you maybe value the body of the monster more than the effect.
Well, there are a lot of monsters that have summon effects that trigger on summon as well as might use later down the line, or just even use it as a extender like a Synchro, as we saw in the Synchro decks. Enzo's going to activate Curse Eldland. I think Elijah's just deciding if he wants to destroy it with Destiny Hero Phoenix Enforcer. It's a very powerful card. It gets him right to his engine. But you also have to be kind of worried about if he does destroy, he can send Eldritch the Golden Lord to the graveyard and then just get completely set up.
Yeah, it doesn't always feel too good to destroy it, right?
Yeah.
We've thought about cards that, pay 800 in the past and search things. If your opponent plays Cool Fort Scout, easy destruction. Something like Curse Eldland that has something on the back end of if you destroy it, I still get a bonus effect. It makes it much more troublesome to deal with. And it looks like Elijah has decided that he's going to use the effect of Destroyer, Phoenix Enforcer, destroy itself along with the Curse Eldland, sending down the Hakuero from his deck to the graveyard.
I'm a little surprised he chose Hakuero. I would definitely want the Hakueros more for maybe later game when you need to banish that Destiny Hero Destroyer Phoenix.
Yeah, definitely an important thing to note. So he's going to go ahead and normal summon the Dot Scraper. So another one of these Cyberus monsters that just let him get into his main combo.
Gonna summon Link Disciple off of it. Then Dotscaper's effect's going to activate Engrave. Since it was sent to grave, you can special summon it back.
That's fine.
No response from Elijah just yet.
You have 2 cards in hand?
Yeah.
Enzo's going to summon Link Devotee to the arrow that Link Disciple's pointing to.
Yeah, it looks like this is going to prompt a response from Elijah. And a
Ooh,
big one,
Solemn Judgment.
And I can tell even from here that that's an MRD one as well. So he's going to go ahead and get rid of the
Link Devotee.
Yep, negated summon, more importantly. And Enzo is going to keep on pressing forward with the activation of Hakuero's Graveyard Effect. Going to set
end phase.
Yep, going to set a Scarlet Sanguine.
2 cards in
Yeah, not the greatest opening for... Well, it was a solid opening for Enzo. It just got met with cards like Ghost Ogre, not Ghost Ogre, Destiny Hero, Phoenix Enforcer, and Solemn Judgment, which kind of just shut down the combo. Like I said earlier, like the Link Disciple, Link Devotee combo is very cool. And then it just gets stopped by 1 interruption.
Yeah. Yeah, and like we mentioned before, too, this isn't necessarily a deck that's trying to, like, power through those either, right? Like, sometimes you have Magician Souls to do more, but really it's just, like, it shifts game plans. And it's because you can do so much with 1 card, you don't really need the rest of your deck to do the same thing. And it looks like Elijah's going to go ahead, draw for turn, use the effect of Destiny Hero Celestial, and Prank Kids Blitz.
And
it's just going to be a concession from Enzo. He just had Destiny Hero Dash on his card for turn, must have been the Celestial. Tough beats here for Enzo, man.
Very unfortunate. He knew at that point too. If that combo did not go off, it would just be.
Yeah, he thought he could maybe like last a little bit longer, but knowing that he had Prank Kids Pranks, right? Like he knew he was going to draw 2 cards. If he found the Prank Kids,
Any Prank Kid,
it was just enough. And there was 16 copies or something, right, between the
bunch. He also plays a low card.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to YCS Hartford, Connecticut. Here's a scenic outside. It's a beautiful gray day. Gray is my favorite color. It's looking pretty outside. For our feature match this round, we're going to head straight down to the table. Oh, guess not. We're actually here with Asala and I. Asala, we've had an exciting day so far, right? Like tons of different decks, tons of crazy matchups, a lot of blowouts, right? Have you seen a Game 3?
No, I have not seen a Game 3 yet.
So round 1 for me was my only Game 3 that I can recall. So we've had a lot of 2-0 victories, but not to say that there wasn't like a big amount of back and forth too, right? Like some blowouts, but it's been fun so far. There's a lot of different strategies. What do you think is your like most surprising take so far of the tournament? Something you didn't expect to see?
I think, I guess I'm not super surprised about it, but the most popular decks, being the Sword Souls, the Red Despias, are not doing as well as you'd expect. In the numbers, they are still the highly represented, but every time we feature them, they lose to the off-meta pick or like the more obscure strategy.
That makes sense. We'll see how it irons out in the top cut, but let's not wait. We're actually going to head down the feature match table right now, so let's go ahead. This is round 8 of YCS Hartford. Oh, and here is our first player. This is Quinn from Collingswood, New Jersey. Favorite card, Boral End Dragon, a new one. And Asal, tell me about his opponent.
Oh man, this is a mainstay in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Paulo Goncalves from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. His favorite card, Enemy Controller, also my favorite card. He is cramping my style here, but Paulo has been in the scene forever, and he is trying again. He just came off of finals, actually, in YCS Mexico.
Yeah, incredibly decorated duelist, right? Has just done a lot, you know, not native to the United States, but is here all the time grinding out the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. So it's going to be a tough fight for Quinn, but that doesn't mean Quinn's out. We have some very cool decks in the feature match table today. So talk to me a little bit about the decks they're playing.
So Quinn is on Dragon Link, which we did see previously within previous feature matches, but that is just a strategy that you haven't been expecting going into this tournament, especially with the release of Alba Lenatus, the new Fallen of Albaz fusion monster that allows you to fuse with your opponent's entire boards consisting of dragons. So it's really dangerous to go in with an all-dragon strategy, but it has been proving well for multiple duelists in this tournament, and Quinn is here with a 6-1 record, so definitely nothing to laugh at. But of course we have Paulo, who is usually picking something a little bit sturdier, a little bit off the wall, tries to really focus on those interruptions from the hand, make sure his opponent has limited plays. And he's doing this yet again with a new strategy in Libromancer. This is a strategy we saw round 1, but Paulo has his own take on it, very different from the version that we saw round 1, and tries to mimic the kind of strategy he's been playing previously before the Forbidden Unlimited list.
It's going to be exciting to see. I mean, you said both sturdy and off the wall as descriptors for decks Paulo plays. Hot take, I think, a little bit of a juxtaposition there, but I'm excited to see how this deck plays out, right? Libromancer's very cool deck. Like, you have a lot of powerful cards that you can do a lot with very little, right? Like, Drytron, a kind of deck where you need, like, 2 cards to do a lot of things. Libromancer's very much a 1-card deck, right? Like, you just need 1 key Libromancer to get your combo going, and then from there, the world is your oyster.
Absolutely. They do have a lot of ways to get to their cards as well. They have the field spell, which gives them access, emergency teleport to get to, I believe Geek Boy is the psychic of this engine. So they have a lot of ways to just access it, as well as getting to the end result, which is just a couple of bodies, because similar to what Paulo had been doing previously with his Cyberus Elite strategy, he just wants to get the 4 bodies necessary to set up a Crystron Hockey 5-Rex, as well as an Artifact Dagda.
I mean, that's sometimes all it takes. We saw the Libromancer duelists we featured earlier relying more on Vandy's Ruler. Right, an option, especially when you have access to things like Cyber Angel Ben 10 and a bunch of ritual cards to like sort of search it and maintain you have it. But we'll see how much stronger the Artifact Scythe version is of this deck as we head into Game 1 of our Round 8 feature match between Paulo and Quinn. It looks like Quinn... Oh, no, Paulo won the die roll.
An ever important one, especially when you're having a strategy that revolves around a card such as Artifact Scythe.
Libromancer, Geek Boy.
And there's Geek Boy revealing Ben 10.
Can I read? Of course.
I'm going to be able to summon myself here. Yeah, it seems like Paulo's used to everyone reading his cards this entire tournament.
Special summon. In fact. So that is good, yes. Okay, search, right? Yes.
So, yep. Special summons itself by revealing the Benton and now is able to search.
So what this? I'm probably going to use this more, okay? So that's okay, yes.
Yep, going to find first appearance. It's the field spell for the strategy.
I'll active.
This is going to go ahead and activate it. Lets him grab a Libromancer that's not on the field.
Sorry, Libromancer first appearance. I'll just read this real quick.
Usually in this situation, I assume you're adding Libromancer Fire.
Yes, that's good to resolve.
Okay, so search. And I got fire.
Yeah.
Use this more. So.
Do you consider yourself a Libromancer expert after round 1?
I don't know about an expert, but a fan. A fan for sure.
Tell me, what do you think he's going to do with this fire?
Yeah.
Ooh, tall ask. Definitely think it's going to involve a Doom Broker. That's my inkling.
Yes, that's fine.
That makes sense. Going to be able to add the Ritual Monster. The Ritual Monster then is going to be able to add the Ritual... sorry, not the Ritual Trap. The Trap card for the theme. Be able to set up that negate along with all the other stuff that he's able to set up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the key card in this is the field spell, right? Not even just being able to get you Libromancer, but the fact that you can just use it to keep ritual summoning your monsters, very strong.
So effect, the ritual summon.
Yes.
The common theme of ritual strategies that end up being strong is it cheats out a mechanic in some way, shape, or form. You skip a step, right? Either you get to recycle the ritual spell, or you don't have to spend a card using the ritual spell. And we see that here again with the Libromancer strategy, able to just have a continuous card that fulfills your ritual summoning mechanic.
You could say the same exact thing about popular fusion strategies, or more so modern fusion strategies, right? It's all about cheating that initial, like, oh, for a ritual, I needed a spell, I needed the material, and I needed the ritual monster, right? Same thing, fusions, you need like a polymerization, 2+ materials to get the monster. So it's taking 3 cards to like, oh, well, I can really just ritual summon with a single card.
Yeah, it seems, I mean, it makes sense why those are some of the most popular decks this tournament. We see Branded Fusion just cheating out a fusion monster by using materials in deck. Why not just a ritual mechanic that just cheats it out with 1 card? This all started with just Geek Boy.
Yep, so with that first appearance, he's going to use it to ritual summon the Doom Broker by using Ben 10. Ben 10 is going to grab him the Diviner of the Herald, which is going to normal summon to send down Herald of Arclight, which got him that search.
Now it looks like Arclight, or Diviner as well as Fire, is going to be able to go into Baron de Fleur, because Diviner is level 6.
That's good.
Yeah, Diviner being a tuner is just incredibly convenient for how strong of a card it is. The fact that it is a tuner and modulates is just like all this icing on the cake for a card that lets you send Herald the Arclight or any extra deck monster to either search, destroy, whatever you need.
Yep, that's good.
Here's the Illusion of Chaos as well. You get to cycle in this deck too. You get to potentially draw some cards. You know that's my favorite thing to do in any game is draw some cards.
You're definitely a Yu-Gi-Oh player, that's for sure. So he's going to use the Illusion of Chaos, grab Magician Souls from his deck.
Gets to sneakily put a card on the top of a deck. Doesn't have to be Illusion of Chaos, but it very well might be.
Is on top.
Okay.
And now we use Special Summon Magician Souls.
Yep, that's good.
I promise you, regardless if it was Illusion of Chaos on the top or not, he's going to go look through and find another one to send to the graveyard. That is a very Paulo method.
That's a smart thing to do,
yeah,
for sure. Keep your opponent's information minimal.
Yes, got to keep him guessing. So, correct me if I'm wrong, is Geek Boy itself a tuner?
Well, we know it's a psychic, that's for sure, off emergency teleport, and I feel like the only monsters that ever get emergency teleported tend to also be tuners.
Yes. Cool.
But I am pretty certain it is a tuner. Let's double check really quick.
Okay. Magician Souls cycles the field spell to draw a card.
It is not a tuner. It is just a psychic effect monster, yep.
Okay, very good. That would be too free. So, looks like he's going for a Link 1, going into the Link Karibo. Going to turn that and Geek Boy into Artifact Dagda. Okay. No Hockey Fabrics needed so far.
Yeah, now it's making a lot of sense.
So we use the effect of Libromancer Doom Broker to...
All right, so now we're using the effect of Doom Broker.
Oh, it said Libromancer trap directly from the deck.
Yeah.
This will trigger the Dagda, as well as setting the counter trap.
Resolves. And I just, unfortunately, we set this card, okay? It's not my fault.
All good.
Paulo claims it's not his fault, but it's exactly what he intended to do this entire tournament.
Yeah. So, yeah, those two.
Can I read that one? Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Libromancer Intervention
So
or something?
when your opponent activates a card or effect target on Libromancer or Ritual, return to the hand, and if you do negate the activated effect, then you can expect to summon 1 Libromancer from hand or grave. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, it also summons one from hand or grave just cuz? Why not?
And I will think. Okay, so we will use
Oh, he's going to use the effect of Baron de Fleur to destroy his own artifact site and summon it back in the standby phase using the effect of Baron de Fleur. Interesting. I was wondering if this play naturally came with 2 negations, but I guess that's too many.
That's cool, though.
Yes.
That's cool. For as much as I've seen those 2 cards, I feel like this interaction is not that common. You usually see the Baron like after they've summoned it with like a Wonder Magician or something synchroing to your opponent's turn.
I'm going to use the run. This guy.
I just know deep down there's a combination of cards in hand where you don't just have a Geek Boy, that you get to keep the Baron too. And that's just not real. That's really unfair. But
I will attempt to chain Gamma.
ooh.
Cycling through Gamma.
Unfortunately, that is what the counter trap is for. It does negate a card or effect, I believe.
That's all good.
That Gamma came directly from the top deck. Okay, I need to think for a second.
Now the thing is, we see how powerful one card could be. One card gave him access to all of this. It cycled him a card, it got access to the counter trap as well. But because the counter trap is going to add the ritual monster back to the hand, it's going to summon one from the graveyard, it easily sets up the amount of bodies needed to go for an access code line and the following up and just get that damage necessary to end the game as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is that a lot of that happened off of the back of a single card, right? Like, the string of Libromancer plays all just started with Geek Boy.
Just double checking to this fire.
Yeah, you're good.
And that means, like, how many of that card do you have? You have access to potentially, is it 9 of them?
And that's it.
Between, like, first appearance and, like, the actual Geek Boys and emergency teleports?
Yeah, and then prosperities as well. You can try to keep digging.
Yeah.
Going to main. Let's see.
And then it makes sense, if all he takes is 1 card, then he tries to fill out the rest of the engine with those points of interaction from the hand.
Thinking.
Interesting that he made it all the way to 47 cards doing that strategy.
It's a cool deck, that's for sure. Because he also has this like little bit of like a Halka Firex package. He also has like the Losing Chaos stuff, thanks to things like Preparation of Rites alongside Ben 10. There's a lot going on in Diviner the Herald.
I assume there has to be a soft version of this combo where it takes any tuner plus a body, and the Halki Firex creates something similar with turning whatever you summon off Halki Firex into a Dagda. It seems like he has the capabilities to do something like that. I imagine it's because of the Jet Synchron in his deck list, so anytime you can make a Halki Firex, he's going to summon the Jet Synchron, and that's just going to turn into a Dagda by going Link Rebo and summoning it back. So multiple ways to do this combo. It doesn't actually just have to be the Geek Boy.
Ooh, so from Quinn's side, though, quick launch into Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon. Can't special summon for the extra deck, but he can special summon big monsters.
Yeah, you know, that's probably one of the better ways to deal with getting Scythe is just clearing the board with big monsters and making you deal with it.
Yeah, and you can still use that Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon effect, too, if you'd like to, depending on what monsters he has in his hand.
The one thing he does have to be careful of is he wants to destroy the Artifact Dagda before he destroys the Artifact Scythe, unless he wants the Artifact Scythe to come back for no reason.
I will send Absorider Dragon from Hand of Grave to search.
Oh,
yep.
What a powerful hand for Quinn here. It could have been devastating had Scythe not resolved.
So you have how many hands?
I have 2 now.
2, Gamma and something.
Yep.
Okay, you can search.
Okay, so resolving Chaos Space.
Paulo seems interestingly displeased with this situation.
Then
Like, surprisingly so, too, with, like, his opener, right? But
Dragon effect to attempt to circulate rocket from deck to hand. Okay. I will add Tracer.
yeah, if you told me a Dragon Link deck got Scythe, like, how much can it do? I'd be like, you know, not too much. Probably wins the game, right? But then seeing this, like, ooh, that's a lot.
Like, next thing you know, he might just summon a Levianeer out of nowhere, and all of a sudden that's a lot of big bodies.
Right.
Normal summoning Rocket Tracer.
Okay, so there's the normal summon. We still have access to the remedy.
Effect of Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon to summon a dragon from hand or graveyard.
Let's see what he goes for. Doesn't seem like he has anything overly threatening in his hand. I think, is that a Chamber Dragon Mead? That'd be very interesting to have in this position. An actual interruption going into the field would be quite powerful.
Yeah, the one card we do, well, we know Wyver Burster and we know Gamma, right?
Yes.
Special something. And I will special summon.
That's really interesting. He could summon it back. He could, if he wanted to, he could summon back the Darkness Metal.
In defense position.
Oh, but he doesn't see that line, or he doesn't want to. because Red Eyes Darkness Metal does not target.
I will attempt to enter battle. I will.
Is it once per turn, though? Is it once per turn per... Yeah, so he couldn't use its effect again.
Yeah, it has been errated to become once per turn.
Yeah.
Fire, 100 damage, right?
Yep.
There was once a time.
Yeah, I recall that time, but I feel like it's less powerful than it used to be.
Attempting
For good
to
reason.
go to main
Yeah.
phase 2.
Gamma White.
Part of the sacrifice to get it back, right?
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
I will attempt to go to end phase. And
that's it.
end turn.
All right, Paulo gets to see another turn. That's exactly what he wants to do. And now he gets to see how he can climb up the Link ladder to find the damage he needs to secure this game.
I need to think this well. Okay, so my phase I will use this Geek Boy.
Geek Boy again?
Green,
Yeah.
Doom Broker. Okay.
Right, there's the Doom Broker that was added back to the hand off of the effect of the trap card.
Search.
Yes, that's good.
Okay, so I will search a Yu-Gi-Oh card, which will be this guy again.
That's going to grab him first appearance. So as long as he has that Fire and the Geek Boy in the field, he's limited in terms of what he can search. He could grab Agent.
I believe that this is like entirely the purpose of playing Agent, right? You need something to be able to grab at this point in the game, which is usually where like that one of kind of comes up.
Appearance, search.
That's good.
So I will search Libermus Agent.
Yep, there it is.
Okay,
What do you think Agent's going to do for Paulo here in this situation?
So we have 3 in hand, a white, a gamma, a something.
Yeah, interesting question, right? Because he can special summon it. He has the Ritual Monster already in hand, so he can just special summon it. And then he gets to add a Libra Monster back from his graveyard. Or sorry, a Libra Mancer back from his graveyard. But what does he have in his graveyard already? Is it another? He has another Geek Boy. What else does he have down? And first appearance.
Yeah, there's first appearance. There's Ben 10. There's Diviner. But I believe Geek Boy is only Libra Mancer in there because the Ritual Monster is in his hand.
Yeah, he can't. You say Ben 10?
Yeah.
He can only back Libra Mancers.
Right. Yeah. I was just thinking about what other monsters were in there from the main deck.
Yeah, I don't think you add back first appearance because there's like a second part of the effect where if you add back a spell or trap, you have to put something back.
Right.
So you just grab back Geek Boy, but how much that does here? Probably not a ton. Ooh, but he's gonna main deck Ghost Mourner.
Yeah, that is actually a card that Paulo has been on as well. He just wants as many copies of that effect failure type of effect as he can get, as well as being a tuner monster. So, you know, over something like Infinite Permanence, it can be normal summoned, it could turn into Halki Fibrax, kind of just fulfills that role. And it just hits a lot of what you're trying to hit. It's just really bad against something like Floowandereeze. But against most of these strategies, it's still just good enough.
I see. It's interesting in that way that he believes it weighs out Infinite Impermanence, right? Because there's a lot of arguments for Infinite Impermanence on things you can negate during your turn, right? Like that's a big upside to it. Or things that like you could give an argument for Call by the Grave or like Cypher or Gamma, right? Like not the most incredible arguments for it, but
I mean, I do think he is actually just playing all of them anyway, because he is just playing as many of those points of interaction as he can. Like fitting it all into 47, you know, he has plenty of them in there. He's trying to draw them off his one Magician Soul cycle that he gets when he does his main play. He's just trying to use those, because just looking at it, this is very much a going first strategy, right? Like the core engine is trying to set up this play that prevents your opponent from ever setting up a field. So to play into a field is not really ideal. He's trying to make sure he's as preventative as possible, and he has all these interruptions in his hand that he could play on before his turn one to really try to limit his opponent as much as possible so that he can at least make his scythe worth using.
I see. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it in like in comparison to Infinite Impermanence. Then I was thinking like, oh, why doesn't he just jam 3 more to go to 50? Already has a few copies in his deck. Yeah. So you're right. Yeah, he's just looking for a maximum effect negation, right? Like that's it. That's what he really wants is just the max of like hand effect negation.
Yeah, better than alternatives that in the line of Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries, which also fits that tuner role, like not really as useful in the current meta. He does also main 1 copy of Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, which we did see in this hand here. Oh, Dark able to summon the Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon. Does he have a dragon? I don't think so, right? None of these are dragons.
I don't believe so.
Unless one of the Synchros is a dragon, but no, Baron's a warrior.
Please blow my mind. Please, one time. The one thing that's interesting, though, like if you compare the Ghost Mourner to Ogre Snow Rabbit, I guess it doesn't matter because like you play one, so that's enough for emergency teleport. But emergency teleport would be an argument. But I guess most of the time you're not getting that, right? You're getting something like Geek Boy.
Right. I mean, there's a world where you would want it, and I assume
that's why you play the one, right? Yeah. Ooh, Celine.
Yeah, so there's 2 spells here.
This is a classic when you have these simple strategies. You just want to climb into easy damage as quickly as possible, and Celine is typically the way to get there. Oh, he gets to go for souls. He can draw another card if he wants to.
Yep.
Oh, good.
That's good, yeah.
This is a lot of damage represented. 5,000 from the Scythe and the Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon alone. Another 53 potentially from this access code. Going to be able to clear the way.
Access code.
He knows there's not a whole lot in the opponent's hand. There's a White Dragon Wyvern Burster, there's a Cypher Gear Gamma. No other interaction has been used at this point. The only thing that it could really be is a copy of Nibiru the Primal Being, but that's not the end of the world. And it looks like Quinn sees it and just goes ahead and proceeds to game 2.
Yeah.
I mean, it is extra difficult because this is all TCG exclusive, right?
Yeah.
So there is nothing to look at?
Yeah,
from Japan or something, right? So me and my friend, we had to figure out like everything that is happening, the combos, the ratios. So that's really difficult to do. But I had fun. It's good.
You gave a little space there to hear Paolo talk, because it definitely insightful, right? The Libromancer theme is a world premiere theme, right? So you haven't seen it in any other regions like Asia or anything like that. So it's really like this is its first chance to really shine in this capacity, and there's no reference material, right? Sometimes we're getting cards that we know have existed in like other regions for a while. We get to like have basically it's hard to be unbiased in that way sometimes, right? Because you really look at what's happening over there and you assume it's going to be at least similar to what's happening over here. But you go in here with a fresh take, right? But with that fresh take, that unbiased take, you also have to just start from the ground up, right? So every combo you have to figure out, you have to decide what's the best way to do it. It's interesting.
Yeah, this is kind of just a deck builder's dream, right? You have to innovate for the first time. You have to really come up with these ideas, go through the lab, just try everything, see what works, see what doesn't, and then you come to something that ends up either being really good or maybe just really bad. But for Paolo, it seems like it's doing quite well.
Incredibly well at 6-1, right? Yeah, very, very strong. And we saw like how the other version of this deck is also just very powerful, right? Leaning a little less on the artifact size side, but Advantage Ruler, no slouch. No slouch. Getting Ruler hurts. But I think this deck is probably a little bit more flexible, right? You also get just stronger cards in things like Diviner of the Herald. Like, that card in itself just does a lot. Like, it can make your bad hands good. It can make good hands fantastic, right? Something that Vantage Ruler doesn't really do.
Right. It's just overall a more flexible normal summon because it doesn't just have to do the one thing of blocking out your opponent. It could get you that search for whatever engine piece you need, but it also can send a copy of Elder Entity and Assist, try to clear your way when you're trying to go second. So it gives you that little bit of flexibility that can be really useful in a deck like this where you want options.
Yeah, I mean, even talking about just like Amir, for example, right? Like if you're comparing Vantage Ruler just to that card, at least the Diviner can destroy the Ruler, right? Not the other way around.
Yeah, Ruler sometimes just sits in your hand when things aren't going so well. Yeah. Diviner will always be playable to some capacity. Also, just being a tuner when there's a card called Halki Fibrex in your deck, it gives you that much more reach, especially since Halki Fibrex, when you have access to Celine, when you have access to Access Code Talker, Jet Synchrons in your deck, there's just so much that you can just do when you're able to access these cards in your deck with cards like this from the extra deck. I think the cards in Paolo's deck really makes sense for what the strategy is trying to do, and it makes, it really shows why he's made it this far.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Quinn brings in against it, but he saw a lot of information, right? He saw a lot of hand effects, and he saw that it's basically a Scythe deck, right? That's all you really need. From there, it's just like sort of figuring out, okay, it's a ritual strategy. It seems like he does a lot with like simple starter cards. We'll see exactly how he interacts with that in the second game here of round 8, YCS Hartford.
Yeah, we've been talking about the Libromancer deck. We have to mention, when you're playing against a deck like Dragon Link typically very good against those points of interaction from the hand. It's very sturdy. It's able to make something at the minimum through those kinds of things. It's way worse against board breakers, things that just try to play into the field because the field itself is more vulnerable. And there is that Chaos Race App Starter, one of the absolute best openings that you can have. If Paolo doesn't have something along the lines of Droll and Lockbird, which I'm not even sure he has in his lineup at the moment, it's going to be really difficult to stop Quinn from setting up something decent.
How about you?
47.
And then I will activate Absolute Dragon's effect to circle around.
Okay.
Yeah, I see Paulo shaking his head a little bit. Quinn off to a great start here in game 2.
Yeah, sometimes that's what it is, though. You just got to get lucky, right? You got to put yourself in those positions. So, yep, he's going to go ahead and search that Wyvern Burster, banish the Absol Router to special summon it.
The Chain Links will be Chain Link 1 White Dragon Wyvern Burster to search, and Chain Link 2 Striker Dragon to search.
Yeah, big difference here is, as you mentioned, he's going first, right? Which means unhindered by things like Scythe. We'll get to see really like how powerful that card combination is and what it amounts to.
I think this is the real test for the Libromancer strategy, right? Maybe it really just comes down to which interactions you see from the hand, but realistically, when your engine is trying to set up something that is strictly trying to prevent your opponent from doing anything, what happens when your opponent gets to go first? They're able to set up some established board and then have some kind of interactions for you. Are you able to break through and create something reasonable on your own, or is it just going to crumble?
Yeah, I mean, because he plays so many hand effects, I feel like that means one of two things, right? One, we already sort of know Libromancer can do a lot with one card, right? If it can do a lot with one card, that means you can afford to play these other hand effects and sort of like dilute your hand of like gas or whatever, right? Starters, extenders, combo pieces, things like that. Could also mean that the deck is not good at breaking boards, right? Which is why he needs to play all these extra hand effects. Because if the core engine was good at breaking boards and it was good at setting up its own combo, really do you need hand effects at that point? Probably not, right? You just find more ways to do one of those two things. So here, Paulo's just going to be put in interesting decisions, right? Like, how many hand effects does he have? What is he trying to hit exactly? Because he knows with the opening, like, Chaos Space and Absol Router, there's a lot going on Quinn's side.
Absolutely. And when we talk about that, we can't ignore the amount of redundancy either. When you have so many one-card starters, you have to assume having multiple of them doesn't actually do anything. So when you have like 3 copies of Geek Boy in some capacity, or you have multiple hand effects that are the same hand effect, and most of those are generally once per turn, you can have some really clunky and odd hands that you can't afford to have going second. So this is the kind of thing that Paulo has to really focus on when building the deck, you know, looking at the math of it all, which might be the reason why he went to 47, try to like, decrease redundancy where he can.
I will Spectral Summon.
This is interesting levels of Yu-Gi-Oh! Theory, for sure. Interesting.
Good here?
Yeah. Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Has a lot going on before you ever enter the building.
Link Summon for Erratic Seal.
All right. Effectively safe from Nibiru the Primal Being now. You have something that's going to happen, bar being followed up by an Ash Blossom. But that most likely would have been used to stop the Chaos Space, unless you are fearing the Cypher Gear Gamma that I suppose Quinn has revealed to be in his main deck.
Okay.
I feel like, though, if your opponent opens into those 3 cards 2 games in a row, you just take that. You have to ash that every time, and if it happens, it happens.
Yeah, honestly, when you also have 1 game ahead, you might as well take the risk.
Right.
Anything here?
So he's able to potentially go for the Chaos Ruler now?
Chaos Ruler?
Oh, yeah. What's in the box?
The effect of Chaos Ruler. Baylor? That's fine.
That seems reasonable. I would also not want to see what's in the box.
Quinn's, that's fine. That was pretty good. Clearly unfazed.
Yes.
Ooh.
Oh, no.
It's Levianeer.
There goes another card in hand.
Spectral Summon Levianeer.
Also a favorite of mine. This is one of the cards that just feels so good to resolve.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm aware of this effect. Let me think carefully about this.
Go right ahead. So I have 4 in my hand.
Apollo has a potential response here. You might not want to risk losing it if he has another copy of Effect Veil or of the like, or maybe he has to use his Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill here.
Okay.
Oh, nope, he's risking it.
So it'll be
I feel like if he has Effect Negation, he just uses it, right? Like, in what situation do you don't? That you need the tuner to normal summon? Like, that's the only scenario I can imagine that you don't respond.
I can maybe see him holding it for something along the lines of Quad Boral Dragon, or maybe he can see the Vampire Zombie coming up when there are 2 level 8 monsters on the field. So he wants to just prevent that from happening. So it looks like that is exactly what's going to happen right now. There is a Vampire Zombie. Paul is also playing a deck where he can't afford to have engine pieces like the trap card Libromancer Intervention hit the graveyard by something like this. So he would really want to stop this if possible, but it doesn't look like it's going to resolve. There's a we lose 1 field spell, a Lightning Storm, and 1 Geek Boy.
Yeah, alongside Emergency Teleport as well.
We see in Quinn's deck a copy of Chaos Emperor Dragon of Armageddon. That's also a fan favorite, a previous prize card. I gotta say, Quinn's deck is sick. I just love all these dragon cards.
It's cool. The Zombie Vampire is sick. This is one of the coolest level 8 exceeds, or sorry, rank 8 exceeds I've seen in a while, right? It does so much for a single card. Feels very similar also to like, yeah, you have cards like Chaos Ruler alongside this, right? Similar effects. Very powerful.
It's not the ideal that I'd like to have.
I wonder how many rank 8s Quinn plays, because he also milled a Galactic Spiral Dragon, so he has a lot of lines if he wanted to just try to make a couple more.
For the effect to target Chaos Emperor Dragon.
Okay, I'm done. I can't take it anymore. This is enough.
Paulo has seen enough.
Go for this.
Yeah, Quinn takes an impressive victory there, like really showing what Dragon League can do, right? When you talk about it's like more of a mid-rangey strategy, that was a lot though. That was a lot.
I mean, realistically, when you look at the end result, you think, okay, that's not that bad. If I strictly have cards to deal with it after the fact, that's probably okay, right? You can get that going. If you try to stop it along the way and your hand looks like that, you're going to spend like 3 of your cards doing it, and they're still going to have something. So they just trade so well. And when Paulo's deck looks like that, where you're trying to trade those interactions from the hand to limit them as much as possible, that's really leaning in Dragon League's favor.
Yeah, it was a good time. And it looked like both players had a great time, and that's what matters, right? They're having fun at the feature match table, and we're going to go to the second Game 3 that I've experienced today, which is extra exciting. But we get to see Paulo go first with Artifact Scythe. So I'm sure that Quinn's main deck is going to change accordingly now, knowing that he's going second against a card like that. We can maybe expect to see like more hand effects or more things that sort of like answer Scythe on his turn or similar. But knowing that Paulo also has access to cards like Baron, right, might be an interesting thing where he can set up a Baron alongside that and really protect it. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, this is really interesting because usually when you face against these Scythe type strategies, it's a very specific thing you try to do to answer the Scythe. Usually the board breakers are a little bit better because you're able to do something like Forbidden Droplets and even into the fields that are just bare bones. Hockey Firebrax, Artifact Dark Ruler No More is really good. But when you're looking at the Geek Boy combo, which will set Intervention as well as being able to summon the Scythe in the standby phase, Droplet will never work. The Intervention, unless Dragon League miraculously has a trap card in its hand to give up for the Forbidden Droplet, it's not going to be able to interact before the Scythe protects itself with the Intervention. So you really have to just stop it along the way, and we have to see if Quinn built his deck for that kind of situation. Just looking at it, we did see a good amount of interactions that he could use from his hand. I see enough in here. So reasonably, if he sees a couple of them, I think this could work out for him. Or he could also bank on Paulo just not seeing Geek Boy.
That latter part seems like a tougher sell. much tougher sell for me. Yeah, it's going to be interesting regardless. I think that the matchup for Paulo, I have to assume, is favorable. Maybe that's not true. Because you were talking about just how like sort of weak these hand effects are against Dragon League, right? Because it's a lot of like mid-rangey like value type cards, right? Oh, you try to like use one card to answer what I'm doing, but does it really get rid of my card? No, and because of that I can do a little bit more and like out-grind you in terms of advantage. But it's just how strong of an Artifact Scythe combo this deck has is what makes me feel like, oh wow, it really does a lot. And hopefully we'll see that in Game 3 of our Round 8 feature match here.
Yeah, both players definitely have been doing a really strong showing of both their individual strategies so far. So hopefully this Game 3 we'll see one player manage to break the shell. I'm really hoping for not ending it immediately in turn 1, maybe seeing a couple breakthroughs. And I'd be happy to see either player win, to be honest.
Well, at the very least, we'll go to turn 2 where the Artifact Scythe is summoned. But I want you to give me odds that Quinn has Chaos Space Absol-Router.
Oh, no, I don't think he has it this time, but I think he might draw the Gamma in his first 5 this time. He's starting with Fire this time instead of Geek Boy. We'll see how this changes the combo.
Yes, effect of him is good.
Fire is also able to add any of them, I believe. I wonder if the combo also works with just Fire instead of just Geek Boy. Like if you can go Fire into the field spell into Geek Boy, but then Geek Boy only searches the spells? Yeah, it looks like Fire only searches the monsters as well, so he's going to get... Oh, and there's a Droll and Lockbird.
Palos
he
face.
winced. Oh, no.
Yes, I did. I now need to think, okay?
That is all right.
This is a thinking situation.
You have plenty of time. Go for it.
Draw and Lockbird.
Paulo is dangerous when he's able to think, though. I think he's most equivalent to Batman when he plays prep time.
It's definitely got that vibe a little bit more vocal, but definitely has that vibe.
I think the main strategy he wants to go for here is to have any tuner. Any tuner into Halki Fibrax kind of just gets him to where he wants, but will fold to any additional interruption that Quinn has from his hand.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, also, like, we're talking about decks that play a lot of hand effects. Dragon Link plays a ton, right? Plays a ton. So we'll see exactly that. It looks like he's going to commit. Ooh, go for it. So normal summon Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit.
Ghost Ogre.
That singular Ghost Ogre yet again.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, it goes that way, yeah. Ghost Ogre's not hard, I swear.
I'm going to go most likely into that Halki Fibrax. There it is.
Off. Based on Halki Fibrax. I will attempt to Ash Blossom.
Ah.
You're making my life really hard.
Yes. Unfortunately for Paolo's opponent, or for Paolo rather, his opponent does not want to get sights.
Thinking again. You're all good.
What else does Paolo have here that he can push through this with?
He does have 3 more cards. He's really not committed too much. He has configured his normal summon at this point.
Okay.
He's under draw though still. So okay, so he's going to activate, not get the search effect, but
He can ritual summon, yeah?
Yeah.
I suppose. Oh, does he have to give up a Ben 10 for this? Oh, it's so expensive. Oh, okay. Illusion to Chaos to summon the Doom Broker.
Effect of Doom Broker.
He gets to set the trap card here, so that's at least an interruption.
it's a cool way to get around Drone Lockbird, but at what cost? At what cost? He lost a lot here, right? He lost basically the front half of the first appearance along with Illusion Chaos, but better than nothing. And it looks like he set another card as well, which we just have to assume is something like Infinite Impermanence, right? Because that's all we really saw so far in terms of trap cards.
Yeah, I feel like it's almost exclusively Infinite Impermanence. It could be a copy of...
Yeah, it could be like something he brought in, right? Out of the side deck.
Summon Starly Sacred. I need to think. You're fine. I have 3, yes.
Yeah, the real question is, like, when is he going to pop up this intervention? Does he want to flip his other card?
Sacred. I'm going to send himself to the grave to serve.
Interesting.
That's all good.
That's a risky play, considering I do believe the trap card only negates the effect, not the activation. If he decided to give up a card in his hand, he would get to keep the Sacred on the field.
Yeah, to negate and return. Yes, that is good, yes.
It's to summon back the fire.
Special summon. Effect. I will chain Gamma.
There's the Gamma.
This is unbelievable. Any response? Oh, of course.
Oh.
Yeah.
Good?
Got a little at a loss for words.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about points of interaction from the hand,
anything here,
the amount that the Dragon Link player plays in his 41-card deck, it makes sense. He sided into more, going second.
You might be able to read into that, though, by the fact that he tributed the Safer.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, because it didn't seem like the best way to make that play. But it's hard not to try to capitalize on it, given how far behind Paolo is, right?
Right. Like, it might have been one of those calculated risks where you don't have a choice if you don't.
Yeah.
And now what happens when a Halki Fibrax tries to resolve? There's the Infinite Impermanence. Oh, he says it's fine. Doesn't seem like he's bothered at all.
Attempt to enter battle.
Oh, okay. That's not so bad for Paolo.
I mean, Paolo just has a Doom Broker.
He has a Doom Broker in his hand. His Halki Fibrax can turn into, I assume, the TG Wonder Magician to at least survive. Or just draw another card.
Drawing another card seems solid.
You have 2 in hand? Yes, 2 in hand. Okay, battle's okay. Okay. I will declare an attack with Halk onto Halk.
This might be a play from Quinn, just really playing it safe to get the TG Wonder Magician out of the way so Boot Sector Launch resolves. So he could play in main phase 2.
Ooh, looks like he put a Tatsunoko to the front.
Oh, that's really interesting. I suppose that like circumvents the restriction of ritual monsters in your hand, that you're able to just use it because it is a level 7, right?
And I
oh, Paolo just lets it go.
Okay, and he's going to end phase. Okay, it looks like all those points of interaction from hand kept him from actually having any stable way to play.
Yeah, Libromancer can do a lot with one card.
I'm extremely surprised he went for Halki Firex instead of a copy of...
The card is Diviner the Herald. That's a good card off the top.
That is an extremely good card. You know, we talked about if it's going to be Ruler, if it's going to be Diviner the Herald.
One is much better, yeah. I mean, yeah, because we're talking about makes your bad hands good, right? Yeah, that's exactly what he needs here. It's going to let him send Herald the Arclight, at least open it up to searching a Ritual monster, so maybe he gets like Illusion of Chaos here.
I feel like he probably searches Benton, uses the effect of the field spell to tribute the Benton.
That's even better. Yeah, that's way, way better. Because it guarantees him at least something.
Now, how many copies of Halki Firebrax does he have in his extra deck? How many can he go into? He has access to the Charmers as well.
Like this. Yeah, you're okay. How much time do we have? 8 minutes. Thank you.
It's okay. It was a recent one. It was a recent Forbidden Limitless song. We're just looking at each other like, how many copies of Halki Firebrax?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that was the one.
that is the one. Yes. Who were they trying to prevent using two? Paulo.
Clearly here.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Getting the Illusion of Chaos. Actually, trying to go maybe for more value. Maybe drawing a card can get him to more at this point. Give him access to Dark Charmer as well.
Well, he gets... Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so yeah, so it's already a level 6, so maybe he doesn't need it in that way, and then now he can get value out of the Illusion Chaos, special summoning the Magician's Souls, or getting the Magician's Souls so he can special summon, then, you know, send the field spell, get another card that way.
Okay.
You do the obvious thing, okay?
Yeah.
So put on the top.
Go right through the line,
Effects.
Yeah.
See, this is the kind of game I was talking about, where both players get to play, and it gets a little bit more interesting. This is as simplified as the game state can really be.
Yeah, I freaked out a little bit that I drew Diviner. We'll see how far it actually goes. This seems like a lot given how little he had, but...
Sending one to draw one.
Yeah, I mean, drawing a card could do anything at this position. Imagine if he activates Emergency Teleport right now.
It'd be a big one. He already uses normal summon on the Diviner, so other than that, though, things are pretty open.
He does have the Libromancer on the field, so I think he's open to activating either Geek Boy or Fire, right? But he might just go into Dark. I'm still so surprised Quinn didn't go for a Chaos Ruler.
Battle phase?
Yeah, both of them, both Geek Boy and Fire, you have to reveal Ritual in your hand.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't count on field, yeah. We're going to see the appearance of Link Kribo as an attack with Doombroker.
My life points are 5,200, and he is at 8,000.
Oh, they're running a little low on time as well, a little under 6 minutes. Quinn needs to start developing a little bit. If he has another normal summon, though, that can go quite far, being able to get access to Striker Dragon.
Yeah, I saw a couple monsters in his hand last turn, so I have to assume he has something in that. Yeah, there we see one.
Okay, Recharger's a very powerful one. Having a rocket monster itself, when you're at a deficit in monsters, you're able to use Boot Sector to immediately summon one monster back and just get going.
And see Quinn, he's speeding, fast as a rocket.
All right, locking himself into Darks. No need to go into Hieratic Seal. He's likely going to try to summon the Chaos Ruler as quickly as he can. Oh, the Rocket Synchron. That's interesting.
Yeah, big thing here for Quinn, I would say, like, playing fast is perfect right now because you really need to. However, just making a little extra certain that you're not grabbing the wrong card at the wrong time, especially when you're, like, have things that will, like, lock you into certain types or attributes.
Right.
Effective quad ball, discarding Recharger, targeting itself.
Okay. He could have opted to just destroy the Link Reaper and summon back one.
Yeah,
cool is an option, but I guess he wants to summon back two monsters, then that's pretty fair.
Any response?
He is locked out of Link 2 or lowers for the rest of the turn, but I assume that won't be a problem. I don't think he's trying to end on an IP Masquerade or anything. He's likely trying to find a lot of damage here.
How much time left? Thank you. Attempt Chaos Roller. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wow, with the Chaos Space in the grave as well, he gets another draw out of this.
Paolo's literally spinning.
This.
Oh, he's unraveling.
this, turn these two into this, affect the search.
Cannot do that.
Yeah. So.
Summon this, banish this.
Let's see.
I'll do Chaos Space effect, so I'll give this to you to cut.
If he has anything else to make, he could have just synchroed for a Hot Red Dragon Abyss there, or like, instead, right? And that would have been just fine.
Yeah, a lot is happening.
Summoning unicorn.
There's the unicorn.
Chain links will be chain link 1.
And he's just going to go access code, shuffling back the Link Rebo, and then try to summon back the Chaos Ruler from the graveyard.
3 minutes.
How many times?
We have 3 minutes. 3.5.
Yeah, a little rough there. I wouldn't necessarily call that like Caster's Curse or anything like that, but that was the issue, right? Going a little bit too fast, right? He smelled blood. He thought he had it, especially with like, it's quad boral, right? That that restricts him. Not something you're maybe like summoning every duel, right? Especially in that deck, but you got to be considerate of it, right? He was probably just thinking about, oh, I can only do darks, and then from there didn't think much else.
Yeah, it's definitely like one of those odd restrictions that shouldn't matter too much in this scenario. He was just really trying to speed through his plays. He understood there was a limited time, and he saw what the end result would be. And if he just goes in that direction without having to use that additional monster along the way, if he went straight into a Link 3, I think it works out the same. He just doesn't have to make that IP Masquerena first, and then would still end up trying to do the play where he's going into access code. He's unicorning back the Link Rebo, although he doesn't have to. He could just make the access code and go after it that way. But then he will be summoning back the Chaos Ruler from the graveyard by banishing a Light and a Dark, and then that is 8,300 just represented by those two monsters themselves.
Yeah, it's a little tough because there definitely wasn't any malintent there either, right? You just saw him, he knows that there's very little time left on the clock. He's just trying to get out what he needs to sort of like secure the game because he's won it, right? Like he's won it in almost every capacity if he just plays correctly there and is able to get it done in time. And it's just rough that it happened like that, right? But we'll see exactly what the judges decide. They get to assess, right? See exactly what the situation is. But it is a lot to wind back. It is a lot to replay, right? Because it wasn't just like IP Masquerade. Oh, you can't summon that. Like do something else. It was like, oh, I'll do this, search this, special summon this, draw this, make another monster, spin this, discard, show you things that you should know about, right? Like things like that. So
yeah, has to pick up the card he drew off the Chaos Space. That's going to be the biggest one.
Yeah, I mean, and the rough part, too, is we're talking about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, right?
Yeah,
like, so the big thing is that, like, regardless of intent, regardless of a lot of other things, like, you have to keep the play up to snuff. And that's it. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has rules. Sometimes you get to bend them, right? There's a lot of crazy cards that get to do that. But things like this, a little bit, unfortunately, you cannot do. But let's just take a look at our crowd. Everyone's still out having fun. I'm sure they are just as wild as we are right now after seeing that. I think you jumping nearly 4 feet when you said he can't do that was maybe my funniest, the funniest moment of the weekend for me so far. So let's talk a little bit about like the weekend, right? So things that have surprised you so far. Do you have anything really up high on the list?
Honestly, I feel like I would have made the right call had I chosen to play this event where I did not want to play either Despia or Sword Soul. I just think they were far too targeted down, and the results don't necessarily show that. They are still doing extremely well this tournament, but every time I watch them in a feature match, they are kind of getting destroyed by the underdog. And I'm just rooting for the underdogs this tournament. I think some obscure strategy has a lot of power here, although I think Predaplant was a top contender for me, which is still a branded deck, but different enough. And I think the big takeaway here is these points of interaction from the hand, when the format is so wide, they're a lot more versatile, and I think they're really showing their worth right now. I think usually I'm not a guy that likes to play those cards. I find them really unreliable, but right now I think they're the hot ticket. And I also think Nibiru the Primal Being, that guy's cool. I want him in my deck right now.
Definitely an impactful card.
Yes.
Makes quite a big splash. Earth-shattering, if you will. Yeah, but yeah, Nibiru, one of those cards where, like, from format to format, depending on how things shape up, arguably one of the strongest pieces you can have, right? Whether it's like disrupting heavy combo decks or just even like it existing, right? The looming doom of Nibiru coming down is enough to where like it shapes what decks are played, or at least what additional cards these decks have to play, or maybe even the lines of combos they need to take to play around it, right? So definitely like a format defining card. I think those are pretty good takes though. The big things like hand effects matter right now, right? Some formats they really don't.
Yeah.
But here is a really good point to where they matter so much that we're seeing things like Ghost Mortar, right? Or like, 3 copies of Effect Failure, 3 copies of Decro, a bunch of Ash Blossoms, a bunch of Ghost Ogres. Just every deck is trying to max out on these. So it's really going to be maybe these decks that can do more with very few cards, right? Like something like Libromancer. One example that we'd always use before were things like Sky Striker, right? Like you can do a lot with very little, which means you can dilute your sort of core engine with this interaction.
Yeah, exactly. You see all these kind of points of interaction in these like small engine decks, but even when you compare it to a deck like Dragon Link, you have to kind of account for how it's been in his strategy. Like, he's had so many, and even if he hasn't been able to get started, it's still enough to just buy him enough time to do something eventually. And that's where the format is right now.
Definitely. Speaking of format, let's look at the format for today. So we are in day 1 right now. This is round 8 of 9 in total in Swiss. We'll be playing for 45 minutes each round, best 2 out of 3. That's going to be consistent into tomorrow's Swiss rounds, where we'll have 2 more. And then once we hit that top cut, time is going to change. Once we hit top 8 and top 4, they're going to get an extra 10 minutes, and then finals, they go all the way up to 65. But the big thing is right now, we're in round 8 of 9 for today, round 8 of 11 in total for Swiss, and then we're going to cut to that top 32 tomorrow. So right now we are in the penultimate round of Swiss for day 1 at least. And, you know, these duels, they're both 6-1, so even if one of them takes a loss here, still very much in it, right? Like, especially starting off 6-1, that's really strong. Really, really strong, because then you're heading into the next round, all you have to do is win out.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking about this earlier. Having a record of only 2 losses is good enough at this tournament. It was right over the cutoff to hit that 11th round, so it's basically where you want to be at. It looks like we're back in the match.
Yep. Oh, so did they rewind all the way back to when the IP Masquerena was summoned?
Mm-hmm. Yep, and then just correct the situation. And as I mentioned, he could just skip the IP Masquerena entirely, just go straight for the Unicorn.
Then I will have you cut because I will attempt to draw. So
The judges were there to confirm the card drawn. They were able to put it back.
Yep, the show must go on. So he's going to use all those monsters, summon the Unicorn, as you mentioned. Going to get the Wyvern Burster off the Clap Serpent Search.
So for access code, it'll be Chain Link 1, Chain Link 2.
Yep.
So this will be at 53, and I search.
The proper ordering there, making sure he's able to activate both, and nobody else can respond.
Do Chaos Rules effect, banishing for cost the Unicorn and the White Dragon to summon.
Yep, and as long as he has anything, yeah, it's literally anything to banish.
Yeah, effective hit.
There.
This line just looks better than the last line too, which is the wild part to me. That like, yeah, unfortunately, I'm sure that Quinn probably received some amount of penalties in some capacity, right? Not enough to lose the game, but they were able to rewind. But those penalties will carry over, right? Like that's the big thing. Those penalties will impact him the rest of the tournament. So if he gets like a little sloppy like that, again, he's going to get impacted by it.
Yeah, the big takeaway there is that you can't really crack under the pressure, right? You see the lethal line in front of you. You have to just calm down. You understand 5 minutes is still actually a lot of time. You have plenty of time to just think your plays through, just breathe for a second, and just get there smoothly. You don't have to overthink it. We see that a lot in these feature matches. But then we will be right back after this break, and we will have our interview.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
and we are back with our round 8 feature match winner, Quinn. How does it feel to be playing on this stage this late into the tournament?
Well, I'm very tired, and it's definitely nerve-wracking. I definitely lost a little bit of my sense there at the end, but luckily was able to repair the game state to really correct the issues. But it's been a long day, very tiring.
Yeah, absolutely. Watching that, I was definitely nervous for you. But it's one of those things that you get practice, and I think it was a good experience here. You didn't get too penalized for it, so now you know. You just take a breather when you can and just try to handle those situations as calmly as possible. But you're here, you're moving on to round 9, X1, just a few more wins away from making it into Top Cut. You are playing Dragon Link. What are your expected matchups? What is the deck you're fearing the most in this tournament?
The one deck I fear the most is Therion Punk. That deck is the most unexplored and the most terrifying because very few hand traps stop it other than maybe Droll and Nibiru. And even then, you might not even be able to stop them with the 1 or 2 hand traps. And especially they can do King Calamity to lock you out of your turn so you just don't play the game. So that's the one I'm most expecting to play against later and the one I fear the most.
Yeah, we've been able to watch that for a little bit in this tournament. It's definitely one of those that can kind of just go anywhere. There's so much you can do. We were talking about how unexplored it is. It's like, brand new deck, a lot of new strategies you can do with it. We haven't even seen it do the King Calamity thing yet, and so much that you could do with that deck. Definitely a contender for sure. But hey, you're here with Dragon Link, so that's another deck that we've seen kind of tried and true, but still very effective. What do you think your chances are of winning the whole tournament?
I don't know. Sometimes the matchups go well for you, and sometimes you just get really unlucky. So I don't know. I could get there, or maybe I won't even get to Top Cut. Who knows? Leave it up to chance.
I suppose so, but hey, you have to have faith in yourself. Just try the best you can and play to the best of your ability. Calm down a little bit, and you're really close. You only have to win 2 more, and then you could try to make it in with the next 2 record. Obviously, you want to win 3 more, but you're almost there. Just try your best, and we hope to see you do really well at day 2. I'm going to bring it back to Robbie at the desk.
Thanks, Asala. Yeah, sometimes it happens with the bright lights of the feature match days, especially after a long day. Things can get hectic, but Asala's advice there, just keeping calm and playing as best you can. That's what the key is to stay in these live events. Speaking of live events, we talked to some duelists yesterday about what it feels like to be back here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. Let's go ahead and see how they answered.
My first actual YCS that I attended was 2019 YCS Niagara, right before everything shut down. So that was a really interesting experience because I wasn't playing competitively yet. So my first actual competitive YCS was at Charlotte about a month ago. And coming to this YCS, it's honestly so surreal because it's been so long since we've had these YCSs that being able to see everybody and the hype around it is it's unreal compared to how it was before. It honestly feels like this long gap gave everyone more motivation and passion for the game.
It's my first YCS, so I'm expecting it to be a good event. I'm here with a bunch of friends and a bunch of old people I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! With, so I think the experience overall is just going to be a good zone to be with, and it should be fun.
Being back at a YCS in person is truly something different. Playing Master Duel for the last few months is exciting. I love the game. But playing face-to-face, there's truly nothing like sitting across from a duelist, somebody as passionate about the game as you are, and then, of course, looking them in the eye as you defeat them, man. Nothing better.
It feels cool, but I've never been to one before, so it's a really cool experience. I've been playing competitively so for the last year, so I really wanted to go to a big event because I'd never been before.
It's an experience, honestly. The reason why I'm back is I missed it. I mean, again, we don't really quit this game. To travel with my friends and even family it's something different. I did it for years, and it's something to do now. Now that I'm older.
Back to our YCS, very excited. I get to see all the old friends, and I even get to meet the new people, and then there's a lot of my new friends who kind of joined the game during the quarantine sessions, so it's kind of very excited to just get to meet them finally in real life.
Feels really great. Yeah, so when I graduated college, I started going to every single YCS in North America, so it was a pretty big difference not having those events. I went to Charlotte a couple weeks ago, which is really exciting, and now we're here in Hartford. It's just very exciting to be back at in-person YCS events, and I'm really excited for the big summer tournament as well, the national event.
And there you have it. I mean, It feels great to be back. Everyone's out here having the best time. We saw in our feature match table, duels are just having fun. It's great to duel back in person. And even what Gage said there for a minute, you know, watching your opponent lose, getting to see that in the whites of their eyes, definitely something I think a lot of players enjoy. Let's go ahead and take a look at an interesting graphic now. They're talking about live events. This is the list of 2022 North American YCS Championships so far. So first up, and the only one, Elijah Green. So he took down YCS Charlotte with Destiny Adventure Prank Kids. Today we will crown the winner, or sorry, tomorrow we will crown the winner of YCS Hartford, which will follow. And then after that we have YCS Niagara Falls, YCS Minneapolis, and YCS Pasadena to round out the year. We'll be back with the last round of Swiss for day one here at YCS Charlotte, or sorry, YCS Hartford. Make sure to stay tuned.
Everybody here already. I guess we're a little late. A little faster though than speed duel. We got plenty of time. These are all the same.
Yes, packs. And then we started talking and she's like, oh yeah, my trash can.
And the field spell, you need 5 plus 0 surge. You can't do that in speed duel.
For sure. Being able to bring something like Speed Duel over to, you know, someone's house and be like, yeah, you can pick it up and we can play it.
Coming from the competitive side of things, I know how complicated the game can be and how like daunting it is for new players to try to like play regular Yu-Gi-Oh right now. I think Speed Duel is such a good introduction to the game.
It was really neat to just open a box and have all of these different decks instead of going out and having to buy all of the different cards. Row, I'll put in Cobalt Eagle.
I'm definitely a fan of the Elemental Hero cards and the Winged Kribo just because it's the main character, Jay and Yuki's like favorite cards.
Alright, so I'm going to activate Polymerization and I'm going to send these two to the graveyard, and to start my battle phase I'm going to activate the skill card.
It shows that there's other ways to play the game and it's not just one rigid way to play.
It still gives you that flow, that pacing, but at a much like lower level to the point that it's much easier to understand. I think it's really good for the game.
This lets you tribute with activate polymerization.
New for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. New Performapals. And the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now. 9 cards per pack. Each pack sold separately. Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Rated T for Teen.
Monster attack!
That's nothing. Rush Duel! Activate a spell card! What? Activate my monster's effect! No way! I'm going to battle! I summon a monster!
Welcome back to Hartford. It's been a long, hard day full of intense duels, but we finally reached the finish line of day 1. It's round 9 here at YCS Hartford.
I'm so excited to see how this day is going to finish. We have an incredible match lined up for you guys. Match that you probably haven't seen yet. These decks, some familiar, some a little new, but still a little familiar, I'd say. Some interesting strategies for sure. What are your thoughts on these 2 decks we have in front of us?
Yeah, so this first one we haven't seen in quite a long time, ever since a certain Xyz monster was limited to 1. But this particular deck has gotten a little bit of help from the most recent FNL list in terms of Fire Formation Tanky, moving from 1 back to 2. And what deck might that be? Well, it's our good friend Tri-Brigade Duelists, and it'll be going up against a new version of the Synchro combo deck that debuted in Charlotte right now. All right. So first up, we have Juan from Elizabeth, New Jersey. His favorite card is Trickstar Candina, the searcher that's a lot more useful now that you have a second copy of the light stage. And he's going up against Christian Urena from Reading, Pennsylvania, whose favorite card may cause a little bit of consternation among other duelists. It's Artifact Scythe, a card that he will hope to employ to great effect in this duel.
I think he won a lot of points with the dance, though.
Well, we have to sound off on whether or not that erases his sins.
His opponent picked Candina. I don't think Candina's ever been used for good.
I was talking about Scythe.
You know, same thing, right? The slow burn or the instant loss, whichever one you're feeling.
I kind of like the slow burn.
Oh.
I like the slow burn a little bit.
A little sadistic, huh?
Yeah, stuff like Masquerade, Chain Energy. So back when I was in, back when I lived in Pittsburgh, growing up and that sort of thing, there was a guy at my locals who always played burn. A lot of chain burn, stealth birds, wave motion cannons, chain energies. So that's the style of play I got used to very quickly.
So is there like a nostalgia for you when you play against these cards?
Yeah, you could say that. It's one of those things, like I know exactly what to do in these situations, so it's not really an issue for me. But for a lot of duelists who never really have those kinds of constraints on you, so it can be a little more difficult in these situations. And I think that's part of why Masquerade gives people so many problems, or why they, they'll make those plays to, oh, let's just throw 2 out, we'll have it be 1,200, because 600, that's not enough. That's not enough to make them think. Things like that.
Oh yeah, you have to play less efficiently, oddly enough, when you're up against the Masquerade. You can't try to get all the value out of your cards, otherwise you'll just be taking like an extra, 1,800 that you didn't need. And that's the kind of little things that does add up, but neither of these players will have to deal with that this round.
Nope. What they will have to deal with is a lot of synchro summoning and a lot of link summoning. And, well, things that look like link summons.
Potentially a lot of Xyz summons as well.
Yeah. Well, yeah, losing those 2 copies of the Starling can be a little bit of trouble, but maybe the additional search card is going to help balance it out. And the extra pot of desires as well, just to get more cards.
Yeah, you mentioned that it got a bit of a boost from the Forbidden and Limited list, getting a copy of Tenki back, but you can also argue that it got a hit in losing Anaconda.
That's true. That's true.
You have to wonder, what kind of end field is it going for? Is it going to be something similar to what it was previously? We'll have to see in Game 1 of the final round of Day 1.
I think the telling thing is going to be whether or not we see a revolt. That sort of thing.
Well, just looking at the list, it might not be all that popular.
Not so much. Well, that'll be interesting then. Starts off with Lyrilisk Bird Call. Now, they can still use the Utopic Draco Future stuff, which is always quite powerful. But they also don't have Simorg anymore as well, so the Wind Barrier statue is generally out of the question.
I honestly forgot that card was banned, and like that is that just made me happy a little bit, knowing that I don't have to deal with that card anymore. It's a nice little reminder.
Special summon Lyrilisk Grail Canary.
Yep.
Not the ideal opening with Bird Call as well, having to use the Barrel Canary, not being able to get the Recital Starling off here. Or not the Recital Starling. You will get to Recital Starling, but not the... I always get these a little bit messed up. The Cobalt Sparrow. Cobalt Sparrow, yeah. I had them memorized back when they were extra relevant.
Right.
Ensemble Robin.
Oh, Ensemble Robin.
Straight for the Robin, okay.
Very interesting. Might be a weaker hand.
That's a pretty simple start. 2 face-down cards and a Robin with 2 materials.
Right. If Christian has to force his way through with special summons, though, that Ensemble Robin could be a problem. Leading with something along the lines of Rite of Ramus is not something you really want to do right now. You might have to sacrifice your battle phase just to get through it.
Absolutely. You don't want that token to just vanish.
Now, how many attack points does it get per material?
It's 500 per material, but also some of the Duelists will also grant it an extra 200 per material or something like that.
Yeah, I do believe Barrel Canary is one of them that does give it an additional boost. So we're looking at 1,200 here. Enchantress does have 15, though.
She's got enough. And it's only special summons that Ensemble Robin can deal with.
Going to be able to get that hit in there. Ensemble is able to add back the Barrel Canary from the graveyard now.
So there will be a follow-up. And the Enchantress only banishes from hand or field, so she's just there. She's stuck in there.
Wait, hand or graveyard, you mean?
Hand or graveyard, yes.
Specifically not from field.
Hand or graveyard, not from field. That's the point I'm going for.
Yes.
I'll grab Turquoise Warbler.
Gets back the Warbler.
Oh, interesting. I guess that also makes sense. And to an empty field, having that Warbler Cyber Dragon effect, being able to just put itself on the field, summon one back from hand or graveyard, could be stronger. There is a Rite of Ramus here, though.
Okay.
No Enchantress needed.
Enchantress and Rite. All right.
To be fair, I think that actually did prove very useful for Juan here. Having to normal summon the Enchantress when it could have just been free, had there been something along the lines of a tuner or even just a Red Rose Dragon immediately, this could have been way worse for Juan. And now I think Christian has to struggle a little bit more to find something of value to really put on the field now that his normal summon has already been committed.
Foolish Burial helps, though.
That is a pretty good one, all things considered. I think we might see, Destrudo. That is a card I forgot about it too.
Yep, Destrudo came back. Oh, 2 lists ago?
Yeah, along with
Snow.
Yeah. This is just playing all the cards that reminded us how broken this game used to be. There's going to be a copy of Jet Synchron and Snow in this list as well.
Yep, Jet Synchron, another thing that was freed up off of the FNL list last time, with the demise of Auroradon, of course. We don't want to get too crazy.
So Christian Runa paying the hefty price of half of his life points at this point, going down to 4,000, making the Destrudo level 4 to add up to 7 with the Water Enchantress. I imagine he will be potentially going for a copy of Halki Fibrax?
Seems very likely. Could use the Ash Blossom on the Fateful Adventure to stop him from adding the Wandering Griffin Rider.
Can I shuffle before?
Yeah, so this is going to cut off Christian from getting to access to Baron de Fleur when he goes Fiber for Red Rose, but he's still going to be able to go into Shooting Riser or potentially just any other 7. Or go straight into Yazi. Yeah, he's going to skip that step. He's going to be able to go after one of those sets, not trying to commit into a potential Infinite Impermanence when you don't need to.
Exactly. Yazi can't be targeted by your opponent's card effects.
Now, Christian Urena would be very, very upset if it was, in fact, a copy of Forbidden Droplet set instead.
We'll see.
Yes.
Oh, it sounds like it's resolving. Oh,
yep,
it is the
Impermanence.
Yes.
Impermanence. All right, so we're going to summon Mari Mari.
Another
deck.
Another favorite. Oh, a lot of cards reminiscent of 2019 here. We got the Destrudo. We have the Mari Mari.
So you're talking back when Thunder Dragon Colossus was around, and you were playing like the Sekka's Light kind of deck.
Oh, that was my favorite deck, Jerome.
I like the Infinite Impermanence on Memory.
Impermanence 2.
Electric Boogaloo.
All right. Well.
Go ahead.
He still has access to Halki Fibrax here.
Yeah, still got a tuner.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing, like, because he doesn't have the Wandering Griffin Rider, it's like, do I really need to keep this token on the field when I could just get another right next turn and try it again?
I'm surprised there was no Draco back at all in that sequence. What was ashed exactly? Was it the effect to add the Draco back, or was it the effect to add the Griffin Rider? Because would the Draco back not have been used to try to go after one of the sets? But I suppose there's no reason to if you do assume that they're both Infinite Impermanence, in which case they will be used from the hand regardless.
Yeah. So we got, that's Foxy Tune coming up next. Now we're getting into the punk section of the deck. We've seen the adventurers. Let's see the punks.
Yeah, so this actually works out really well here if you're able to just use this, summon a punk from the deck, and just make a Halki Fibrax with most likely the Mare.
Oh, there's the Draco back. So it was the search for the Griffin Rider.
Yeah, Christian heads up play, likely assumed both of them were Infinite Impermanence, no reason to try to put one back in the hand, they're just going to use it from the hand.
So they've got the same record. They probably had the same record for a lot of the day. I wonder if they already knew, like sat next to each other and kind of saw what each other was playing, or maybe knows what the trap lineup is.
It's very possible that they know what they're playing. Knowing the trap lineup, that would be pretty intense, especially since, even if they are both at 2 losses, that's quite a wide field of players, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that's super likely. I wouldn't bet on it, at least. But, I mean, it's within reason, I suppose.
It seems like kind of a tough read. It's like, oh, yeah, no, those are both impermanents, and not like imperm D-barrier, something like that.
Do you think the game 1 dimensional barrier is that popular?
That I don't know. I would think it would be. If you think that you're going to play against a bunch of fully dedicated fusion decks and fully dedicated synchro decks, then I think I might go with that.
It's definitely a risk, but I think dimensional barrier was a card that would have been used already, and he knew that.
Yeah. Also true to get the Yazi. So we've got Halqifibrax and the newly limited Red Rose Dragon. The main thing the limitation does is stop you from just drawing it and normal summoning it.
Yeah, it actually is quite problematic, more so than you think, because you're able to summon that Baron before summon 5. So you're whenever something along the lines of Nibiru would be activated, Baron is simply there to meet it. The alternative, when you're able to do it past the point of Halqifibrax, is at least forces the Wandering Griffin Rider, so you're no longer able to have the Baron on the field. Unfortunately, you are still able to do the remaining part of the combo that doesn't have the Baron on necessary for it, but that's a little bit more restrictive because that usually means you're not trying to pop a Yazi because you don't have anything to pop the Yazi.
So we got Rox Rose Dragon from the Red Rose Dragon, and off of Shooting Riser Dragon, another copy of Water Enchantress is sent to the graveyard, and Rox Rose Dragon searches out Basil Rose Shoot. Normally on the your turn Shooting Riser Dragons, I feel like we usually see snow on those, and we save the Water Enchantress for if you're doing it on the opponent's turn.
Yeah, that usually does make the most amount of sense. There might be a world where Christian decided he doesn't want to play snow because it only comes up in certain scenarios. But, that would be breaking my heart, personally. But I can understand it. I'm not happy about it.
Right. He link summons Artifact Scythe using, I believe, his token and Rox Rose Dragon.
Yep, and then that is the Scythe lock we mentioned earlier, being able to activate the Halqifibrax in the main phase, going to be able to chain the Dagda to put the Scythe on the field. The Wandering Magician will be able to trigger going after that Scythe. So he has that play available to him as soon as main phase is reached.
Yeah,
all right.
Losing both impermanences there, I think, really hurt. Because if he has one of them left in his hand, maybe he has a shot at breaking that up, because there were no other disruptions on that field, so maybe he can make a comeback there. Not so much if you don't have your imperms.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like a hand where he almost would have preferred to go second because it was so weak to start, and having to commit the resources simply to not immediately get blown out. It's one of those situations where it's less than ideal, right? You don't expect to have those kind of situations. If you had the foresight to look at your hand before you got to choose, I think he would have probably picked to go second, but it's just unlucky, right? When you have those opening hands where you didn't see any Tri-Brigade monsters. You did see your Littlest Engine, but nothing to really make of it. But it was able to keep you alive, but not enough to stop from just losing to the board that was going to be made after the fact.
And it wasn't really, like, he couldn't get the most out of those cards anyways. You couldn't get a thing in the graveyard for Barrel Canary first. It's just a tough way to start off the match. But, that's why you play best of 3. You got 2 more shots at it. And for these 2 games, the players will have access to their side decks as well. And, I don't know that I would be siding anything in particular for Tri-Brigade or Lyrilusc if I'm coming to this event.
Yeah, that was exactly my question that I was going to ask you is, assuming that you're Christian here, what goes in your side deck for this matchup? What could you possibly have?
I think it's just, so you're using the Shooting Riser stuff, right? So you're probably going to run Necroworld Banshee and Zombie World in your side deck, and you might just make a Shooting Riser, dump Necroworld, and then use it on your opponent's turn, bring out Zombie World, and make it so you can't use any of your Wing Beast specific things, or any of the Tri-Brigades really, because they have to banish cards of the correct the Tri-Beast types as well. So a Zombie World could cause a lot of problems here.
Yeah, I think Zombie World going first does a lot of damage. When you think you're going second into the field, though, would you side that in as well?
Only in terms of, like, I want a lot of removal with it. I need to be able to blow up whatever they did the first time, and then slap down the Zombie World before they can play the follow-up. Because a lot of the Tri-Brigade stuff, all those cards replace themselves. Sure, it gets, another thing. The Lyrilusc constantly refill your hand. Because there's another wave coming. So if you can't clear out the first wave, you're going to lose anyways. So you might as well try to clear out the first wave and then slap down the Zombie World so there can't be a second one.
Okay. I also think without the Simorg Board of Sovereignty, as well as like everything else that came along with that original end board, Mystic Mine is a lot more prominent, and you know that's a card that people are just playing for everything else in the format. I think that could be like one card that has a lot of overlap in this situation.
Yep.
The Lureless Tri-Brigade deck has access to, as we mentioned, Utopic Future Draco, but that doesn't interact with spell cards. So potentially if he has this end board of like Appaloosa, that as well, or the bounce in Double Dragon Lords, none of those will be able to really interact with Mystic Mine, and that might be the winning ticket for Christian Urena here.
And then for Juan, well, another card that we didn't see in the first game, but that's really quite good here, is good old Harpy's Featherstorm. You don't need Harpies for it, you just need a Wind-Winged Beast. And that's one of those cards that can get you a bunch of extra turns to do your stuff when you're playing one of these decks.
Yeah, absolutely. That is probably the card you fear the most when you're playing against any Wing Beast strategy, especially like even Fluander. Like, it doesn't really matter what they're doing. If they flip that card, that likely means you are skipping your turn as soon as it resolves. But I guess, again, the best strategy to have against something like that is if they're going to skip your turn, you might as well skip all of their turns and just activate Mystic Mine.
All right, so it looks like they are making their final choices here.
Yeah, making a lot of careful decisions here. We are at the very last round of day one of Swiss, so they want to be really careful here. They want to really think through everything, not make sure no missteps, not miss anything, if anything. Both a little obscure. I don't think, especially for Christian's side, he doesn't expect to play Lureless Tri-Brigade at all. Maybe Juan expected to play against the Adventure Synchro strategy, but it's still not the things you went into the tournament expecting to see.
Hey, this is a tough one. They're both at 6 wins and 2 losses right now. So if you lose here, you only have 18 points. You're not going to make it. If you can at least salvage a draw, 19 points should make it. It's either Duelists with 19 points or 128, whichever is greater. And, you know, it's dangerous doing math, especially live on camera at, you know, round 9 of a tournament. But I suspect there are slightly more than 128 people that are going to have 19 points or more. So you can't lose this match.
Yeah, this is definitely an elimination match of sorts for these players. I don't think either of them would be all that happy with the draw either. I guess it wouldn't change their end result. They just have to gamble versus feeling particularly safe going into the rest of the tournament if you're able to stay at X2.
Yeah, 21 points is a totally different beast than 19.
Okay.
But either way, you definitely just don't want to walk away with a loss here.
I choose to go first.
A really high stress situation for them. It's a great thing they can't hear us, so we don't put all the pressure on them.
All right, it does look like Juan's going first in game 2.
Standby phase, main phase, and activate Tri-Brigade Fractal effect.
Here we go.
That's a lot better. That's definitely the good start.
That's a good one.
Let's see if he goes for a Tri-Brigade monster or if he sends the... Oh, yeah,
just Nerval. So no kit here.
Yeah.
In fact, I think no kit at all.
I'll Tri-Brigade Fractal. Sure.
Yeah, I guess Kit is not really necessarily a card you need in that list. It was only useful for sending potentially a Tri-Brigade Oath, or, you know, as the format, they got new cards, Tri-Brigade Mercourier, but again, you're not playing branded Fusion anymore because there's no access to Anaconda. Let's see if Christian Urena has a response.
Ooh, he's got Valor.
Yep, nice and Starlight Effect Valor for that Fractal.
I'll start 1.
Ooh.
And I end my turn.
A disappointing just one lone set for Juan here into Christian's 5-card hand. Activating Rite of Aramis here could be backbreaking. Does he have it to lead? I did see a copy of Emergency Teleport as well, so a Rite of Aramis here can just clear his way and just start getting his combo going.
He started with Foolish Burial, which is good enough.
That gets there. You know, that counts.
It's good enough.
It might be met with an Ash, however, but if there is not one, the Rite of Aramis here can go a very long way.
Resolution. I'll activate Didicro.
You know, that's acceptable.
There we go.
That is acceptable. You know, like not exactly the card we were talking about, but it functions the same.
There we go. Rare case that it'll function the same way, but this is it. That's the case.
Right.
Teleport is up next. That does resolve.
Able to go into the entire Synchro line of plays, but without the safety net right now.
Yep. Ziamon's up first. Pays 600 life to add another Punk.
Almost certainly Foxy Tune.
Yep.
If you don't already have it.
Probably Deer Note if he does.
again through his deck here. Looks like he is looking for that deer note.
Deer note. Yes.
Practically the same effect as Foxy Tune, just getting rid of one from your hand to summon the other.
I'm sorry.
Next up.
Yeah, there is the Foxy Tune in his hand.
Activate deer note, reveal Foxy Tune.
Yes. Dare no effect? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can I read it real quick?
Sure.
Yep. So he's likely going to some. Do you think he's going to go straight into Halki Fireworks, or do you think he's going to try to go for a little bit more mid-range and pick up the Chaos Ruler because it's a lot safer into the potential one mystery set?
I feel like he's spent a lot of cards already this turn, and he's going to need to recoup. I would probably recoup here.
All right. Let's see if he goes. Oh, he said Synchro Summon. There he
Yep.
is.
There it is.
You know, in a format filled with Sword Soul, I feel like I've seen this card Synchro Summon the most.
Yeah, because so many different decks are making it, right? It's not just Dragon Link. You know, it's all the Punk decks as well.
Those are some good options. You know what's cool? He actually hasn't activated Enchantress yet.
He is not.
That was a really solid Chaos Ruler.
That's pretty good.
Oh.
The crowd agrees.
Yes. Christian Reno's too nice right now. We did also see another copy of Nibiru in his hand, so having that copy of Effect Veiler and Nibiru into Juan's potential backup play, this is going to be pretty backbreaking one way or the other.
Activates the right next. Here's our token. In attack position this time.
Oh yeah, he knows. He's going to be the aggressor this turn. I feel like every time you have a battle phase, that token goes in attack. When you told me I get a 2,000 attack token, I'm trying to put that card in attack mode as much as I can.
Yep. This isn't the one-time passcode. This ain't.
Yep.
Draco back bounces.
Yeah, being able to use that here a lot more efficient, simply because if it wasn't impermanence, there is a monster on the field blocking it from being used in hand. But also, if it wasn't impermanence, there's no way I was not hitting the Chaos Ruler, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that is a card I cannot allow to resolve. Discarding the Nibiru here. Looks like getting the Griffin.
Yeah, I don't think Juan's going to be summoning 5 times. Not this turn, anyway.
Mm-hmm. So now it's a matter of how he goes into the Halki Firebrax. Will he give up the token for it? Oh, no, he just gives up, of course, the Chaos Rule. He doesn't need that on the field.
Yeah, and you can just bring it back anyways.
Yeah, no need. And this is essentially just as much combo as he wants. Going in for the...
Oh, he's not even leaving Griffin Rider on the field.
Absolutely not. No need when you can just summon the Baron, get the same effect, and then able to just lean your way forward. He's going to be able to summon another level 3, going into Rock's Rose, get the Basil Rose shoot, and then he has options, right? He can go into Yazi, or he can just go into Shooting Riser. He has the Baron pop. Honestly, like, a lot of the damage is just represented right here with the Chaos Ruler coming back.
Absolutely. Yeah, Chaos Ruler is so good. So good.
You know, we talked a little bit about cards that feel the best to resolve. That has to be in the top 5.
Yeah.
You get so much value for one card. It's so incredible.
Excavation effects in general, you know, going all the way back to things like Cyberjar, for instance. You mean I get to look at 5 cards? Oh, I get them all? But the jars is really where this kind of thing first started, where you get just a massive, you know, card injection into the game state. It's just with Chaos Ruler, it's all for you.
Yeah. It's all for you, and it has 3,000 attack, and it comes back. Why not? You know, why not a modern jar for the modern man? Yep, he sees it. This is just plenty of damage. And Christian Reno walks away with a quick victory against the Lureless strategy, showing why Adventure Synchro is still one of the top contenders in this tournament.
Huge win in the finals. And fast enough to get dinner afterwards.
Absolutely.
So yeah, that was a really good look at the new adventure kind of punk version of the Synchro deck. I like what we saw quite a bit out of all of that. Chaos Ruler, you know, just all day, it's kind of been an MVP for everybody who played it. It's just been one of those things that, you know, can turn the tide of the game, or it could lock in a strong position if you're already going for it, or you could, spark a comeback if you need to get it out of the graveyard, do something else with it. It's just, Chaos Ruler and people winning games.
Yes.
Name a more iconic duo.
Yeah.
Welcome back to YCS Hartford. I'm here with your winner, Christian, from the Round 9 feature match. Congratulations. Thank you. You're making it through to day 2 with a 7-2 record. So coming up here on stage, last round of the day, 6-2. You really need this one. Did you change your approach to the game at all for this match?
No, I just played the same like I normally would. Just try to do like my best, make sure all my cards are like positioned the right way and like playing the right way and like doing the same stuff I've been doing the whole tournament. So.
Did anything special stand out to you in that match?
Nothing really. He didn't draw that well game one. I think he could have done one different play, but I don't think overall he could have really done anything. My hand was like really good, so I don't think he really done anything. But yeah, so not really.
All right, so going into day two, what do you expect in these last 2 rounds of Swiss coming up?
Probably a lot of Dustby and Sword, so that's what I've been playing all day. I'm surprised I played against Duelists, because I haven't played against that deck all day. But yeah, just a lot of Dustby and Sword, so maybe some base decks, but I haven't seen that many people play that. So, or the Theory and Punk deck too, that deck's pretty popular, so probably some of that as well.
All right, so you're on 21 points now. You're a lock for day 2. What do you think your chances are of making it through these last 2 rounds and into the playoffs where you'll get a clean slate?
Probably like 100%, because I'm pretty good. And I think I can win the next 2 pretty easily, so we'll see.
All right, well, rest up, get some food, go see your friends. Thank you very much. Have a good night. All right. Well, today's been just absolutely amazing, and I'm glad that I've got Robbie and Asala here to help me out with all of this. It's just been a fantastic weekend so far. We've been seeing all sorts of amazing decks, amazing strategies, and it's really great to be back. This is my first event back, after we started in-person play and everything. Billy was here for the one in Charlotte. I couldn't make it there, but I made it out here, and it's one of the things that you don't realize how much you miss coming to events until you can't do it for literally 2 years, possibly even more. The remote ones, it's just not the same. And if you want to get that feeling yourself, you got to come out to one of these events. Check yu-gi-oh-card.com. You can see when the upcoming events are. Make some plans, have a great trip, make some new friends, make some new memories, and we'll see you back here tomorrow for the last 2 rounds of Swiss and the playoffs. Have a good night.